Okay. Once again, welcome everyone. This is the IETF Notewell. I think maybe some of you are new to IETF. So this is a slide that you'll see at the beginning of basically any IETF session. It talks about the code of conduct expectations you being here, as well as the intellectual property implications of you participating. Basically, if anything you share with a working group has intellectual property encumbrances on it, like it's patented or something, you're required to disclose that. There's much more, but that's probably the TLDR. If you're new to this, I encourage you to type IETF Notewell into your favorite search engine, and you can read to your heart's content and really understand what you're getting yourself into here. Okay, meeting logistics. Please sign the blue sheets. This is just put your name and affiliation so we know you were here. Magnus, if he has not already, is going to post links to the notes which contain the blue sheets. So just follow the lead of whoever started it with your name and affiliation. Regarding the queue, in keeping with our normal hybrid meeting practice, those of you who are in the room here, just raise your hands to enter the queue. Those of you who are remote, you can use the raise hands tool in Google Meet. And we will do our best as chairs to sort of synthesize those things. It will not be perfect, but in our experience, it works pretty well. People still trying to join. Suhas here?
He's going to be here. He was a bit under the weather this morning, so he's going to come in a bit later. All
right, lovely. Okay, we're not using WebEx. That's left over from last time when we met at Cisco's office. So if you're remote, use Google Meet to join the MOQ, or if we have any sort of show of hands, we'll raise hands here in the room physically, and you can just use the show of hands tool. If you are remote, please use a headset, because actually, you know what? This is Google Meet. The noise cancellation is great. You don't need to use a headset. Forget it. Never mind.
WebRTC rocks. Job well done.
Great. All right, let me talk about some building logistics here. There are restrooms immediately outside the security doors on the other side of the reception desk. So as you enter the building, it's off to the right. So go do that. And I think Renee can probably just let you back in through the door, even though it's locked, rather than forcing us to come get you. There's water and cups directly on the other side of this wall. If you I went and stole these cups from the micro kitchen, so there's a limited supply. So please don't just lose these. Just use your water cup and keep reusing it. Mentioned restrooms and water. Coffee requires an escort because the coffee machine is one floor up. The barista is quite a distance away. We will organize convoys probably during the break periods, but until then, hopefully you already got your caffeine. There's Luke. Victor, do you think you could, are you in the meet? Can you get on it just to help admit people?
You set it to auto admit?
Probably. Meeting logistics. Oh, yes. Okay, I do also want to ask, for lunch purposes, who is going to be here on Wednesday at lunchtime? Or if you.
Okay. Oh, there's your hand raised. No, I was just. Oh, okay. It's just like, what are we doing? Wednesday's interop, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, no, I'm not going to be here.
I was
deeply thinking about that. It's too early.
I see Zafar Ali, Mike Allen, right?
Mike Allen, yeah.
Okay, great. Who's going to be here on Thursday? And do you want lunch, or are you just going to get out of here?
You want lunch?
Take it or leave it, I guess. I think my flight's at 4, so I need to get going at some point around noon.
So we'll see how things go on Wednesday. How early we want to follow them.
All right. Well, I'm going to put in a lunch request for the 4 of you each day then.
Who's the Google escort on Thursday? Since you're
Victor and Ian are both here.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions about meeting logistics before we move on? All right. We need a scribe for today. Well, excuse me, for the morning. Thank you. Are all the links up, Magnus? And you're muted right now.
Well, yeah. So I mean, the Zulip has the meeting minutes. You can also find the meeting minutes from the data tracker page. If you go to the materials and then note taking, you will also end up there. So we are
Okay,
using
can you put a
the
link to the Zulip in the other? We have Slack and we have.
in Slack. Yes, I can put it in the Slack.
Can you not see the meet chat?
The Google Meet chat is not available for me.
Okay, no worries. Slack is fine. Everyone's on Slack.
So I will put it on the.
Okay, can we someone to back up on note taking?
I'll back up for this morning.
Thank you, Colin. All right, this is today's agenda. We did not have a break planned because we did not realize the logistics of coffee. If you guys are good and don't drag out this morning, we can probably make some time. If we get a little bit ahead, we can make a coffee run this morning. Would anyone like to bash today's agenda?
I'm imagining we want Ian present for DOS. So maybe that needs to move out of this morning and we need to sub something else in that is less Ian. Maybe, well.
I don't think Ian has comments on secure objects.
Mhm.
Secure objects may not be an area that Ian cares. I'm just throwing out ideas. I don't know.
Is there anything from tomorrow we could pull in that is less Ian? Or is that like too disruptive?
I'd rather not do. So this is what's tomorrow. I'd really rather not do that. We've moved to like the things that Ian is presenting. We moved out of the time. If people are just not gonna miss a quarter of the meeting, we just have limited ability to schedule around that. He can watch the recording of it.
What if we shifted, did advertising, then switch, and then did DOS last?
Didn't
And
he want to see advertising too?
I don't know what he wants.
He does.
Okay, well,
Yeah, I don't.
all right, never mind. I don't know what to do.
We can do switch, like switch used to be first.
I sort of imagine he wants to, I don't even know. I have no proposal, therefore Dash is over.
I mean, Ian provided a lot of input for what I'm presenting.
Yeah.
Let's stick with Mike. Then.
He might
Okay.
put on discussion of it. I don't know.
Any other agenda bashes?
The only other thing I wanted to, which this is a split Thursday thing, which is like, we have that like large block of joining fetch. And I wonder if it would be useful to like split that and have some of time today. Is there just a general editor's slot today?
We have an hour of editor's time.
So I would maybe, I don't know, it'll be the end of the day. Everyone will be already beaten, but like maybe an hour of like, that way people have time to think about it if they want to reflect and then come back and revisit the other half tomorrow. I don't know. Or would people just like to do it all as a marathon on the last day?
I like your idea of splitting it because it could be hallway solved overnight and then come back for resolution in the morning. But if you do a big block the next day, there's no chance to discuss it.
Okay. All right. So then we will take the parking lot time and I mean, it's editor's time, so it's easy for you to control anyway. You can just use your joining fetch time for that. Okay. Lovely. Any other comments about today? And this is what we're doing tomorrow. As we just mentioned, the joining fetch stuff might move around a little bit. We're going to have a lot of editor's time, particularly in the afternoon. I'm going to have to leave about 4 p.m., but Victor and Ian will be here in terms of Google Sports. And of course, Magnus is going to be chairing, although he'll be pretty tired by then. Right. Would anyone like to bash tomorrow's agenda today? All right. With that, I think Mike is first up.
All right. I'll have it present here.
If the notes are up now, please add your name to the blue sheets if you've not already.
So I'm presenting work that comes out of a collaborative effort with Ian, Lucas, I think Aman from Meta was also participating in some of those discussions. We collected some information in a Google Doc and kind of I helped shape it into what I'm proposing here. Okay, so background. Essentially, we need to address DOS concerns, resource protection. What I would like to get to is more complete coverage of the potential risks that we have in terms of resource exhaustion. And I would like to do that in a way where we also acknowledge what we've mitigated. And I'll get to that in a minute. So current state of the draft, we have stream limits and flow control, max stream count limits, priority starvation guidance, all in the resource exhaustion section. This is in the security considerations. We also have considerations about published namespace and subscribed namespace flooding and amplification with short prefixes. What I'm proposing that we might add is a threat model, rapid request cycles considerations, considerations about slow subscribers and join time buffering, flow control limitations, and documentation of like our load bearing mitigations. Yes, Will?
Can I add another one that I think is important?
So
Or when-
yeah, let me get through this, and then I've got a few questions. This actually should be pretty
Sorry
quick.
about that.
And then what I would
Yep.
like to do is use the remaining time to collect additional things to add.
So we'll forget it by the time.
So this is what I have some text drafted up about. It's currently in a Google Doc, but basically adding, like I said, the threat model, things about kind of rapid reset type attacks, some guidance on coalescing, slow subscriber issues, flow control limitations, some guidance around cost tracking, and then kind of documenting what we have in the draft that is kind of load bearing in terms of DOS protection. Also, resource isolation is something that I think that we should have in the draft, and protection of, you know, upstream publishers. Another thing that we could consider including are relay topology considerations. We've had some discussions about things like loops of announcements, and in the past we kind of punted on that by saying relay to relay is out of scope, but I think it's worth at least mentioning, like, you should think about this. I thought I had a link. I lost my link. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay, so question one, is this useful and should I open a PR? There's some draft text in this Google Doc, which I can share in a moment here.
So Mike, what we're sharing now is just, I mean, like, yeah, I think it's very useful and we need discussion on it.
Okay.
But I don't think it should be in the transport draft in the end. I think
Okay.
it might end in a different draft, or like, look, obviously the mechanisms like max streams or whatever, yeah, of course. But all the discussion of this type of stuff and the motivation of that type of stuff, the people who want to read this and understand this is a very operational document. And I think that we want to have something that's more like your Google document that explains the reasoning and thinking about it. It helps us develop our idea and not repeat the conversation 50 times.
Okay.
Is what we need. I don't think we should view this as something that gets merged into the main draft.
Okay.
And like, you know, and you could look at any other number of IETF specs that would have this, that you could say there are 1,000 pages of things you could write about how to protect DDoS on them, and they're not in the protocol specification. But could be a separate document. Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
Control, I think curve 29000 has a lot of text.
It does have a fair amount of text. So I think the distinction there is what are mechanisms in the protocol that are there to protect against it versus operational recommendations.
Okay, so maybe split the guidance out in a separate draft.
And just saying, you definitely want them security considerations. These are possible attacks.
Right.
You must do these things to protect against them, or you will have a bad time. But then, if you look at in the case of RFC 9000, there was a operational considerations on, hey, deploying encryption everywhere may break a lot of your existing network management stuff, and that's a problem. Got to design around it.
And did that end up in the
It wound up as a separate RFC.
RFC? Okay. Yeah, so I guess some feedback on what things are essential to land in the transport draft versus, operational considerations.
I think one thing that's essential in the transport draft is to highlight work that entities can make others do. Because MOQ is kind of unique in that that's this multi-actor kind of model with control over relays, but you're not operationally in control of relays. You can make them do work on your behalf, things like that. It's like describing that possible amp attacks and things like that you can do on a relay that you can get a relay network to do. It's important in the draft.
So yeah, I can kind of scroll through this. You can see, examples of things I've kind of been thinking we might add.
Can you throw a link to this in the
It's in the slide deck, which is in the materials. I could put it,
if it's easy for you to grab the link and drop it in Zulip, it would be
which
useful.
chat do you want in Zulip?
If you put it in Slack, it'll
Four
mirror
different
Zulip,
places.
but-
You gotta paste it.
Here's the link in. Oh, yes, yeah, I just saw your comment. Sorry.
All right.
Yeah, so this is kind of the stuff I'm thinking. Given that it probably makes sense to split out some of the operational considerations into a separate draft, should I still open a PR initially kind of on the transport draft, and then we can say, okay, this is, stuff to split out, or like what mechanism do we want to use to kind of split this?
It's sort of not standard, but do you want to get some comments on the doc and I don't know if you have thoughts, Colin, about like people can say this belongs in transport and this belongs in a separate draft before. I mean, if you want to make a PR with all of it, it's fine, but if that's easier, whatever's easier.
I guess I'm very aligned with what Mike's saying, right? Like there's stuff that's like discussion, and look, there's a lot of stuff that is our discussion about our thinking about it that we want to document and not lose, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
I think what you should do is for any new mechanism we propose to mitigate DOS, that's something you need to implement in the code. There should be a PR for that mechanism individually, not one that covers all of them, because otherwise it'll never be done, right? Like just as mechanisms come up, start writing PRs, things that you need, if it changes code, it needs a PR, right? Yeah. And if it doesn't, then let's collect it somewhere else. And I don't know, I mean, you could start another draft. You could turn that Google Doc into an IETF draft. You could just use a Google Doc. I mean, I don't know. I don't care.
Okay,
The argument for a draft is all the IPR considerations come into play, since they don't on the Google Doc.
Okay. So it sounds like maybe criterion for what goes into transport is whether it changes the behavior, imposes new requirements that we don't already have. Okay. Let me flip back. We may have covered most of this already, but let me get through my other questions. So okay, so this is kind of looking for input on specificity. I think if we split this into a separate draft, then we probably have a lot more leeway for how much detail we go into I know some drafts will make recommendations of like, here's a reasonable number for common use cases, and then, explain why you might want to do something different than that.
I don't know the right place in your presentation, but this is a good place to just sort of discuss the broad issues before we measure into those. Like I know that Will has some he wants to raise. I probably have some I want to talk about.
Okay.
Or talk about
This
something.
is a broad issue, though. The question
Okay.
is, do you put specific numbers in, or do you just say you should do something?
Problem with the
So
specific
I have 3 questions here. So question 2 is specificity, and we can kind of go back and do these out of order. And question 3 is load bearing mitigation. This is the thing that I want to have some place that we capture. Here's all the things that we've thought of as possible attacks, and here's how we think they're currently dealt with in the transport draft, or not, or if they need to be addressed. And that way we can keep track of, like, for example, if we change and remove things like request ID, is that load bearing? Like, do we need to think about the trade-offs involved in removing that mechanism? Because I don't want to think that we have everything addressed and then, make changes elsewhere and then come back around and find out that we opened ourselves up to problems again that we had already solved once.
Are you thinking that there would just be like a single follow, like, these things are important, don't mess with them, so we remind ourselves? Or are you thinking more prosy, like, this is a DOS we considered, this is the mitigation? And I mean, what do you have in mind if it were to be included?
I like tables like that are, straightforward and kind of mapping, like,
Okay.
here's your problem mitigation, but pros could also work. Mostly I want some mechanism to not lose track of things. And that could be in the transport draft, or it could be in a different draft, or it could be elsewhere. But
Magnus?
Yeah, I was on the specificity. I think you need to think a bit about certain things, like lower limits for what we expect to at least be possible to do. And especially when it comes to within the context of interactions for one single subscriber. There, I think you need to be a little bit careful about how you take that into account. Otherwise, I think specific numbers they will age in the spec as so.
Well, yeah, similar comment. I think writing numbers down is very difficult. You can't accommodate all cases. And in many cases, they're hardware dependent. How much RAM does an implementation have? And what makes sense for one, in 5 years' time, when we got a lot more RAM and a high connectivity, these numbers will age quickly. So I think it should impose limits, is much more future-proof, and will allow implementers to set appropriate limits on their hardware.
yeah,
Luke, then Colin.
Yeah, I was just gonna say people will bike shit numbers just for practical reasons. And for a lot of security things, you care about orders of magnitude. You actually don't care about concrete numbers. You care about multipliers and exponentials.
Okay. Cool.
I think this will be much easier to answer in the specifics when you have text. I think when we'll have very specific things in mind, people will be like, oh yeah, clearly you should never be able to have a track name longer than 1 meg. And we should put a hard limit on that. And there'll be other things where they're just like, no, we can't answer that. It's too dependent on whatever. So I think that's a late stage part of this process, and we're at a very early stage.
Okay, just to clarify, track names already have a hard limit.
What is it for further clarification?
I don't know, Aspen.
There's no
I think, is it 4K?
I think I remember this discussion.
That's my point. It's like some are easy and some are hard. Yeah.
I think probably the most useful place to have numbers is minimal. So like you should have a limit and it must not be lower than this.
Things won't work. Right.
Because otherwise you don't, your peer can't have any confidence about, well, I can use a track name that's 700 characters. Because, oh, you picked a limit of 300? Really? Why?
Okay.
Good. So you talked about a rapid reset style. I forget what you called it, rapid, but I think we should broaden that to be control message attacks in general, because like, if you look at the evolution of what's been going on in the HTTP world, like clearly people who are trying to write PhDs are looking for creative things to do with control messages in the field of DOS, which could be like, I'm updating your prior, but you know, it's expensive potentially to reprioritize an entire track because there are many open subscriptions and lots of objects and I have to go like, you know, dink with all of them. And so I can just make you like update those, which is not like an open and close kind of thing. So I think we should take a hard look at every control message and what it can do and what somebody could make you do if we don't tell either create a limit or something. So that was one. So like broaden that to from just thinking about rapid reset to control message generally. And the other one I have is we have this issue that's been open a long time, and I don't know, is like we have no mechanism right now to isolate the resource consumption of a single subscription. If I subscribe to a track and it's live, whatever the publisher's doing, it's gonna try to consume, like if it's creating a subgroup every millisecond, leaving that open, like that's just what it's gonna do, and that might interfere with other subscriptions I have on that session. And so was that part of what you considered? Is it something you already considered, or is that just like, that's just how MOQ works, baby? Like, good luck.
I think that we should consider that. Like, I don't know if I have text on that specific thing yet. I'd kind of talk about flow control a little bit, but yeah, let's see. Flow control on one session does not prevent flow subscribers from causing resource accumulation. Yeah, I have like some very high level generic stuff, but we should probably get more specific on those types of scenarios because it is kind of unique to MOQ.
I mean, Ian has an RFC PR that's up, which is like a subscription level flow control construct, which is sort of like, this subscription can't open more than this many subgroups until I tell you you can open more, kind of thing, right? But then that introduces a new queuing mechanism we don't currently have, which is like, I'm a publisher and I want to send you this thing, but I have already reached my subgroup limit. So now I need to queue and wait for a subgroup. So like, we haven't really talked about that as a group, if that's what we want, and what the edge case, that may have its own set of edge cases, but it might have utility. And I guess I don't really know.
I'm trying to take us out of the weeds here into hitting the high level topics. Is that fair to do at this point? Yeah. Okay. So, so I think that we're missing a bunch of the tools that we have in place, and we're thinking about some of these things the wrong way, and it leads to this. So, right now we're thinking many of these things like stream limits and stuff. If you can open as many connections as you want, none of those limits mean anything. Okay, that's the reality of our DDoS protection right now. So I don't think we can talk about DDoS without talking about authorization cookies, about authorization, and talking about billing. And I think that a lot of these attacks, you need to track them by the authorized user, not by the connection. The limits actually need to not be per connection, but need to be per user or per token that you can bill for and that you can go back to an attack space on. Because this is a very different protocol than HTTP. And the reason it's different is that one message in can generate 3x messages out, right? It's an amplification protocol. And any multicast protocol that has an amplification property, you're going to have to secure it differently than something where the attacker can at most generate, most DDoS we solve by making sure that the attacker has to do a lot of work relative to how much work you have to do. That's never going to happen in an amplification protocol. And we have an amplification protocol here. So thinking about it that way is going to be hard. And anyway, I just think that in our model, I love what you're doing. Like we got these things, we got the threat actors I'm thinking about. I think it's one of the tools that we have to start bringing into place is the idea of who this user is, what they're willing to pay for. And I mean, some of our things that get rated at that we can't, like, I'm going to poke on the slow start attack. Okay. If you spin up a K-pop concert in Malaysia, you're going to have 1 million slow start subscribers. That's not a bug. That's the market, right? And so that's not a problem. That just has to be something like, if you want to do that, you have to be willing to pay for that. And the solution to it is to set the timeouts in an appropriate way and your billing and all of that stuff. But that's something we want to work. We don't want that to be blocked as a DOS attack.
Right. And it's how I have it written right now is kind of like, this is something that you could consider a DOS attack.
Well, sometimes it is.
But sometimes it's valid. Like I've got
You
text
have
that
to
says
figure out that. And I think that the way you figure out that has to do with authorization, what you're paying for, and how the publish setting of those things it brings that all together. But I think it's all solvable, but I think we need to bring in that bigger picture of tools.
Draft Jennings, K-pop considered harmful.
K-pop fan.
Luke is up next.
Yeah, and since we're talking about subjects, one section I'd like to see is multi-publisher. It's not really covered here, but that's another way you can create, like, amplify the amount of work, like one fetch becomes n upstream fetches or whatnot. And just to quickly chime in on Cullen's point, I mean, that is one way of handling security, is make the attacker pay for it, but they'll always find a way. You know, like that's basically like, part of this is you can't charge for every control message. Some control messages will have cascading like costs and amplification. But I think that's a good way of thinking about it too, is just like assume that normal usage is covered under billing. We just want to stamp out any like abnormal usage that would impact the performance of the relay.
Yeah. To respond to Colin's proposal, do you think that it's worth kind of introducing the concepts of different actors in the system? Like, when I think of authorized users and who's paying for things, there's kind of like a broadcast model where there's, a customer who controls the publisher side of things, and they have a bunch of end customers who are end subscribers that are, subscribing through, my CDN. And they have different capabilities within that system, and different potential for impact. So that's like in the threat model, that's kind of how I
100% agree with the direction you're going with. The threat model should identify actors. We should talk about some use cases, some attacks we're worried about, and what we do to mitigate them, right? Like, I think you're totally on point of how you're doing that.
Okay. I think one of the challenges is that MOQ is also a very flexible protocol. And so not everything is going to fit that same like broadcast model. There are use cases that might be varied and have things going in multiple directions with multiple different types of actors within the system. So I don't know. I think we could write this down for specific use cases. But I wonder if that's going to limit us a little bit in terms of using that approach to shake everything out.
I think over time, we'll broaden out the use cases and we'll have a broader set of actors and we'll be able to discuss different ones.
So the thing I'm most concerned about is, are we missing protocol mechanics that we need to add now to mitigate? So like, the sooner we can think through everything and be like, oh God, we created a huge problem here and we really need whatever it is, a new parameter, some kind of new mechanism, because I want those to be in the document very soon, if possible. So do we have a path to answer those questions in like the next, I don't know, 4 to 6 weeks?
By what Colin said about this really being like an application level thing where you look at authentication, and because, I mean, certainly the way my relay works is you send a request and it gets shoved out of MOQT immediately to an application when, maybe a relay that then says yay or nay. So that it may be that a lot of this just kind of exits MOQT entirely. Is actually we punt the whole thing in the application. I mean, we still have to say something like that.
I'm fine if that's the answer. If we have got everything we need, that is great. I just want, what I don't want is to 6 months from now find out we didn't have everything we wanted or needed.
One thing I think we don't have right now is a general error for resource overload, or we have very specific errors like too many subscribes or something. But do we have a general catch-all that in an application, very specific logic, but we can return a clear signal to the client to say, for whatever reason, and we're not giving the exact detail, but this is an error to say I'm protecting myself.
Like a 429.
That's an easy PR.
Yeah, but just a
Yeah, I
general
mean,
error, so that there's a clear signal to legit clients as to why they're not getting the behavior.
Error to what though, Will?
Pardon?
An error to all control messages? Request.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, maybe, because otherwise we have to think through all the possible DDoS constraints for every single message and come up with a very particular error. So I was thinking of a catch-all error that is about resource protection that could be applied to control messages.
So if I can interrupt briefly, technical chat needs to be in the Zulip, not in a Google Meet chat. So whatever you put in Google Meet chat, please repeat it in Zulip instead. We have about 5 minutes left, but go ahead, Colin.
Will totally agree with you, but I don't think it's an error message response. I think it needs to be able to, like you're getting all this data is when, like it's not when you're responding to a request that the problem happens. We need an async new message where the publisher can tell the subscriber, I'm getting overloaded and things, and and I'm throttling you down or whatever. I mean, something like that. But I think it needs to be an async event.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have mechanisms for closing things down at various levels. I think that's one place that we could put this.
You could add it.
Sure, okay, but sorry, we need analysis to figure out where to put this, but good idea. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I agree, and I have the similar thought to Colin.
All right, we're at the 5 minutes remaining mark. I hear definitely there's going to be like a new draft that captures some things. What is your next step? Are you going to iterate with this GDoc? You're going to write 2 drafts or a PR and a draft, or what's your deal?
It sounds like the most pressing issue is trying to suss out whether we have actual transport changes that are required. And it sounds like we have, a much more flexible timeline for operational considerations that probably will come with more operational experience as well.
And could you write a PR now for transport considerations, or do you not have any? With a modulo that like everything's changing with BID streams and all the other things, so like that whole thing is blowing up anyway. But
yeah, there's a lot of things in flight that kind of come to bear on whether we need to change
Only
anything.
30 open PRs.
how many issues are there, Al?
Good point.
You just heard Will's one suggestion. That's a suggested change.
That's easy.
Luke,
Yeah, I'd love to see a list of like potential attacks or issues, and then based on the severity of those attacks, we can decide if the transport issue like needs to be changed.
I would maybe encourage you to publish a 0, whatever your new draft is, publish a 0 by the draft deadline for Shenzhen, which is probably 3 weeks away or something.
don't know. But yes, probably. Okay, so
Should I start with an operational considerations draft, and then that can be a place that we outline potential attacks, and then we can derive from that changes to transport if needed?
So I would suggest that anytime you identify a change we need to transport draft, to just drop a PR for it. So like if the error code thing is an immediate win, let's land that. And and probably thinking about it in the internet draft may feed into PRs for the transport draft, or it might not if it's not our model, but that's fine. But so I feel like we're converging on, let's get out of the GDoc for IPR reasons. Write an internet draft that's got everything, and we just export into the transport draft as needed. And hopefully you're able to drive this discussion with our support quickly enough that we don't slow Alan down.
What's the scope of the new draft? It's just DDoS, it's just security considerations.
Something like that.
It's not general implementers considerations.
If I could
It's not
suggest,
client or considerations, even it's specifically relay protection.
It is operational considerations, security considerations for operators. Not thinking-
Operators?
Do we have any like charter issues with that? Like, does that end up punting over to MOPS or something if it gets too far afield from?
I don't think so, but I'll take a quick look.
Okay.
I have to believe that the security implications of what we do has to be in scope.
I think there's more, per Mo's comment, there's more general operational that probably should go to MOPS, but the security stuff is very particular to the transport, and it should be.
so I'd encourage us, given a short timeline, to focus our energy right now on the DOS issue. Because I think that's the one that's going to cause, and not try and cover all of security, because I think all of our security is a little bit stronger. DOS is the weakest point in it.
Yep.
Let's focus on that.
So
Draft deadline is March 1st.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so by March 1st, let's do a 0-0 that basically discuss the threat model.
Yep.
And as you see PRs that affect the transport, just drop them or get somebody to drop them.
Yep.
And just keep thinking and enhancing that document. And that'll be that's what our collective wisdom about DOS will be. And feel free to be vicious about scope and keep it on the DOS unless there's something that else that you feel really needs to be addressed immediately. And it will follow after, and this document will follow after MOQ.
Yep.
Okay. Does anyone else have any comments about our path forward? All right, lovely. Thank you, Mike. Next up is Will talk about advertising. He has 45 minutes. Will, if you finish fast, we can make a coffee run.
I will
pressure.
attempt to do that.
You get the coffee run first, he'll finish fast.
Coffee will be inserted into the mock stream if we're lucky.
That's actually a very germane point. So, okay, let me just start with this. The eagle-eyed amongst you will note that this is almost a repeat of what we presented at the end of IETF 124. So we were allocated 15 minutes at that time. We got given 3 minutes at the end. So the chairs very kindly said, let's represent this so we actually give it some thought because it was just rushed. So
Sorry about that.
Nope. I appreciate the chance to actually do it again. Secondly, a non-goal of this section is to design an advertising solution or to have everybody understand how advertising works in OTT. The goal of this is to acknowledge that advertising is a key requirement of a media delivery use case, and media delivery is a key use case for media over quick transport, which is itself agnostic. So what we want to examine is there anything we need in the protocol, the core protocol, to enable advertising to work successfully? Gwendol has a nice deck for how we can do advertising that is relevant to the streaming format, which is MSF. But this talk is not about that. And if we want to, we can look at Gwendol's specific implementation. Let me just, how do I go down? Right. I'm not getting full screen on this, so I can't get I want to get a cursor. Go away. Sorry.
Are you going to be here Wednesday and Thursday? Wednesday and Thursday.
Where is my slide? Wait, it's here. Okay.
Do you have a mouse?
Yeah, I did see your pointer.
No, I'm just
also
trying
remote.
I wanted to get a laser pointer, but it's not giving me the prompt menu to get it. So let me go. You can't, you can sort of see my mouse. So
Yes.
what I want to do is go over the primary ways in which advertising is done, and we can look at them and see what are the requirements in MOQ. This appears complicated at first, but it's not. We've got 3 actors. We've got some sort of original publisher who's producing audio and video content. We got 1 or more relay servers that are here, and we got a client that is over on the right-hand side. What this client is going to do under client-side ad insertion, it's going to make a request. It's going to get 2 things. It's going to get a catalog of some kind to play the content. It's also going to be told to go out to a decisioning server, which I'm showing is HTTP. We could make this a MOQ one, but to be compliant with what's there today, you make a request. The client is given some sort of ID here. It makes a custom request to the decisioning server. It gets a response. VAST is one of the standards that tells the client what ad it needs to play at what time. And this response is customized for this client based upon its ID. So the client then consumes video and audio, subscribes to them or fetches them, as it's doing. And the client then is responsible for inserting video and audio. And I'm showing it fetching these ads from a MOQ publisher for ads, right? So we can easily update VAST to point at a MOQ resource, and it can fetch the content, and the client is responsible for presenting it. And it can do it in 2 ways. It can have a single decoding surface where it multiplexes, it shows the primary content plus an ad, or it can have dual decoding surface where it just instantiates a second decoder above the primary content and it renders the ad. And that also allows, there's a whole new branch of advertising now, which is non-linear replacement, which is where you get an L-shaped banner or you get ads appearing over the content. The content continues playing. This is where advertising is going. It's higher CPMs and happier customers. And it's afforded by a dual decoding surface. Yeah, Mark.
You're saying that the fetch is usually used for the ads? Is there also a version of live ads where you would subscribe, not fetch?
I don't see that as a use case, no.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine it? Yes, but ad inventory today is all VOD. And yeah.
It's mandatory that you just pass ads through the single relay server? Would it be like another relay server for the ads?
Yeah, when I say relay server, I said it could be a CDN worth of relay servers there, right? That's not one server. And it doesn't have to come from that relay server either. It's,
Different CDN.
yeah, completely different. And it probably would be a different CDN, different namespace.
Yeah.
Different. And we have examples of all of that addressing, right? Again, in a separate deck.
Luke's hand is up.
Yeah, sorry, someone can.
I was going to say as well, the ad doesn't need to be through MOQ either. It could just be over HTTP. Like Vast
could
will
be.
give you a link to an MP4 file or something, and you could just play it with client-side ads.
It could. That's true. Cullen?
So this is just clarification and education. So when you're done playing the ad so this is on a full replacement, not an overlay one example I'm asking. Okay.
Oh, on full replacement?
On full
Yeah.
replacement. So on those ones, do you need does the ad need to end with the beginning of an iframe in the original?
The ad doesn't have to end with an iframe. The playback point does.
green frame.
Yes, yeah. So, and typically you condition your content for ad insertion. So you know ahead where you want to put it, and you will insert an iframe in your primary content, both at the exit point, but more importantly at the return point, because you have to begin decoding it at an iframe.
So I was just thinking that we always say that like the stuff that we have to request a new group is only used for video conferencing. But if you see the video world moving to much more flexible GOP sequences and iframes where there's video transitions, you can imagine that you might even want to use it in that world as well.
You could, except the OTT world, which doesn't have the capability of new group generation and probably dreams that they did, they have developed workflows such that they will condition it. So we should certainly at first leverage that. So we can expect the original publisher is also talking, and they will insert a keyframe where they want the audience to come back.
Makes sense.
And by keyframe, they will insert a group, right?
Yeah.
So we'll have groups that have different lengths.
Okay, well, what's the beaconing pathway on this? Would you anticipate?
So one is today you just beacon HTTP out through third party. What I really want for mock clients is we use the delivery network to beacon back, because it's a huge collection service and it's a differentiator with segmented media. So I'm not showing any beaconing, but the VAST will of course give you quartile based reports that you should make. Those could be HTTP today, but they could be mock publish in the future. So it could say, hey, publish back. And here's a token that I give you so that we can trust what you publish. And an ad monitoring service can then subscribe to all these players and get their beaconing information directly. So this is client-side insertion. Oh, sorry. I can't see that. It's hard to see. Christian, go ahead.
Mention real quick that for Twitch, we actually have the relay server also do beaconing, so the clients couldn't cheat. But that's like an advanced thing, and you need special relationships with advertisers for that.
Yes.
Yeah, my question was really about beaconing. I put that in the web chat. I mean, if you have an advertisement system, at some point you need to have accounting of the advertisement, who saw what, when, etc. And I get that's what you call beaconing, but I wonder whether that should be part of the diagram so we understand the architecture.
Sure, I can add it to this diagram. It is definitely part of the architecture. Reporting of ads from the client is an important precept today for advertising. And I can add it to this diagram. And I would like us to make it mock-based and not HTTP-based. So, okay, moving on. The other option is pure server-side ad insertion. So how is this different? In this case, our client is passive. Our client has an ID, perhaps, but other than that, the client's not doing any work. It's subscribing to video and audio. And here I'm calling this an application relay server, because like Luke just suggested, it's going to do some more smart stuff. So it's going to talk to a ad decisioning system, and this decision say, hey, for this end user 1, 2, 3, 4, I want you to insert ads at these points. They could be SCUDdy boundaries. There's a whole standard for how to communicate this information. And what the relay will then do is subscribe to these ads, which I show is coming from another publisher here. And it will do the work of multiplexing them, right? So the client just sits back and it gets a constant stream of primary content, add, primary content, add. And this can be encrypted. So this is server side. It's an implementation of server side, but it makes for very simple clients, but you're basically shifting the decisioning and the work down to the server of some kind. And again, I'm not showing beaconing, but beaconing would also apply. Even in this case, the client is required to do some sort of reporting to indicate that, yes, it did actually receive the ads, was shown as the pink content here. Christian, for Q?
Well, another question is the ad broadcast, or is it specific to the client?
Well, typically ads are in cohorts, right? So if you have 1 million people viewing, you're not going to have 1 million custom ads. You might have a pool of 20 ads that you want to place, and you will basically place each end user into the bucket of which ad you want to give it. And then they will get that ad for that user.
So Will, the reason I ask those questions is that basically they are all part of the how much feedback do we get from clients to publishers. It has huge issue in security, privacy, and that kind of stuff. So I think it would be better to delineate them very clearly.
Feedback?
Yes.
Sorry.
Well, I mean, if you are going to do
Sorry, guys. I think the mics pick you up when you whisper.
Oh.
Yes, it does. So
yeah. Christian,
okay.
Carry on.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that basically there's all this problem of advertisement. Advertisement by themselves are not very controversial, but the feedback of the advertisement, which is probably necessary to run the system and do things like tailor advertisement to consumers or cohort of consumers, as you said, has all kinds of potential issues. So it's better to have it delineated, not something that you will leave for further study or something, because that's kind of the key privacy and security problem.
Okay. I agree with you. An advantage for MOQ for ads is with HTTP, we just have this client that's out there beaconing to a third party. With MOQ, we have a trusted connection that's perhaps instantiated with a token. And now we know who is talking to us, and we can use that back channel. We can use the bidirectional nature of MOQ to collect information, which is an improvement over the HTTP world, where our client is inherently untrusted and we have no persistent relationship with that client. Luke was next in queue.
Yeah, just to help with Christian's point, the application relay server talks to VAST. So it's making the VAST request on behalf of every viewer, and then does the beaconing as well. So it'd just be nice to see on the diagram if VAST was in here too.
Okay, I can add that. Who is next?
I was here.
Oh, sorry, I'm not looking back. Someone else can call.
Don't have maybe share view on this.
Okay.
It was just a quick remark that the same architecture can work for blackout management, which is also a significant use case for the system. So here the information would be SCTI 35 and SCTI 224 to explain how to black out in some areas and not some others.
Just a quick question on blackout. Are you talking about blackout regional or blackout?
Yeah, regional.
Regional, not certain subscribers or something like tiered subscribers.
You can, I mean, you have the flexibility of the blackout, but this is a key use case for the broadcast in US.
Which would mean the end subscriber, you need to know the location of the end subscriber.
Correct.
Okay. Who's next? Ali?
So maybe it is important to note that the server-side insertion has been more successful in terms of avoiding the clients to skip the ads. That has been a problem since day one for Dash for client-side insertion. So that's why most traditional companies are still doing server-side insertion, so that the ad subscriber or the client, they don't really know when to skip ads. So that's
question about names. I'm thinking more for MOQ, but in the old way, in the HTTP world, what are the names of these resources? Is the composed ad and media track, is that is that requested as the real resource, or is it requested as a, composed resource already?
It's requested, so say in HLS, the client will request a master playlist. And that master playlist will return a list of media playlists. Those media playlists are customized to insert the ads. And I'm not talking interstitial advertising, I'm talking playlist-based marketing. So yes, it basically gets a list of discontinuities, and inside that it's primary ad.
So the names of the resources are different than what the original publisher's names of the.
Yes, I'm just showing them. I'm using MOQ terminology here because, again, and remind us, we're not trying to design advertising for MOQ. We're trying to decide, are there features in the core transport that we need?
But just to build on Mo's point, like, we can't break the uniqueness property. So
That's what I was thinking of.
yeah, so like, if I'm getting different ads than Mike, we darn well better have subscribed with different track names in this case.
Yes.
So either it needs to be, like you said, if it's cohort based, so I subscribe to like whatever Super Bowl / cohort 1, and that's okay because it has all the same set of ads, or I subscribe with some unique ID that is unique to me or in some way, and then I'm bucketed inside the application relay server.
You would subscribe to 1, 2, 3, 4, and anyone else subscribing to 1, 2, 3, 4 would get the same binary
Set of
output,
ads.
right?
Yeah.
And Mike might subscribe to 4, 5, 6, and it might be comprised of the same primary content with different ads inserted.
I see. So the
But you
catalogs
can cache the ads. Like this stuff is cacheable, right? These ads are common, but you're constructing output streams, customized output streams.
It's a little sad that you end up in that case. Well, unless your application relay server is maybe it's smart enough to cache the green and the pink separately.
Absolutely, it's
okay.
cache green and pink separately, and all it's doing is pulling out a cache and building these outputs. Right?
But you don't need to have a different track name. You can have extension parameters to your subscription that indicate.
His point is you should have a.
The doc says you're not allowed to change track content based on parameters. It has to be in the name or namespace.
Yeah, which I think we can, but let's not design how we do it.
I just wanted to make sure that constraint was clear.
This one is actually where we want to go for advertising. It's called server guided. So what's going to happen is the client's going to, where's the client? The client up here is going to do some work now, but it's going to be guided as to where and how to do that work. So we have an original publisher that's sending a catalog, and in it has got audio and video content. And it's also going to say, here's your ad insertion track that's going to tell you when to insert stuff. So the client will take its custom ID and it'll subscribe to this ad insertion track, which I'm sure is coming from a decisioning system. This decisioning system is taking vast and scuddy inputs, and it's going to return custom data for this end user. It's going to say insert ad at this time, and by the way, here's where you beacon, here's your click targets, etc. There's a whole lot of other information. If I put it all in this diagram, it'll get too confusing. So this custom ad comes back to the client, and what the client does now, it says, okay, I'm playing along and I follow the instructions. At this time, I'm going to fetch a VOD ad here, and I'm going to show it to my user. And if there's beaconing, I'm going to make the beacon. So it's a little different, and it's cooperation between the server and the client side. But this is what is also known as interstitial advertising. And this is really what we want to be compatible with for MOQ transport, because these ads are what Dash and HLS systems can both feed on. They're just VOD assets, and we want to make sure we can leverage that ad inventory and anything that we do with MOQ. And then
this one is one with naturally fits the MOQ design, right?
Sorry, I couldn't hear Suha.
This one naturally fits the MOQ design.
Yeah, well, they all do, actually. I think MOQ's very flexible. We have a good protocol, and we can do this, but I think this is the more future-proof one that we want to. And if we don't want to do server-side or client-side, we should at least do server-guided.
So just I uploaded the slides for this meeting, which show how we can transport SCTI onto this ad insertion track 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
So it's an event timeline track, which indicates, which instructs the end users on how to, which ad to fetch. So you can see the slide if you want to.
I'm not.
Mo's next.
To understand the difference between this and the first one, is the only difference that instead of the end subscriber directly talking VAST through HTTP, it's now using a MOQ talk to the to the ad.
Yes, there's the server is guiding you on where to place the ads. It's giving you instructions, right? And it's the one.
Before it was already doing that anyway, but you were just doing it directly with an HTTP connection to it. Now you're just doing a MOQ connection to it, right?
No, the other one could have been MOQ. That other one was actually see this vast response here. This was going to the client originally.
Yes.
Now it's going to a publisher that's giving you a decisioning track that you're being given.
It's
So-
the same.
Yeah, it's similar.
Okay.
In this, how do you distinguish between a national ad and a local ad? Or should there be a distinction between the two?
I don't think from the delivery point of view we need to know that. You will just be given this decisioning system will decide if it's going to give this user a national or a local ad, and then it'll make appropriate instructions here as to what to insert.
Because the old way they approach is the national ad would be in the main feed, and then you just overlay.
Yeah.
And sometimes the overlay, you may have it, you may not, depending on who you are.
Exactly.
So in this case, it's all broken up individual.
Ideally, it's broken up, but it could be that you get the national ad. If for some reason your regional ad can't be retrieved or there's nothing, you will just see the national ad.
Well, this maybe kind of builds on that, because I was going to ask, what does the original publisher do during the ad breaks? So is it just not just stop publishing objects for 30 seconds?
It's pushing data all the time.
So is it like, I don't know, the Olympics broadcast will just show you a screen that is like advertiser content in progress.
You see that, yeah, and ideally you want to avoid that. That's nobody likes that. Publishers don't, viewers don't.
Certainly advertisers don't.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess to that point, it's if as long as the overlay works, you won't see that. But if for some reason it breaks down, there is always objects being pushed
So
during that break.
The challenge with
The elephants or.
Yeah. The challenge with HTTP is your player's got to sit there and constantly pull the live stream even though it's showing ads. And there's all sorts of workaround. Either it stops doing it and then it's got to start doing that just before your ad break, but then you don't know when that's coming. So there's complexity. With MOQ, the beautiful thing is the end subscriber can subscribe to the audio and video, but then it could just do a subscribe update forward equals 0 and stop getting the actual bits and then very quickly turn them on again, which is something an HTTP player dreams it could do.
So I just comment on that. And obviously the priority of ads is always higher. So it really, the whole priority scheme works for you in your favor
Yes.
for this too.
Yeah.
Just to mention, we have a demo working on this one.
Yes.
Based on mocktail, and I can show it.
We can actually show ads working in MOQ, which might be cool, like for a break.
Yeah.
Is that demo, quick question, is the demo based on the server guided?
On this
Yeah.
one, yeah.
Yeah.
With the SCTI
It's based
certified
on-
markers.
It's based on this.
It's not live anymore.
Okay.
It'll be coming.
I want to go to another version of server-side ad insertion, which I've called it Luke sequence, and Luke's on the call, so you can describe it to see if I'm doing it wrong. But this is to protect against clients skipping ads, right? The difference here is that your original publisher breaks up, instead of having one live stream, it gives a live stream for like 5 minutes, when I'm calling it content video 1. Okay. And then what happens is there's a sequencing system that says, hey, Mr. Client, I want you to subscribe to this live stream. And then after that, you need to go fetch an ad and play it. And only after that am I going to tell you what the name is of the next segment. So it just releases this information incrementally. So the client is forced to render the first piece of content and play the ad. And then it's given the address of the second piece of content and play the ad. So Luke has his hand up. I'm probably describing it badly, but go ahead, Luke.
Yeah, so a few subtle tweaks. The main idea here is that you had an ad server that basically tells the client which track to download next and give it a token to actually download it, and that doesn't have to be through the relay. So the original, you'd kind of have like a VAST equivalent or something that would just tell the user that you're allowed to watch the content or you have to watch this next. It's kind of like server guided. The idea here is that the application relay server would just be a generic mock relay. It would know nothing about ads. And you just individually tell users like, okay, it's your time to subscribe to track 1 or now subscribe to ad 1. And you just do that at like ad break intervals. So it's a little different than this diagram. I want very little to go through the CDN. I want basically the CDN to be really dumb and doesn't even have to serve. It doesn't know anything about ads.
Okay, so in Luke's preferred world, this would come straight to the client, and it might be HTTP based, or it might be outside, but it's not necessarily coming.
And it wouldn't necessarily be the original publisher either. Like, you know, for Twitch, for example, it wouldn't be the Twitch broadcaster telling you which ad to watch. It would be a Twitch server saying like, hey, start playing an ad now just to the player.
Yeah, which we're showing here. This is not the same publisher as the one producing the content. Okay, we have hands in the room. Cullen first, followed by Ali.
This is just a question about so is the goal of this to try and reduce the odds of a bad player choosing not to play the ads?
Smart players.
Yes. What?
Depends which side of the ad
Yeah.
pitch.
Yeah, so
Okay, whatever. Yeah,
It's
a player.
security feature.
But I mean, like, it just seems to me that this doesn't, like, yes, they have to fetch the token, but it doesn't seem to necessarily really slow down a bad player in any way whatsoever. I guess that's my question is, does this actually help?
Yeah, the idea is that the content video would end at an interstitial. So you'd have like a track for the first, I don't know, 10 minutes of the broadcast. It would end and the player would basically have to say, okay, what's next? And it either gets a link to get the next 10 minutes or it would get a link to get an ad and then the next 10 minutes. If that makes sense. So the tracks would change at ad breaks. And the idea is if there's ad block, they just don't have a choice. They can't get the real content if they wanted it because the ad server is the one trickling out tokens for them to subscribe to.
Every time you force a client to revalidate and reauth, it's a chance to block a pirate, right?
Exactly.
The worst thing is give it access to a live stream that runs for 4 hours.
Okay,
So forcing constant revalidation in order to get more content.
Which you could easily do in the previous one as well.
You could do it in other schemes, yes.
Okay, I get my head around. Thanks.
Okay, and then Suhas.
So aren't we creating some sort of dependency, like for the live stream? Like, I mean, if that guy, the blue original publisher goes away, I don't know what to do next, right?
You don't know what to do.
And secondly, this was discussed more than a decade ago in Impact Dash to avoid clients skipping ads. And obviously people said, okay, we are going to give the MPD so far, and then the client had to do a PD refresh or a PD update to continue the discussion, right? Yeah. But eventually everybody decided that this wouldn't really solve the problem anyway. So it's I think we shouldn't really pursue this approach.
So how's just a clarification question? So for this to work, we need to have this catalog track basically tells at what point you need to go and ask whole for the right track.
It's not a catalog track, it's an external, I'm showing it as the blue content publisher here, but yeah, you need something.
It's kind of like a playlist
to the client. Yeah, it's just, here's what you play next. Okay, there was a question.
I guess to follow up on Colin's point, I mean, I think the scheme makes the user wait, but there's nothing you do to force the user to watch, right? Like, I mean, or even just play the video.
They don't.
So,
yeah.
I mean, unless you control the app, you just can't really solve that. And Christian's hand is up.
Yeah. Okay, Christian.
Well, you can never force a client to watch. I mean, they can always stop and go to the kitchen or something.
That is true.
Where's my coffee?
Okay.
Okay.
Show another.
Guys, I want to move on because we're not trying to design how advertising works. We're trying to see if MOQ. So I've tried to summarize.
I understand, but my point is not that. My point is what we are debating here is whether the relay system shall be ad aware or not. And I think that's a really key point. And the relay system shall be ad aware if the relay are doing the mixing of the ad implicitly by messing up with the content, or if the relays are the ones that are collecting the feedback or the beaconing or whatever. And personally, I would very much like that the relay doesn't have to mess with the ads. And I would very like, I mean, Luke's design may or may not be the right one, but the idea that the relays shall not be ad aware is a very important one.
Yeah, so
you're going to get to my final slide where I'm going to talk about this, right? So, and a question I would pose to the audience now before we get there is, should it be ad aware or should there be a generic capability to modify content that's passing through it that an advertising system could use to sequence ads, but that other systems could use for other purposes? And we're going to get to that very soon, but Mo had his hands up.
Question about fetch. Does any of this affect later fetches for the original content? Is a fetch prohibited on the original content at the ad times or I can go back and fetch.
They're decoupled. You can go to do what you like while you're playing an ad.
Okay. So that's only if you know the original name. If you knew the composed name, does that reserve the ad?
Well, that's a whole ad question. If you scrub back in time, do you get fresh ads? Do you replay the same ads? There's a whole system set up to deal with that.
Easy answer.
Yeah. There was a question here.
Their hand went up out there.
Okay, whose hand?
Oh, I was just going to say +1 to Mo. That's number one issue with server-side ad insertion is DVR. If you seek back, do you get the same content?
So here's what new features we need to support in MOQ. So I would posit that for client side, we have all the features we need inside the core transport. For server guided, we have all the features we need. For server side, we need the notion of that, what I call an application relay. And I'm not saying it's ad aware. I don't think it should ever understand that it's a media ad. We should keep our agnostic precept to the end. But should we add the capability to substitute group N of a track with another group N of another track? And I give an example API, like I call it substitute, from this track to this track with some type of filter and some type of token. This capability would allow us to do the server-side ad insertion. It would also allow us to do A/B watermarking. It would also allow us to do regional blackouts. And in non-media applications, it could allow us to do a lot of other useful things. So I'm talking about a generic capability of a server to get in two tracks and substitute content between them. And this is not a client rule. This is a rule that an application sitting on top of a relay could reliably know that this API exists. It's not a notion we've had to date with our relay design. And a lot of hands came up. I don't know who was first.
Wendell, Mo, Luke, Suhas.
All right. Okay.
So so yeah, I support this typically for A/B watermarking. Though we have to indicate which downstream subscribers will be affected by this. So I don't know if you want to put this into the filter, or I mean, if you want to have the cohort mechanisms downstream, you need to indicate that cohort will have for only one established.
I would assume it's per subscription. A subscription is a namespace and a name, and for this namespace and name, you would actually source. So I'm asking for mixed. My name would be mixed content, and the relay wouldn't have the information that I grab track A, track B, and I create the sequence that is called mixed content.
Yeah, but for the publisher has only one subscription, and the relay then fan out. So you need to indicate which subset of downstream subscribers will be affected by this, and which subset should be affected.
This is
by that.
not a complete API surface at all.
Yeah.
It's just super high level to say there'll be a bunch of parameters.
So, Chair, interrupt. You have SCTE slides as well. Are those supposed to?
No, this is last slide.
So, are you not presenting that in that time slot?
We don't have enough time, but I did want to advertise that we have for the design of how advertising can work server guided with MOQ. We have working versions and a design.
Okay, so we have 13 minutes.
Yeah.
So try to keep it to 2 minutes, guys. Mo.
I'm much faster. I'm most worried about what Alan said earlier, the uniqueness of mock objects, because I think that's the only thing that mock actually helps over HTTP is the fan out, because of the fact that you can distribute the same thing to everybody. If you start having a composition server, I would insist that even if it's a generic composition, not an ad specific thing, a generic composition server or generic composition relay, I think we should insist that that's a new track, a composed track. If it has metadata about these are the constituents, like, RTP, we have CSRCs, right? This new SSRC has these contributing sources in it, but it's a new thing.
I agree 100%.
Yes,
2 thumbs up.
That composed thing, it's, it goes back and fetches the
proposal here is deterministic composition. So I take track A and B, I combine them in a certain way, and I get C, and that's it. Always happens.
C mentioned. Now that you say C,
I don't.
I'm okay.
So they don't have the same name, and they have every time I ask for C, I get combination of A.
Luke.
Sure. So my recommendation is put this substitute command on the client side. Again, just have an API server that tells the client to do this, rather than telling the relay, just because it's a huge state problem, like knowing every viewer everywhere in the world what relay they're connected to. And you have to substitute the catalog track, timeline track, like ABR sounds like a nightmare with this. So yeah, I think that would be my recommendation, is see if we could bump this up a level. Like, does every relay need to support the substitute capability, or can we just tell the client to download subscribe to a different track?
So two answers for you. Firstly, if we don't trust the client, say A/B watermarking, we can't trust the client to do its own watermarking. We need to do it on a trusted agent, which is the server. So I agree, not all use cases require it. You can get exactly the same behavior by asking the client to do this, but there are certain use cases where we don't trust the client, such as some types of advertising and watermarking and blackout replacement, where we do want the capability to do it on the server side.
Yeah. But I'll add that the old auth token will expire if they don't follow the substitute command.
Okay, who's
I think if we can get done with 1 and 2, I'll be very happy. On the 3, like at least we have 2 implementations today. On conferencing side, one is for active speaker switching, where an application relay sources a new track that says these are my top 3 speakers. So the subscribers who are subscribing, they would not know it's from Alice or Bob or Carl, but they'll get speaker 1, speaker 2, speaker 3. That's the composition thing that Mo was talking about. Another use case that we use is in webinar kind of distribution, where we have a compositor that basically gets like 5 panelists who are talking and creates one composite, a view of that, and that's what the client subscribe to. Yeah. That way, the properties of MOQ works. If we can make do with that, again, this total application logic, can we make it generic so that it applies to not just our use cases, but also the substitute kind of use case? Or we should think about it, but as long as we do not cross the property of uniqueness. Yeah.
Victor?
I don't think application relay is a good term, because relays forward objects and they don't care about contents. So call it something than relay, and nobody benefits from building boxes that modifies the payload of not tracked or do whatever. Just like, that's not what relay is. It's not what we define it as. Regarding the second capability, this to me feels like the fact that if you think that you have a concern that players can play a chunk of videos you don't want to see, that sounds to me like an off issue. Like, this is something you probably should change with off mechanism instead of like a really weird global state. Because like, if you're adding this really weird global state, you might as well like run your application servers as not really, because this is clearly you're doing some custom logic, and that's not it. Okay. But like, even a generic relay, if you renew off token every minute, and like, then you know that you're gonna play an ad, and if you add in that ad at like this range of groups, they'll go, this is where the ad goes. That is entirely plausible, and this way you solve the state problem, because the off server is what bridges the state between the relay network, which is agnostic, and the application logic, which knows who's allowed to see what.
Okay, just 2 quick comments. So the name is totally bike sheddable. No one cares. And I'm not looking to create a new relay. What the proposal here is, we create a generic capability within our normal concept of a relay that has the capability to take inputs and present them as another output. And your case that we can all be solved with ORF, I guess in one extreme is true. The other one is, say for A/B watermarking, we still want to do everything we can to make it harder for the bad guys, so they can steal a token, but now they actually have to do more content.
Alan? So, I mean, I think this idea of what you're describing as an application relay is going to exist in the world. Like, there's going to be things that are like mostly mock relays, but then there's like sweet configuration you do on them to do all kinds of cool stuff, like take these 2 tracks and someone subscribes to this name and there's rules. I don't think right now is the time to be building that into our wire format and like adding a verb that's part of our API surface. I'd rather get experience with this kind of the more traditional path, which is like the protocol is relatively simple. You know, there's going to be a few full-featured relays in the world that have cool things like this. I don't know, like if you look at HTTP, like rewriting rules, every proxy has them. It's not really part of this protocol though. And like, if we get enough experience with it, and it's like, okay, now what's really holding us up is there's not a standard way to communicate it or configure it, then we look at merging this into MOQ as an extension or as a...
That's exactly where I'm going. I think we can obviously build our own custom ones, but at the end of the day, Cloudflare will do one way to do this, Akamai will do another. CDN will have a different way, and you as an implementer who want to get reliable advertising has to go to 12 different relays and figure out, can they do this? How do they do this? I'm just talking about saying early on, it's a generic enough capability that it should be a feature
I
of.
just don't know that it needs to be a feature in the wire format right now of the, or a verb in the protocol. Like you can go standardize that between relay vendors about how you want to like have common configuration rules.
Right.
And like we support this configuration standard and this set of things. Like, yeah, you can do different things with rewriting rules and different HTTP proxies probably too. I don't spend a lot of time.
If you read our 100-page draft, it's more than wire transport.
Well, I know.
And we have crossed that boundary already, right? So we tell relays how to behave. And they're different, right?
I'm also like, I don't like feel that February 2026 is when we want to start like adding new verbs like to V1. So like, even if this is like the sweetest thing and everyone thinks we should do it, we should be targeting extension first or V2 first with this concept rather than V1. Because I think you can like 1 and 2 don't require any changes, and 3 you can do with configuration, and maybe it's a little bit hard for customers, but like, do we want to slow down MOQ V1 so that to solve that problem? We won't have any customers without V1.
I'm closing the queue unless somebody really.
Okay.
All right, Colin.
Okay, I have one question.
Back in.
I know, queue closed.
I have one question and then sort of a comment on it. So can you just say a little bit about the requirements of A/B watermarking?
Yes. So the idea is that a client asks for a track called Super Bowl.
Yep.
And upstream of that, the relay will know I have to get Super Bowl _A and Super Bowl _B, and I have to combine the output of the groups in a particular sequence such that it's a permutation that is unique for that end user and represents a target that they can be tracked by when they play it back.
Okay.
And we really need to make sure MOQ can support this, because we're not going to get to do the Super Bowl if we don't.
Got it. Okay,
That
so
map to track you need.
I think the comment I sort of had is like, look, I think what Victor was saying of like, there are going to be media servers and they're going to do all kinds of things like this type of stuff. They're going to subscribe to some tracks. They might be like, I subscribe to a high res and I produce 5 different resolutions of stuff, or transcode or whatever. There's lots of reasons why we have application media servers. But I think I would be very, and I do think that we agreed from the beginning that advertising was one of the big things that we needed to get in V1, and ad insertion and all of that has always been a requirement. And it's one of the things that I've always identified, that and DOS, as some of the big remaining open topics. So MOQ's not going to be successful. It can't do ads. It's an ad is supported industry. But
So we can't do ads here.
Fair enough. Yeah. So what I'm proposing though, but I am feeling with Alan of like, oh my God, what changes do we actually need here? I feel like we should work through the details of this in a much longer session of what you're proposing, and also whiteboard, can we do that with almost no changes to the protocol today? Right? Because my gut feel is yes, but I suspect you've already been down that thought path and you're like, no, it doesn't work for these reasons. But we need an hour to have that discussion, or 2 hours, right?
That's what the slide is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Mike?
Yeah, I want to agree with Ellen that this feels very similar to like rewrite rules to me, that like this is a capability that we're going to have in one way or another, but I don't know that we need a new verb in MOQ to do it. I think
this is not a verb for MOQ, to be clear.
Okay.
This doesn't come from a client. This is like an application talking to the relay. It's a new class of verb, right? We don't have.
This doesn't get sent by the publisher or the subscriber.
No.
In that case, it doesn't belong. Then yes, go write a draft to standardize relay configs.
I have the reality is I got published and subscribed. I also got this application that's talking to my relay. And do we need to standardize that interface, of which this is the first proposal?
Okay, so the slide about new features in MOQ is, the title is misleading because there's nothing to do with MOQ.
Well, because MOQ incorporates relay behavior. It does, right?
All right.
So
not just a transport protocol.
So
yeah, sir.
Yeah, just to comment on, I guess, the advertiser's side, maybe simplicity is good, because even if this all gets implemented, they're going to be looking around for another path just to confirm all the information they're getting. So, I mean, that's why they were doing multiple beaconings on the same thing, was to create audit paths. Is that going to happen over here too?
I don't understand the question.
Anything that gets implemented this way, the advertisers are going to come along and say, what other way can I corroborate that set of information? And so they will already be asking to have what's an alternate path that I can audit this basically to make sure that.
Audit that this is happening. Okay, I agree with that. Yeah.
Wendell, you have 30 seconds.
Good. Just to say that for me, substitute is really for watermarking. It would be the number one use case before the ads. And if we see how it happened in Dash IF, for this, we had Dash, and then during 5 years later, we started the work on substitute and how to indicate this. So that would be kind of support for V2. I mean, we can survive without it for V1, and probably by mixing everything in the application every day, and then do it for V2.
So can I summarize? I was looking for feedback on this. I think there's enough consensus in the room that we don't do this for V1. There's input that we do need it to make these systems reliable based on experience with other formats. And it's something we can look at in V2.
So I'm a little confused on whether or not you need any transport changes or not.
We do not need a transport change.
Okay, so
V1. We do need a since MOQ transport incorporates relay behavior. For V2 of MOQ transport, we can look at doing this because we're going to go out and do this. And the question is, do we standardize it or not?
well, so all right. So as an individual, I think there's a pure Q's closed loop. There's a pure MOQ relay, and there's like you could do something fancy and like you could do all sorts of content stuff on top of that, which is not a MOQ relay. The MOQ draft scope is the MOQ relay. So if every relay needs to do this stuff, then we need to have the messages in the wire format relays to do that. If there's an application level thing happening, that could be in a different draft.
What we're saying is the reality, we can define a pure MOQ relay all we like. The reality is when we go out and build things that people can use commercially, they're going to have to do this. And we're going to all be inventing a different way of doing it. And it would be nice to standardize a clean way of doing it.
Agenda Bash, we have sessions about ABR and about ads and a lot these 2 days.
This is the session about ads.
Yeah, I know. Both of them are kind of the same thing. You want to be able to switch different tracks. I had a proposal that I put on the list this morning about how the track filter actually does switch between tracks. So we could consider having an offline meeting if you want more details about that. But I think the track filter could solve both the ABR and the ad problems if you want to be able to switch tracks at a relay, which is what not under client control, the relay has the control to switch them. That's a feature that could happen if we land the fucking filters.
Okay, so just in
the technical term.
Okay, just in terms of action items, I think there can be a consensus. There's no PR to MOQ draft 1 version 1 about any of this, but it.
I don't think we have consensus on that. I don't think we have any idea what this is. That's the problem. So I mean, it's not like we have consensus to land something, but I don't think we have consensus to not land something either.
Wait a minute, but Will's explicitly saying he's not.
I was trying to make a statement.
So Colin disagrees. That's a fair point. I want to move on. So Will, it sounds like you have interest and other people are interested in standardizing something in this space so it's not complete Wild West. That's great. I would suggest you write an internet draft. I think advertising is in scope in the charter. I haven't checked.
It is actually.
Okay, great. So we can choose to adopt it if people like it. We don't have to decide today whether or not there's a MOQ TPR.
I don't want to slow down V1.
Yeah. Okay.
So I don't want to write this because it's a distraction until we've deployed V1. We have implementation experience and we can come back and propose a standard way to do it.
You're welcome to do that. Does anyone have any heartburn about this approach?
I have a minute taker question in a second when you're ready to push this.
Ollie, do you have an issue?
I know.
Okay, go ahead, Colin.
Okay, so for minutes, we had actions out of the section. Update that architecture session with beaconing to explain how that is. Like somehow bring back to the group the architecture you're proposing with beaconing and support for blackout. And there seemed to be strong agreement we've done or should do server guided ad insertion. Is that reasonable conclusions that I should write down as coming out of this?
Does anyone have a problem with that?
I think that's what I heard. Okay.
So,
Okay. Anything else I need to record in the minutes for this?
I couldn't. What's your question?
Would there be a separate draft for insertion or?
At some point.
MSF. So the streaming format will explicitly detail how to do ads.
Yeah.
So Will,
not the core transport.
A ton of drafts not going to give you more work to do, but like, there's no reason not to drop an individual draft that has ideas if you don't have them in some other draft. So
I can. I've got 4 draws. So I'm
yeah, no. Like if you don't have the time, that's fine.
Um,
You're driving this process, but I don't want to discourage you from doing that because.
And I'm, yeah,
I can collaborate.
I can collaborate with someone.
Okay, excellent. All right, let's move on.
Okay.
All right, next up is Switch. I'm not sure who's presenting.
Do we break or do we?
No.
Toilet?
No time. Do we need a bio break?
Can we pass the bottle? I don't know.
I mean, do you
One of
seriously
those
need a bio
minutes.
break? Yes. Okay. All right. Then we'll stop for 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
So be back at 11. 11.
A lot of coffee happening. Yeah. But we have to go through security to the people.
That's correct. It's just out. It's out the door here on the other side of the.
Be right back.
Opportunity.
So your computer's charging too? I put that plug in.
What sometimes it's really just.
Well, it does. Yeah. It's probably because these 2 computers.
It's actually
140 watts.
yeah, but
You try. I'm charged up now. I'm good.
did you try to charge 2 computers? It's
Yes.
also-
Yeah. Supposedly it takes it. Okay, that should cool it down.
I just okay.
It's just outside of security, right?
On the other side of the desk. No, I'm sure. I don't think it is right. So, I'm sure it is. Yeah, I would. Great. I'm not going to get it that. Yeah, I know what you do. I think we should make it. I'm going to try to finish our publicly space, I think. You know, I have all this been my strategy to be so simplified down to. I don't know. No, I think I was trying to reflect is the.
I mean, I decided it's, often enough coffee, but.
So yes, I have a demo about the ad stuff. I can show it later today or tomorrow or something like this. Yes. It was 35 the slides alone.
I think we got ahead of ourselves there and I don't think people understood enough of what you're talking about or whatever. So we probably should at some point follow back up. And I mean, I don't think anybody's going to be like, yeah, we want clients to have to implement different things for different, depending on which CDN or relay or ad service they're using. That's ridiculous. Clearly, that's not workable.
Yeah.
And I think that with relays, we have a bunch of stuff that might need to unveil.
Just like what's going to happen, and then it worked out okay. They're planning on taking off of
where tokens do you use for this track and where do you find them and how are they set up? So make sure the namespaces don't fly. And there's a ton of operational stuff that I think we should be writing down somewhere.
No, I agree.
Was
I would
good.
like it.
And they're
under
like, oh,
the
it's
category of
into
composition,
Denver, and I was like,
right?
okay,
If we
cool.
put that as an umbrella,
And
we
then
have stuff coming in, and we
halfway
can.
they're like,
we
oh,
can-
yes,
Denver the entire time? or
It's a
you-
generic
or you went
capability.
back?
and
I
I
was
really
back.
like
Then you just.
a whole lot of
Yeah,
custom
yeah,
apps.
you still have
Not that bad. Like, I think looking at it that way is very.
So I will put I'll put a RFC together that just.
I don't-
I mean, this may
I
require.
agree, it will slow things down.
When the way with- you want
It's not gonna slow
Yeah.
things down, it will speed
Because
things
of
up, I guarantee
Florida
that.
or
Let me just
Denver?
guarantee it.
When, so my daughter lives here.
Otherwise, we'll have.
I walked from my daughter's place to here.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
But they'll be
I
good.
see. So
Yes,
I
and
was,
then
when
when
I
you wanna
was
ride
Mile High, I was driving
relays.
I see.
Can you share the?
Oh, you have power?
Yeah.
You want those?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Okay, so let's whiteboard it when we have some time and and Mike has some ideas as well.
Yeah, I could write up my ideas on track switching, or like stitching composition.
The track filter does it for you.
Yeah, I think
Or like track filter does it for you.
like the-
Select top one based on extension, blah. The ad server will change its extension to be higher or lower priority.
But how would you do a custom A/B watermarking using a filter?
right. That's
It's complicated.
Same way, an extension that says, it says I'm A or B. And the relay is in charge of picking.
Communication that's unique.
Yeah, but-
You have tracks clearly identified as A and B, but for that particular user, you have to compose them in a
You need application logic for that.
Composing or switching.
switching good group boundaries.
No problem. That's what the track filter does. Switching an arbitrary object boundary.
But Mo, it needs to be different for every user.
Yeah.
Yes, that's fine. But you have a cohort that says, which is the AB pattern, right?
But it's the A/B pattern's different for every user. How do we communicate the unique pattern for that user to the filter? Would be
And even if you you wouldn't want it client controlled anyway. It has to be server controlled.
well,
Exactly. But the track filter is requested by the client, but it's controlled by the relay.
I think you're missing it. There's one publisher that doesn't control the sequence. There's a million subscribers and they don't control the sequence. The thing in the middle is the only one that knows.
Who controls the sequence?
The application relay server.
Exactly, and that's the relay that is running the track
A/B
filter.
watermarking.
And the problem that's causing you guys confusion is the insertion of application relay. Remove the word relay from that.
It's fine. It's an application server.
But that's causing a lot of the confusion here is the use of relay for that.
That's what I'm saying, is it can actually be a relay that modulates the extensions for a track filter.
I'm not.
We're talking about the same thing.
Watermarking requires changing the video for each one of those. So it's got to create new tracks for each individual subscriber.
It's not changing the track. It's not changing pixels. It's switching objects.
AP watermarking is changing pixels for every subscriber uniquely.
Well, you're both right.
No,
You're right. You're right over the long term. You're right. It's not
different
changing the
jobs.
actual pixels within a frame, but it is compositing over time a different binary output. That is unique to that engine.
I see how we do this with filters.
But with a dash, we can, there was an indication of token given by the publisher, and token given by the subscriber, and the relay has an automatic
Different ways
algorithm for this,
do it in dash. Yes.
which is clean, I think. And that could work, but with
You just-
filter maybe,
Yeah.
but it's a very complicated filter.
Yeah.
But we can standardize it
If you prefer with two extensions.
with a two token. actually. So one
I think-
token.
I just, I see how to
As
do that.
long as you're not changing
Token is
payloads,
encrypted.
the track filter can give you any composition of whatever objects from whatever tracks in the entire namespace.
It is a composition of two tokens that you have to process. This is how it works this is one of the cleanest work for.
Let's whiteboard it at lunch and see if there's a common approach. Like filters sounds great. I'm a filter fan.
Do we start?
Well, I don't know if the remote people are.
You said 10 minutes. Isn't it 10?
We
Oh,
are.
it's been 8.
We got 2 more minutes. Mike, you asked how does A/B watermarking unique?
No, so I understand the like switching back and forth. What I was thinking was just really this feels like something, the back-to-back client server, client publisher of it's going to subscribe to certain streams, it's going to publish a new stream, and we already have this rule token. Finding how it sits on top.
Along with alias.
But we
Alias,
don't have
object,
those
alias,
rules.
object.
What
That
our
also-
relay definition today, it
for every
subscribes to things,
client
it can
that you
give out those things,
And
but it can't give out
that's the
something it
stitch.
didn't subscribe to.
But it could be an application running on top, running on the same machine as the relay.
It's acting as a local publisher.
Right.
Yes, it could.
And I think that's probably the
Runs on the relay.
architecture to look at.
It's requested by the client.
Conceptually,
Please filter my track.
however,
The actual filtering happens in the
conceptually, I
relay.
would treat it as an independent application, a track stitcher.
Each cohort, there will be a.
Like then we need a class of RFCs.
framework
Like,
again.
is there an interface with
bucket
which these
for
can
cohorts.
depend? I guess it's the MOQ interface.
Well, but yeah, and I guess I would propose
Sure, I agree.
the back end interface is what we need to spec. Is like, how do you configure this? Are there hooks? Like,
Configuration
like problem. Yeah, like, and that's totally separate from MOQ. Yeah. But yeah, like when somebody subscribes to the special track that needs to be composed,
what does that thing do? What does it call out to decide how to compose it? I think that's where we need to have kind of shared understanding so that there's compatibility.
And extensibility, because we'll want new features in the future and we don't want to go back. We want to be able to apply new stuff to old relays.
All right, let's begin.
Totally solve this.
Wendell, you have half an hour.
Half an hour?
Go.
Oh, okay. So switch is PR 1378.
Yeah.
But it's work common with some people around the table. So first I just want to give some fundamental notions, I would say, definitions. We have switch group, which is a set of tracks which have some common group boundaries. So group boundaries identified by the same ID and the group arriving approximately the same time. And navigation defines the possible switch options among tracks in a switch group. Meaning from a track 3, you can go to any other tracks in the switch in the switch group, or you can go only up and down or disaster. But I mean, so there are some options between them. So this is a kind of an alternate group or a variance group in the existing protocols. A trigger algorithm is something that says, well, we need to switch from one track to another. And today's, when we think about ABR, typically these algorithms is usually not simple. I mean, people like to think about this like, oh, my throughput is down, let's switch down. But in fact, it's much more than this. You have like throughput is down for more than X milliseconds. You have something which goes with QoS indicators like packet loss, lags, overall relay throughput, not related to one subscription. I just wanted to say that it's not easy. It's not like simple as an algorithm. And then you want to execute the switch when you know when it has been triggered. And in that case, what you want is to for the subscribers to have a smooth switch between track A to track B with no gaps, meaning that there is no time between the track A last group before transition to the track B first group at transition. And you try to avoid duplicated objects on the wire, and you want to have no concurrent subscriptions, because typically when you switch down, it's if you have concurrent subscriptions, you kind of increase the overall throughput, which is the opposite of what you want to do.
Can I add a point here?
Yeah, please.
That everyone thinks of switching as only being an ABR requirement. I'm switching because of throughput. But think of you're watching a Formula One race and you're switching the view of the car that you're watching. Yeah, okay.
I have a slide for this.
There's other reasons to switch.
This is the next slide. But so the what we define in 1378 switch is a subscriber triggered relay executed switch. Even if the name was at the beginning client side ABR, I want to make sure that we understand that in fact the client trigger say, hey, I want to switch now, and the relay execute the switch itself. So the subscriber knows the switch group via catalog, not in the scope. So the subscriber know which track it can go up, the navigation out of the scope as well. And in fact, the subscriber implements a trigger algorithm, which is very simple, which is switch ASAP and switch between two tracks that I guarantee you should be okay.
Okay. Can I ask a clarifying question? One of your algorithms on the previous slide was like not related, something the subscriber would never know, which is like the total aggregate throughput of the relay was too high and I needed to switch down. So that's not covered here. No. Okay.
So here the trigger algorithm is subscriber side and it's based on this stuff. So I explained this. So why do we need to have a subscriber trigger? So here it's the kind of list that Will had. So ABR is obviously a strong motivation, which is when network connection is unstable. So there is a vast literature on client-side trigger algorithms. Half of this literature has been written by Ali Bayan here, so we know about it. But this is we know that it is a complicated stuff, but we know how to do this. Major point is that client triggered ABR has proven great scalability because of the serverless deployment. And this is something which has been key for the success of HLS and Dash deployment. But there are, as mentioned by Will, Will, you can go there over the list. We can change camera in multi-view event like Formula One application. You can want to change audio subtitle settings, and you want to switch from one to another without gap as well. You can change the settings from stereo to something different. You can think about many applications that have switch motivation. You can also have VR headset based on head movements. In that case, you can change quality based on the 360 stuff. I don't know if there is any use case still in place, but okay. And you could also think about this to TV channel zapping, even if this is not, the mandatory of having no gaps is a little bit, is less stronger. But we need to have subscriber triggered algorithm, not only for ABR, but for all kind of use cases for this. Why we need to have relay executed switch and why we cannot do this completely based on subscriber mechanisms? Because the subscriber does not know the latest group of track A as the relay. So the subscriber is receiving a group which is maybe 33, but it doesn't know the lag it has compared to the relay. And especially in congestion time, you will have you receive data lower than the video bitrate, and so you accumulate lag or a gap between the current status at the relay side and what you actually have at the client side. I have to mention that it's a significant point that in the ABR, you usually have at the client side some buffer which absorbs part of the congestion, and so you don't immediately trigger a switch when you have a small lags. You can wait a bit because you say, hey, maybe I will recover in the next 2 seconds, and so sometimes you wait before triggering a switch, and with this lag, the time you need to do it, you are blind on what is the status of the relay. And so this is a very significant point. And you don't know if the relay has any upstream established connection for track B. And so you don't know the status as the relay related to track B. And so if you want to switch, and if you order something to switch at the track B, at the relay, you don't know how long it will take for this relay to get this group. You don't know what is the latest group at track B. At the relay, you don't know if it has something in the cache, or if you should fetch this past object, and you don't know what is the next common boundary group. And you want to switch ASAP, but you have no vision whatsoever on where is this common boundary group. And so this is a very strong limitation. And so what we documented before is that the current subscriber side APIs to execute switch have some weaknesses. It cannot prevent multiple concurrent subscriptions. So people told us, well, priority can help. And we showed in 1101 that in fact, no, you cannot, because it actually depends on where you are at the group, within the group to do this. And so you have no clue on which one you need to prioritize to finish track A and which one you need to prioritize to start track B. So it's very complicated. And it requires at least 3 messages if you don't do any priority tentative. If you do priority in more, you have more than that, which is for an atomic action, which is supposed to be a frequent one, right? I mean, the switch for ABR is something that will happen all the time. And you need to rely on guessing the future command boundary, which, as we say above, is not existing. Yeah, Colin.
Okay, so look, this is not an argument we shouldn't do switch, but I think some of the things you say there don't make sense to me. I mean, we have running demos where priority works to do this. So like that priorities don't help with this. Like I would say we have very strong evidence that's not true.
So I think simulcast, not switch.
We do have some evidence that it doesn't work in some use cases.
Okay, but I mean, so I think we could debate that, but I don't think it matters too much in the sense of like, maybe that's not the reason.
We've
just
tried
goes
to
right.
use priorities only, and we also have use cases where they don't work. So
Where it
maybe
doesn't work.
they're not the ones you have, but
Okay.
acknowledge that there are
No,
priorities.
so it would be interesting to understand that, not this second, just at some point it would be really useful to understand how you're using priorities and why they don't work for you.
So there
Okay,
is the
because they're
one
widely used in some other
We have
places.
slides.
there is the level
Okay.
one for this if you want.
But and like a bunch and things like, I think the only other thing I want to comment on is these the concurrent messages. I mean, right now, the way we're doing our messages, those are atomic effectively, the way they're sent in one control channel in one flight, right? But what we're talking about changing would cause them to be non-atomic. Like it's actually a fairly significant, like what we're talking about doing, putting things on separate streams is actually a fairly significant change with relate to this use case, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah.
I just wanted to point out that things get a bit more complicated if you do two switches back to back, and if it is not a single message, then all these 3 plus 3 more messages is going to complicate things significantly, and that's where there are a lot of edge cases. Yeah.
Luke?
And I was going to say the first bullet point, the subscriber does know when group order is descending because it gets a new stream for every group that's created, even if it's fallen behind. So this would be mostly for ascending. It doesn't know how far behind it is.
Correct.
Can I maybe just suggest that Gwen will get through the whole presentation with clarifying questions only, and then we can dive in.
Okay. So we have this switch API proposal in the PR, which just say, I mean, this is one single message. We try to make it like as simple as possible. So the all request ID is existing subscription. The new request ID is a new subscription ID. The new track is indicated with namespace or name. You can have optionally then a lot of different parameters, like, no problem. But the authorization and info, if there is no change, there is no need to do it, but you might need to have some new authorization info. The flag close after switch indicate if you want to do a forward equals 0 to the old subscription, or if you just want to cancel this subscription. And you have new parameters. So you don't, the relay is supposed to do the union of the old and new parameters, and if in conflict, new params apply. So something which gives the indication, it's providing information to the relay so that it can do the command boundary mechanisms.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
What if I have close after switch false, which means when I switch from A to B, A is still subscribed with forward 0.
Yeah.
Now I want to switch back, but I don't actually want a new. So the new subscription ID could actually be an already established subscription.
Yeah, you would know the state.
So then the track name is not needed in that case. Because it's already like, I'm saying like, let's say request ID 1 is A and 2 is B. So I switch from 1 to 2 and that subscribes to 2. Now I want to switch back from 2 to 1. I don't need to resubscribe, or anyway, that could just be a wire spelling thing, but like your intent is that is your intent always to create a new subscribe, or sometimes you can
toggle
it acts as a request update forward 1.
Correct. You can change this.
Okay.
To take into this into account. So the relay behavior is something that
is it clarifying mode?
Yes, clarifying. So you don't specify where when you do this, you mean instantly right now? You don't specify.
Next available
next command group boundaries.
After the relay receives it, whatever the next group boundary is after the relay receives this message.
Correct. I mean, we could improve this technically, but it's something which is prone to errors. So, I mean, we could maybe promise getting back in the past, typically.
But don't even go there. Like, we just want the switch. We can have all sorts of exotic combinations that we then define ways to signal that.
What's the question?
Yeah.
So the relay behavior. So the one point is that the relay is not supposed to forward this. Okay, it should process it locally. So first it should check whether the all request ID exists. If not, it should be an errors. And then it check if there is any existing upstream subscription for track B. If it is the case, it's as usual, meaning that if you have a set of parameters which matches your subscription upstreams, you are fine. If not, you create a new upstream subscription for the track. And then you determine the transition point, which is here the next available common group boundary. And so this is with respect to the current group in the ongoing track A subscription. So maybe with the lag that you have. So typically the example I had earlier, it was at 33. This guy is at 33. But the relay is getting 36. So the guy is 3 groups behind. And so then it checks the availability of groups from track B, which depends if it has any existing subscription upstream and if it caches it. If it has track B group number 44, then you have next common available group boundary in Bay P. If not, the time it requires to get this data, it might have the transition points later, right? And so if it failed in determining any switch, it should be an error. If there is no common group boundary, I think it was the EQI remark in the PR. If you don't find any group boundaries, any common group boundaries between these 2 tracks, and eventually you have to say, hey guys, I cannot switch. And but if it works, you send a subscribe OK for the new request ID. Initially, your forward equals 0, and then at G switch, which is a condition point, you execute the clean switch. Forward equal 1 for the new request. And depending on if close after switch, you publish down or you forward equals 0. Any question?
Yes. So it seems like part of the reason for switch is that the relay has a view of where it is within, the group numbers that the subscriber doesn't necessarily have because of round trip times or whatever. But the place where that's likely to become an issue is at the beginning of a new group. Right, like your round trip times are, and depending on congestion, it's most likely to occur that the subscriber has a view of things that's behind just after a group transition. So like the relay has seen object 0, but the client doesn't yet know that that group has started.
Yeah.
And so if you switch at that point, you have to wait that entire group now before the switch actually executes, right?
Maybe. So this is something that, this is, the next available common group boundary. So sometimes you have to wait the end.
Worst case, it's your group duration. That's the worst case, right?
Yeah.
On average, it's half your group duration.
Yeah.
Okay, but in that scenario where the relay's view of things matters most, like right at the beginning of a group boundary, might you not be better off unsubscribing and joining fetch, like despite whatever over?
Yes, but if you've put object 0 of track A on the wire already, now you can't switch, right? Because you need to do a bit contiguous delivery to the client, which is guaranteed that you get contiguous segments. So we are speaking about, are there more exotic combinations? Yes. You could like cancel. If you just started the next group, you could say, whoa. Let's go back and I'll send you the new one. You could, right? But we're trying to keep it simple here.
Yeah, we need to keep it simple. And so this is something where you need to indicate to the client that what you just sent, you should remove. And so this is something which is a bit more like client side.
Actually, we implemented this feature in Mocktail, and when, for instance, you want to switch from A to B, and B is is coming like in front of A. So for track A, the last location is group 1 and object 10. But for like track B, where you want to switch to, it's like group 2 location, like group 2 and object 5. So it's in front of track A. So what we do in Mocktail, we take the difference. We don't wait for the next group boundary. We already passed that because the group boundary should be like in the past. So we take that and we take it from that gap from the cache and put it on the wire, and then start sending other streams from the last location of that new track, so that there won't be any gaps.
You put on the wire as subscribe?
It's like a joining fetch.
Or as a fetch?
So you go back to that point, the track A's last location, but for track B, you are in front of that point. Right. So this interval actually sent in other streams
As a subscription?
as a subscription, yeah, in different streams. From
It's a kind of a refinement of the stuff.
Yeah, it's a
But
refinement,
it is,
yeah.
it is,
So
it
we
is something that
in
is,
order to prevent a gap, actually.
yeah.
We have the demo to
Yeah.
show that.
I just had a quick question. Do you have like a succinct definition of the next common group? Is it like the relay has object zero, like the smallest or largest group for which the relay has object zero for both tracks or something? Because I'm having a little bit trouble following.
So, yeah, so I no, there is nothing today. What we think is that group ID, group ID is similar from two tracks which are indicated arriving as a relay at approximately the same time, which is like timeout, probably to be defined here, would be enough to qualify that this is a group boundary. But there is no definition of group boundaries today in the.
But your definition is you have object zero with the same group ID across the two tracks.
Approximately the same time.
Yeah.
And it's the lowest one compared to what I've already committed to send to the subscriber.
No, it's what you're asked to switch between. So you're already sending him something.
All right.
You're being asked to send him something else. And
Okay.
if you're about
So I need to pick the next group higher than what I've already started sending. So I've sent group 20. I can't send any more 20. So
and as you're about to send object zero, you go, whoa, hold on. I really need to see. And I believe under the cover, you're going to have to wait some period of war clock time for the other group to arrive because nothing is instantaneous.
Yeah.
So it's the decision point is when I'm starting to send a new group.
Yes.
I look to see, do I actually have I'm trying to switch to this thing.
Yes.
Could I send this other thing instead?
Yes.
And if so, I switch
Correct.
there.
Yeah.
But then I think what Zafar was just saying was like, what if you've already got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 there?
Yeah.
Or like in different subgroups, and all of a sudden we've got weird delivery.
Just told you
problems.
what you said though.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a little sketchy. Anyway, okay.
Yeah, well, you might have to go back into your nick card to remove what you already. Luke has the hand.
Clarifying question. So is G switch based on the relay's point of view or the viewer's point of view?
Relay. So
if
the
a
client has
viewer
no
is-
view on what is the next available command group.
Yeah. So if a viewer is 3 groups behind because there's congestion, are we going to
Correct.
switch 3 groups in the future? We're going to have to download 10 seconds of 1080p before the relay will switch us?
No, I mean, if you are at group 33, but the subscriber is at group 33, but the relay is at group 36, the relay has to find the next available command group boundary for this subscription, which is the first point, which will be 34 if it can.
No, because that's the relay can't know that you're at.
That's not possible.
If it's on the wire.
That's what it sent you.
Yeah.
So Gwendol, we have about 10 minutes remaining. I don't know,
Exactly this stuff.
I don't know if you want to
There
run
is a
through the
PR.
slides, if we discuss it at lunch or what.
This is the third time we've presented.
This is exactly this. You are late. Okay. The subscriber is at 33 and the relay is receiving 35. Okay. And so what you want as a subscriber is to receive 34 from track B. And the client, the subscriber has no clue on whether 34 track B is here or not. It has no clue on what is the status at the for track A. It has no knowledge about this. And so what the relay is doing, it receives the subscribe and it will find the next command group boundary for this particular subscribers to have no gap between track A and track B.
In that case, it's expected the relay to cache 34, 35.
So correct, this is exactly what we say, that it depends on whether, we have no clue on if this relay has 34 in the cache. If it doesn't have 34 in the cache, it cannot properly do the switch.
Should go to 35 then?
So you can do what you want. So the relay can decide to wait for the next group boundary from track B. If it is, if it is a very smart relay, it might go for joining fetch for track B. It depends on, if he takes a risk for this, but it is relay implementation. We only say that it will take the next available command group boundary.
Clarifying question on this how this works though. I don't get how the relay, if objects or if groups 31, 32, 33 are buffered in some router between the relay and the client, I don't understand how the relay knows where you are.
Lost location or subscription?
Yeah, so
That's a subscription.
so similar clarifying question now. 34 shows as having made it to the relay, but why is that not being sent to the subscriber?
Because the 33 is still on the wire.
But if these are groups and they're being set on separate streams, like our whole
Different streams.
yeah, a new group
We
is
are
a new
doing-
subgroup is
we
a
are-
stream.
We are doing ascending order most of the time, right?
It could be this.
So in that case,
collapse.
you are just sending 33 and you have in your queue the group 34, 35, and maybe 36. And then you receive the switch, you say, okay, if I have 34 from track B, I should remove this from my queue for track A and I should put track B instead to have the the next common available boundary. I don't know how to explain this more than that.
I
And this is-
don't understand the
It
network
depends-
buffering.
It depends on where the congestion is. Like
So this is what we want to
it seems like if the
19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and we don't want any gap and we don't want any.
I understand
So
that,
Cullen
but-
is something like what we've said about priorities, which is like, you can only change it as far as you can change it. If it's in the network, it's too late, right? So the relay knows what has not gone to the network yet, and that's the next possible place it can switch.
The relay is the
Now-
only one that knows what it's actually written to the wire. The
Some-
client does.
Depending on your relay design, you may be able to reach into your network NIC and say, no.
I'm just suggesting there's a bit that there's a big gap between what you've sent and what's the other end's received.
Exactly.
Right.
But
Yeah, but under
the switch point should be just as close, as far down as you can get without, at some point it becomes impossible. Once it's left, it's left.
Right, but so the issue is under congestion, the inverse information problem is also true. Like the relay doesn't know that you're still back at 33, even though it's maybe.
But it doesn't
committed to the
matter
wire.
because the client can buffer that. That's a forward club buffer on the client.
Yeah.
The switch is still optimized by the relay finding as soon as possible the next joining point.
Wait a minute.
The client gets contiguous video. Sorry, I was answering his.
Sorry to interrupt.
question.
Gwendol, have you presented all your slides?
No,
No.
just to say, hey, to sum up, the whole, I just want to point the first point. The whole streaming industry is waiting for this. It's not something which is, subscriber triggered switch is an atomic question, which is mandatory for the streaming industry. Relay executed switch is necessary. Here we just carry the information which is needed to relay to execute it, and we have a demo for this working. So we have an implementation experience. So we just want this to land with respect to some parameters.
It is about time to go to lunch. Since Luke is remote, I'm gonna let him go. And Colin, if you could be very brief and go after Luke. Luke. Muted.
Sorry. I was hitting push to talk button. Yeah, so going to answer for Gwendol. To relay to implement this, it needs to record the ACK position of every stream to know what the peer has received. And also, to Colin's point, you need to make sure buffer bloat's not really a problem.
So this is a clarifying question, just to comment on this. I think I would be much more comfortable with this if it wasn't trying to start and end subscribes, if it was merely switching the forward flags, like it was taking, it referenced the two streams, not by name, but by track ID, but by whatever the request IDs were for them or whatever that changes as time, but had two IDs that referenced it. And it's like swap these forward flags at the next point. And look, the client may clean up afterwards by promptly unsubscribing once that happens, but it needs to know when it happens. And we need to get really crisp about when this is that it happens and how we implement that. Yeah.
Which is close to what Alan said.
But you're saying remove the mode where it subscribes to something you weren't previously.
Yeah, for
subscribed to.
sure. Because it makes the error conditions way too hard. It'll just be like, yeah, you've got to subscribe to these two tracks and you subscribe to one with forward equals 0.
Yeah, but in
and
that
then
case, you need
switch
to,
just to-
but in that case, you need to preemptively subscribe to the new track, then send a
If
switch.
you've got eight ABR tracks, you're saying you subscribe to all of them.
Yep.
And you say forward 0, but this means all 8 are pulled to the relay, which is not an operationally optimal solution. I'm pulling 8 things. Likely the client's going to stay pinned to the top one, but because it never knows when it might have to switch down, we don't want to force them all to be pulled to the edge.
Look, all right, I'm gonna cut it off here. Colin's made his point. Okay, we can continue this discussion at lunch. did someone aspire to do a demo at lunch? I remember hearing,
Yeah,
that, but I
let's-
don't remember who it
You have a
was.
demo of.
Switch to this, someone who didn't
There's an
ads.
advertising demo, advertising and switch demo.
What does the group want to see most today?
Show them both walk around.
Okay,
Lunch here.
we're going upstairs for lunch. We can target doing one at 12:15 or so. People who want to come can do that. People want to stay and eat lunch or go to the barista or whatever can do that. I want to tell the people out there if they should be back at 12:15 if they want to see the demo or not. Is that a plan? We have 1 hour for lunch. If people want to make a barista run, they will miss the demo. Yes, Colin.
Possibility of bringing lunch down here, or is that not a?
I've already not done that.
Okay, done.
Too late for that. Okay. All right. So if you are remote, we are breaking for 60 minutes for lunch. However, there's a possibility in roughly 30 minutes, we will have a demo of some kind. So you know, do what you're gonna do, but be aware that might happen. All righty. And other than that, we'll see you guys in 30 minutes to an hour.
So it sounds like when you switch, it's an implicit joining fetch.
All right, everyone follow me.
That's what I was trying to
Not
understand.
always, no.
It sounds like that's how my.
But you need everything from the beginning of the group. And if I have buffered,
The only problem.
maybe I've buffered the entire group that you're switching to.
Guys, talk and walk.
Oh, I can, okay, talking about.
If you got two tracks that are perfectly aligned, they're arriving at the relay at the same time. Object 0 comes at A and object 0 comes at B.
One card.
Yeah, the challenge is you could update your track filter and say which extension.
How long is your demo?
So we just like, take our breaks. So yeah, we do switch or add or what?
How long is your demo?
5 minutes is what?
Okay, you go first, then you. Go ahead.
Selekte var.
You're welcome to it. Thanks for nothing.
Here you go, Mike.
Sonra bir switch yaparken cache'dekini gönderirken
Want some open?
gönderiyor.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, they're that's sweet.
Yeah, they're small.
Yeah.
Gönderiyor.
You can have some more.
No, it's, this is good.
Sonrasında devam ediyor ya subscribe'ler.
Bağlıyorsun.
Yani işte o subscribe bunları fetch bana şimdi. İlgili şu. Sonra sordu da bana.
Give me a cloud for a sticker, I will add it, because I don't have room. I put everybody on. I had
Like, here's
Fastly
some-
on here, I have everybody.
Some ribbons too. I don't know, they're not the most exciting ribbons, but at this conference, like everyone, it's like BYO ribbon. Everybody makes like 100 ribbons, and they have these ribbon exchanges like multiple times a day. And then people's badge will like have like, you know, they go down to the floor with like all these agreement. I didn't bring, you know,
That's
I ended up with
funny,
5 or
yeah.
6 on mine. But it was, yeah, that was a fun thing.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
Well, you should send a high resolution of that group picture that we got in MSF meeting.
I did.
Oh,
I emailed it out.
It's not very high res.
Oh, it did. Okay.
also it was the one where we were waving and
Yeah.
I realized my hand was in front of somebody's face and then at the last minute I did like a weird.
You know, there were like 4 of them, and I zoomed in and I tried to pick the least occlusive
Yeah.
picture. So I can send it out now. I can re-email it as an attachment versus in,
Yeah,
right? That
Yeah, that will be better. And I just don't.
Oh,
miss-
no, but the reason is I had to email through Eventbrite,
Oh, right.
and it only let me put in page
there.
and not, I couldn't add attachments to it.
Yeah, just
So I
email,
had this emailed, so you want
Yeah.
one, you want one. Okay,
Yeah.
I will, let me do that right.
not resize it, please.
I'm not gonna resize it. Let me
Don't
just,
transcode it.
I gotta find it.
You skew it, make us all real tall.
Yeah, it's. I just saw myself because I was wearing orange. I was obvious.
Oh. Can I put it on there? What are you both on? The quick dev group? Will that downscale it?
I think that'll come through as a file.
I'm not sure about Slack.
I don't think.
I think
Well,
so.
We can try.
let me try it. Let's try it right now. I'll go to quick dev mock.
Benim WhatsApp mesajı alalım.
So are we demoing or what's happening?
Are we waiting more people or?
Where did they go? There were more
They're in
people
the bathroom.
later.
Well, some people went to the, yeah, I think a lot of people went to the bathroom. Okay, well, if you're, that was only 5 minutes, I guess it doesn't make any difference, but,
Anybody want to see the interop runner?
I wanted to
Yeah.
look at it.
Let's all look at stuff while we're here.
Are you gonna share it or?
Yeah, I gotta join the thing again though. Where is the Google Meet?
I realized too late. I put it on Slack. Let me know if the quality's higher.
You should update the OpenMOQ website as well with the new members.
Yeah.
do you have any aspirations for a mock dinners?
Not tonight. There's something else going on, but I'm Vinny and you're gone tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
tomorrow.
I could do, I mean, if there was gonna be a mock dinner tomorrow, I'd be fine, but it might be.
If you want to coordinate one, that's great. I don't have the energy.
It may be informal. I don't know. We'll see what my energy looks like.
This seems better.
Okay.
This is what the
Okay.
interop runner looks like now.
Get closer to it.
It has test results, and then if you go into the test results, you can see, you know, right now there's only one test client implementation. The idea is that everybody would implement, you know, the test client and the spec'd out test cases, and then you can see the results. This one, there's one total failure, which is the Docker-based test against MOQ. I guess the image size is really large, and so the like GitHub CI environment it like runs out of disk.
Oxygen specifically?
From Oxygen specifically.
Oh, you're saying our Docker is too big?
Your Docker is
What is
like,
the limit?
it's like 5.6 gigabyte Docker image.
I don't know what's in it. Oh my god.
Built in 22 minutes.
I think it has the whole build environment or something.
Yeah, no, it probably just has like the whole universe inside of it.
Yeah.
I assume you're not actively pulling stuff off of GitHub when it updates.
They're used.
Am I actively pulling?
Well, because like for instance, Mike, like if you pull off download quiche right now, you would get like version 14.7
Yeah.
or something.
So I can show you. So let me just quick show like results. So like if you,
Well, I mean, I see that I succeeded. But
yeah, so like you can see this test against quiche mock. If you look here, it's using the remote web transport.
Okay.
So it's actually like the public relay that you have open. I have the URL
Oh.
of that configured.
Oh, okay.
And so it's running against that.
I see.
And then here's the actual like test
So
results.
you're not downloading our code and throwing it into a.
No, but there are affordances for several different approaches of like pulling in builds from other things or using Docker images.
So where are the test cases defined and how is the test client written? Because I did get some feedback from my guys who were like, well, we already maintained the mock test thing. And now this is a whole new, like totally different system that we have to maintain. And they're like, is there opportunity for convergence?
Yeah, I intentionally have a very small number of test cases defined so far. So there's a bunch of docs in here. I spent a long time on docs. But to cut to the chase, these are kind of the test cases that we have defined. And the idea here is like there's an actual specification for each test. And it's like here's what should happen. So as a test client, you should implement sending a client setup and expecting back server setup. If you get that, well, you close the connection gracefully and
for actual MOQ, like there's more people there than there are here.
I know.
you know, et cetera. So I have a very small number to start with, so that
You just, so I have to like read this and then the interface is like client run test case one. And then it's
So-
supposed to do whatever it says here.
yeah. So there's like an environment variable that comes in and says like what test cases to run or all of them. And then the output interface is like a
I mean, for your IPS stuff.
it's the test anything protocol. You basically say like okay or not okay, and then like which test case it is.
IPS size of my personal.
I'm just saying.
So let me find the docs.
Like, for example, it's sort of different than the conformance test, which is like, it subscribes to like 41 different kinds of cracks and makes sure that you get all the objects, which is a very
Right. So at the very top of the README, it has like goals and non-goals, and it's a non-goal to be a comprehensive conformance, like compliance test suite.
I see.
It's
just like,
it's designed to transition us away from the spreadsheet, like manual testing of interop, and have like mostly happy path cases of like interop. And then like edge cases that we want to like, you know, just fine, spec out this way and test this way. We can incorporate too, but the initial goal is like test the happy path, make sure that we've got, you know, all the basics kind of work. Yeah, so there's like pseudocode in this example of like how to implement a test client. The interface, basically, you have something that takes some arguments about what tests to run. You tell it
That's right. There.
Another green.
Have we been on mute?
I don't know. I've never been here before.
I was hoping it was all getting into recording. Oh,
We appear for parts of that, actually. To clean things up, the name of the was open. And I looked up. We go to the room to, yeah.
Okay, so our switch implementation in Mocktail, it's a 5-minute demo. I think we'll show how it works. So let's go demo. So you will see two methods that we use in switching. The top one actually uses, so these are two iframes, and the top one uses switch message method, and the other one is the object filter forward method. So for the object filter forward method, we subscribe to two tracks, and one of them is forward true, one of them is forward false. So we will just send a subscribe update while switching. For the switch message, we will just send a switch message, and the other track that we want to switch to is not like set as forward true. So it's not on the relay right now.
So, Jafar, just quick question. So in both the cases, you're sending the either subscribe update or
No, for this one, we just send switch message, switch A, B, and the other one, we just send two messages.
and you're sending at around the same point in the timeline of
Yeah.
the lines.
Yeah. So for that one, we send two subscribe update messages, setting one of them to forward false and the other one's forward true. So the first use case actually is switch from a late track to live. So in order to show the difference between
By the
those
way,
two
this
methods-
is a live source coming in. The latency from the encoding is about 0.6 seconds. And then you see the buffer statistics and the latency and the playback speed and then all those in the smaller boxes over there.
Yeah, so there are two important metrics here. One is stall and the other one is gap. So now we will switch from a late track to live. So it will be like this. So this is my late track A, and this is my like early track B is in front of this
A
A.
live track, yeah.
Early track. So I will just switch from A to B. And let's do it. It will just refresh and we will wait for 4 seconds.
And then it will do the switch.
Yeah. So as you can see now in the second method, like using object filter, we had a gap of 2 seconds. But for switch, we had just 0 seconds. So there's no stalling or very minimal, and there's no gap.
But when I saw the video coming back, the bottom one was the one that was a bit ahead. In the frame.
Yeah, it just jumped. It has just jumped.
Displayed early, but it was discontinuous video, which is hard to tell.
So what happened actually for that, the object filter method, when you just set subscribe true, it just jumped to here.
Forward true.
Forward true. But for switch, actually, what we did is just send those subgroups that are in this interval in other subgroup streams, so that it can just play them out. So it can pass and speed up, etc. But there was no gap.
I guess I'm missing how this is different from just forward equals 0 versus forward equals 1 of these two streams or two tracks. Maybe you can enlighten me.
It did like an implicit
On how
joining
that's
fetch,
different.
right?
Yeah, implicit joining fetch, exactly. So there is a
But
implicit joining
this
fetch.
is an
here.
existing stream that was already running. It's not really a joining fetch at this point. It's already running. You were showing simulcasting of both streams, and then you switched from A to B. No?
So both streams are coming at the relay, but only one of them is being forwarded to the subscriber.
Yeah. Isn't that the same concept of forward equals 0, forward equals 1?
No. But when you do just forward true false like 0, 1, you just jump to the live edge at B. But in the switch, you do an implicit joining fetch, sending those like subgroups that are missing in other streams, and then you continue from that point. You don't jump. You fill the gap so that player can play them out. So
Did your demo actually show the joining fetch? Because it didn't look like it did. It would be really cool if you did, where you actually went back in time, but it seemed like you were just doing a live switch.
yeah, but that we just like
He's not going back in time. The client, this is a case from, there's a late track, right? So the client is playing A, but it's behind what is actually available on B. Maybe the client had
Yeah, I
congestion
see
in
these.
the
I
past.
see these videos. They're identical. I'm watching this. I don't know if anybody else is watching this, but they're identical. This isn't going back to do a
Because
joining fetch.
they're both playing from the same track that is late. They're late by the same amount. That's why they're identical.
That's
Only
why
when he
I'm
clicks the button. When he
mentioning why
clicks that
not just
button,
use
let's click and
4 equals
let's see
0,
again.
4 equals
So,
1.
So there will be
Anyhow,
like jump
okay.
here. You'll see the jump, like it jumped. But the other one is like,
Yeah, you need better sample content with like time code in it or something.
and now the other actual use case, actually now vice versa, we are switching from live track to late. So now, let's do it. 4 seconds.
And you say
So-
4 seconds because that's your group sequence or your subgroup?
No, we just wait for like.
We just wait for it.
Set timeouts issues like we
Okay.
just. So now you can see that there is no switch. Because the relay can't catch up, so.
Yeah, it won't switch.
It won't switch.
It won't allow you to switch, and it's gonna send you a switch error message.
But the other one actually switched and there happened a stall. A stall occurred, so we didn't want stall to happen, so that the relay didn't switch.
Sorry, I didn't follow. What's preventing it from switching?
So since there's no like point here for now, you're just switching from B to A. Okay, so now
From
you're
early track to late track.
so you'll do like this. So you can't find the like aligned group here to switch to.
Because there's no group, there's no.
group. It's not coming. Like it's late. It's late.
It's gonna arrive, but it's gonna be late.
Late by more than your buffer
Yeah,
duration.
yeah.
So your option, you have no choice but to wait a period of clock time until A catches up with what you're doing. So what the switch method will say, I can't switch because A is always behind B. So then the only option for the client is a discontinuity, basically to jump at that point.
What in the switch method says that you cannot switch? Like what is?
Actually, our implementation is not switching, but what you can do actually put some maybe threshold or like.
We don't
like
have that
a-
in the proposal though, right? That was not there. If I remember right on the parameters.
I don't know if you have a timeout, Gwendol, in your proposal.
So more in the December virtual interim, we showed when the tracks were pretty much aligned, arriving at the same time on the relay. So there wasn't really much difference. People complained about, oh, we didn't really see the performance difference between switch and the forwarding approach, right? But now if the tracks are not aligned, like they are not arriving at the relay.
Like the relay, not
Yeah.
the client.
Yeah. If they are not arriving at the relay at the same time, there is some seconds of difference, then, switch is not gonna really give you a gap, which is a plus, because you are not gonna jump the content.
If I understand correctly, the first use case you showed, if the forward equal to 1 had a flag that also said that you do turn on the other one only on group boundary, would it be exactly same as switch then? The jump happened because forward is equal to 1.
The forwarding doesn't care, right? Like it jumps to the next track, like on the next group boundary. Right. Yeah.
No, it does not wait for the group boundary. It goes wherever you are on the track, it'll just.
Yeah, but you start decoding from the group boundary.
Go get the joining fetch part.
So the switch basically is an inherent joining fetch operation. Is what this is doing.
It's a conditional joining fetch, and it knows the situation under which a joining fetch is necessary to accommodate an arrival gap between two streams.
Yeah. So it's
But only the
tracking
relay
two-
knows that. The client does not know that. So the client doesn't know when to do a joining fetch or not.
Is it using the actual joining fetch mechanic, meaning it's using it opens a single bidirectional stream with the new request ID and serves it?
It's up to the
serialized.
It's up to the relay to do this.
Okay.
A very simple relay can do subscribe, and so then it means that the switch will be later. And a sophisticated relay can decide to do joining fetch, but it's not in the switch stuff.
I mean, we'll get into a joining fetch when we get into joining fetch. but
And also for
I would just like that to use, not invent new protocol mechanics for delivery.
Subscribe past, I think.
Okay.
Trying to say subscribe past.
We have to cut this demo. We're out of time, so let's go to Gwendol.
Okay. Let me
Thanks, guys.
share the entire. Ready to present? Present now. How is it? I can share my entire room stuff, right? um, well, it's here it is. I mean, kind of a dashboard where we indicate that we have a MOQ player, a MOQ publisher, and a MOQ relay running, and we have a SCTI 35 server. On this SCTI 35 servers, so we have two publishers actually. One showing the basketball game, the regular game, and one being the advertisement. So far we only have one advertisement, okay, for the sake of and we have one SCTI 35 servers, which indicate, as we said in the SGAI demo, it only indicates SCTI 35 markers associated with an event timeline track, saying at this location or world clock time or media PTS, you need to do something, to play something. And this play something is based on the MOQ URL that has been defined in MSF, which indicate how to connect to the relay and how to do the which track to do. So it's the same mocktail stuff. Congrats, guys, for. So here you see, oh god, it started a long time ago. Here you see the game, right? And you see the timeline. And in fact, we send SCTI markers every 30 seconds, something like this. And this SCTI marker is one start and one end. And so here we need to wait 30 seconds more to wait for the next ad insertion. But in fact, we receive, so the subscribers get the media timeline from the basketball game, and it receives an event timeline saying check this stuff. So it will come probably now, something close to now, or I have a demo effect. It looks like I have a demo effect.
It's the only one it hasn't come.
Which is good, yeah. Which is
So that timeline, can you go back in time? Can you select one of those blocks?
Not here.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we can.
Is this the ad coming
And
up?
then that would be fetch. And then you would.
This is. I can blame Zafir for all this. So well, okay.
Demo
Actually, demo issue, but I mean, the idea is that the SCTI 35 is based on the media PTS, and so if you go back in the past, you know that at the media PTS, let's say 6.7, you need to change. You need to switch from the media to the main media track, which is the basketball game, to something that you fetch somewhere else. Okay. And so if you go back in the past and you continue playing, you should be able to play the demo exactly at the time it was expected to be played. Okay. And here we use the media timeline. In the media timeline in MSF, we have something that associates a media PTS, a MOQ location, and a world clock time. And so you know what is the last group that you play the basketball game, and what is the first group you play the ad that you fetched preemptively. And so for us, it's just the management of buffer in mocktail. In addition to it, you could stop. You could change the forward state of the basketball game. You could say, "Hey, forward 0 because I'm playing an ad right now." In this implementation, we had something which was a double decoder. So we had, but it looks like it's that. So I don't know if it will
be 1 minute.
But so and so we in these slides which are in the for the interim meeting, but we did not present these slides. There is a description of what is the I mean, what are the SCOTY35 markers? It's basically transforming SCOTY35, which is an XML key values, into something which is JSON, because the event timeline is based on JSON. Plus this media PTS idea. But it looks like my demo is not working well today, so sorry about this. We can wait 10 seconds more.
And bear in mind, the video here is being screen scraped by Google Meet, so the actual frame rate's much 30 FPS, and here it's like 5.
Well, yeah.
Using media over the internet to demonstrate media over the internet.
Well, it's using WebRTC. so that
Latency
sucks.
jumping all over the place.
Yeah,
There's the
I mean,
demo
okay.
problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. No, it works.
Oh,
We receive the stuff and we
But
fetch
the-
the other demo, but we fetch too late, I guess, because we don't see it. Some issues, but I mean, this is a point.
All right, thank you, Gwendol. It's 12:45. I want to take hopefully less than 5 minutes to wrap up the switch discussion. Did we reach any sort of state of certitude at lunch about what to do next?
So what I heard is that Alan and Cullen wanted to have this option to switch to a already existing subscription, meaning the track B, as we said usually, would be something which is we already subscribed. And so instead of having to create a new request ID, we would have an existing request ID. So it adds one message before switch to say subscribe to this one, forward 0, and then switch.
I think this should be optional, because I can give a use case where that's an undesirable behavior.
Yeah.
And the undesirable one is where I have an eight track ABR, which is common for like super important streams. And with that, I would have to issue a subscribe for all 8.
But Colin was suggesting that subscribe could be with your switch. You could say subscribe, switch.
Or just subscribe to the one you want to switch to.
You just subscribe directly, right, back to back with the switch.
Yeah, but before
So
you switch.
Yeah.
At that point,
Forward
why
0,
not?
then switch.
Why not just have it that the switch can
Message
do the
com-
subscribe
that's
for you?
simplicity. So it had to have aliases and names and all this information. We already have a message to associate the name with the alias and everything.
But if the switch message was optional, it could have either a namespace name or an ID. Right? Wouldn't that solve this issue? Then it's up to you. You can have, if the switch gets a namespace name, it makes a subscription. If it doesn't, if it has its existing subscription, it just uses that.
Maybe I get uncomfortable. We're going to have this thing that's sort of like a subscription, but not the same in the subscription. If there's future messages, that things you can do to a subscription, can you do them to any of the things that were gotten through this switch or not?
It's no different. It initiates the subscription for you, which is efficient, right? I don't want to subscribe to things I'm not actually going to use.
Subscribe, okay.
You switch? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you get a track alias. That was the
Triggers, and you get your alias back.
Okay.
I get that it's efficient. We can use 2 IDs, but I also think
it's the error cases that I concern about. Like, what if it's like your subscribe okay worked, and also you need to return an error because the other track you're switching away from didn't exist? What do you do? Like, it's just like as soon as you put 2 atomic operations into a single thing, the errors get more complicated. So I would just wonder, is there any reason why it's not more efficient? It'll still be happen. You're sending these at the same time over the wire, right?
no, but they're not. We're going to this system, which we haven't got to the debate of where they're not in the same control stream anymore. They're on separate streams. So what if your switch message gets to the relay before your
New subscription.
new subscription gets there?
Well, we're going to
Solve that.
that has to be solved for the other thing, whether we do switch or not.
Yeah, we have
Send
so
a switch on the control stream for the instead of it. Where am I switch? The switch comes on the switch from control stream.
I think all these are like minor bits that don't matter. I think what really matters is what is the difference between two subscribe updates and this switch. That's to me the real difference. And what got me thinking over lunch is what Mike brought up is the only cases where it's any different is if the relay's view of the group boundary is different than the client's, right? The client and the relay have the same view of the group boundary, they're going to do the exact same thing. You're going to switch at the exact same boundary. So no change. The difference is if the relay has passed the group boundary and the client hasn't. And I think what Mike brought up is a good point, is that in that case, the switch behavior maybe counterintuitive to the client that now it's going to be delayed for the next GOP boundary. And does that really make sense to the client when it said switch now? Is it okay with actually switch the GOP boundary when the conditions that it may evaluate at the next GOP boundary may be totally different? And he may switch again. And then the client is constantly trying to switch, but is constantly a GOP boundary behind. And so he's like defeating his own, the switch is defeating the switch latency benefit. It's taking another full GOP to do the switch, whereas the client wanted it right now. And a GOP later.
Wait, hold up. So I'm going to zoom out.
Chair. Do we have a minute taker?
No, we do not.
Besides Gemini.
We need another minute taker. That is the most premium interrupt I can imagine. Who's going to volunteer?
Where's the agenda? Sorry, am I speaking in this?
You are going to be next.
Okay, so
ABR, but we're waiting for a minute taker, and we're waiting for B to wrap up this switch discussion.
I'll give it a try.
Thank you, Yaqui. Wonderful. Okay, can somebody back up Yaqui?
Yeah, I can.
Thank you, Gwendol. All right. So, are we currently face playing on the first order question on whether we should have switch, or are we talking about second order details?
First order.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
all right. I think we're gonna have to tackle this in another call. So please ask for agenda time 2 weeks from now, or
is there a place we
the third time we presented switch?
This is
I
becoming.
don't know why the next call is going to be different.
Yeah. Can we collect the feedback here in a written form so that the switch authors understand what the specific concerns are, so that they have a chance to address them before the next call rather than starting over?
Yeah, correct. I mean,
fair enough. Is there a PR or something?
There's a PR.
There is a PR for
all right.
2 months.
All right. Can I set a deadline of next week for people to put their concerns in the switch PR, whether they are first order or not, and then we'll
I don't know. Like there's an issue too.
which would you prefer?
I think I'm just saying is either fine. Like I put some stuff in the issue. So like doing
Let's put it in the issue. That's if it's first order, let's put it in the issue. That's probably better.
No, but issues that where you're not discussing the solution more than the requirement.
Right. Okay. Let's argue about the requirement in the issue. Deadline of 1 week from today. And then Magnus and I will look at the mess and figure out where we're at. Okay.
What's the issue number? Does anybody know?
I don't know.
the PR is 1378, but the issue, I don't know.
Then if you're going to figure it out, do people who think switch is a good idea need to also go write that on the issue? Otherwise, all you're going to see is a bunch of issues on the issue, right? And then you conclude that, well, there's issues, so we don't need this.
The issue is like, that is already written is like why we need to switch. So like, I mean, or maybe all the people who are pro switch can add their +1 there. Like,
there are already a lot of
+1
indicated.
Yeah,
that's why it's a bit annoying.
I think we need a whiteboard session to draw this out and figure through these things. I don't know when that happens, but like that's
asynchronous time is very hard to come by. IETF needs to proceed asynchronously.
I will point out that the stated goal of in-person interims is whiteboard session.
Okay. I mean, take something else off
I
the
mean,
agenda if you want.
we took 45 minutes and like we spent 30 minutes and we took 15 of it for the break and then we took 10 of it for the break and then we took 35 to go through the slides rather than really discuss it. And we had a lunch. So we could put it in the parking lot if you guys need to talk it through more.
I'm happy to sacrifice like general issue time if that is, you know, for getting this resolved, because it has been waiting a long time. And like, I think there's a there.
Okay.
I'm just not sure that we have it.
All right. So the last word on this is we will add this to the parking lot for tomorrow because today's parking lot is joining fetch.
It turns out there's an intersection that we didn't even know about.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe we should talk to that at some point. This seems a much more, well, maybe it's all the same, but I mean, this seems much more important than revisiting joining fetch again.
And also there are two, like the client side making decision and server side triggering the decisions. Those are some of the kind of categories that we want to discuss. And even though I know we are calling it APR, but most of these things fall into a server side making the decision. I think this might fall into the bigger bucket of how can we help server to make a better decision once
All right, editors, what would you prefer that we spend that hour on?
I'm happy to take a vote of the group. If the group wants
Okay.
to spend an hour today talking more about Switch and getting really into the weeds and using the whiteboard and we defer all the joining fetch or other issues to tomorrow. But if people think we want to
Okay,
get
raise
joining
your
fetch,
hand if you want to talk about Switch at 4 o'clock today.
As opposed to?
Joining fetch.
Yeah.
6, 7, 8. Okay, raise your hand if you want to talk about joining fetch today. All right, in my view, the Switch people have it. 4 o'clock, we'll talk about. Now you're frowning. I mean, you.
I didn't vote either. But it was still, I mean, I said I would defer to what everybody else said. So
Okay.
I'm happy. Let's get through it.
We'll talk about Switch at 4. Switch at 4. Okay.
Also, at 5 o'clock, maybe we can opt those who want to stick around for the next hour. We can whiteboard it, right? That's another
Yeah.
option.
If there's not, I don't want to do that. If a Googler wants to stay, that's fine.
We don't have to take minutes.
Fine to
It's
do
like
it.
Someone needs to be in the room.
We need
A
a good.
Googler needs to be here. So if one of these two wants to do that, that's fine.
I could always nap right here if I get tired.
We'll bribe you with stuff.
That's great chaperone.
Want the
All right.
Because then we can do joining fetch for the hour, and then
What I do worry about taking Switch at 4 is that we don't have any necessary materials prepared, and there's not really time between now and then to prepare them. So I worry that we're going to have sort of a meandering discussion and people not synchronized and talking about the same things at the same time.
Okay. Well, I mean, as people point out, this is the third time we've talked about it. We had another introductory slideshow about it this morning. I feel like we're just going in circles when we talk about this.
I think
One other
we had-
dependency is the joining fetch that's bumping is being proposed as part of the solution in Switch.
Yeah,
So if we get past the first hurdle, which is what's the difference between subscribe, update, and switch? If that passes, then the next hurdle is, well, then you want to do an implicit join and fetch. And
We're now at 11 minutes talking about this, which is cutting into the ABR time. Alan, I'll ask again, editors, would you like to talk about joining fetch tonight, or would you like to talk about what do you think is most important to move the draft forward? Joining fetch or switch?
Maybe we can split the baby and have at least go through the high level bit about what are the things we're arguing about joining fetch, and should we even have more presentation time about it tomorrow? And that can be 30 minutes, maybe. I don't know.
That's fine. Yeah, no, I think that'd be helpful.
And then we can take 30 more for switch, plus whatever people want to stay after
Victor?
5.
I think we should prioritize questions about things that are already in the draft versus things that are not in the draft.
That's fair.
And I think we should prioritize things around use cases that we can't meet with what we currently have in the draft.
There's arguments for both. Joe.
Can you get anything done with joining fetch in 30 minutes?
I think so.
Can you get anything done with switch in 30 minutes?
Yeah.
We're gonna do that. It sounds like there's gonna be a post game. Oh, actually, people out there. Would someone like to say from out there what they would prefer? Because you people are gonna miss the post game. I think Luke raised his hand for joining fetch, if I recall correctly. Yes. Okay. Great. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give Alan joining fetch time first. If we run over, then that's gonna kick the switch thing back, but it sounds like we're gonna post game on switch anyway. So that is my Solomonic decision. Yes, joining fetch enthusiasts on the line. So we're gonna prioritize joining fetch when the remote people are here. Okay, great. Let's move on. Will, ABR.
Okay, here we go. Let me just
45 minutes. Sorry for taking some of your time.
Okay, I am going to give 2 presentations in the next 45 minutes. Both are schemes for server-side ABR. And I'm going to start with one which is publisher-initiated server-side ABR. So the publisher is going to tell the server when it should make an ABR decision. And the mechanism we're going to do this for is a new defined extension. So the problem statement, the original publisher and the server decide on a recurring basis which of a subset of tracks should be sent to a client. So the assumption here is there's a finite set of tracks. It's usually a 2 to 6 or 8. It's not larger than that. We're going to use throughput as the basis for deciding what tracks to forward. This is simplistic, right? There are more complicated ways to approach this. You can involve packet loss, RTT in the solution, and we can envisage those going forward. But the one that is commonly used today is a pure throughput base. The client does not control this. Wait, is this the right one? Yes. So the client in this case does not control the behavior, and it happens automatically. The change occurs at group boundaries. Now we can say we want to occur at object boundaries, but groups are IDRs and typically in media. And we want to use existing MOQ constructs as much as possible and not invent new stuff.
When you say client, it's the end subscriber, right?
Yeah, sorry, I'm using the word client or player. It's the final subscriber, right? It's you sitting at home in your living room.
And the server side is the relay side, right?
Server's the relay. So the general approach, the publisher, the person who's making the content, the original one, we're going to define a new extension that they can use to describe these ABR groups, the things you can switch in. I might have video that's high, medium, and low. I'm also going to define the throughput thresholds that I want the content to be switched at. And these thresholds may not be the bit rate of the content and probably shouldn't, but they'll be close to it. But this is defined by the original publisher. And the edge relay is going to recognize this extension, and when it sees it, it's going to activate this ABR behavior. And the client still needs to subscribe to the content via subscribe namespace, right? So it's going to subscribe namespace. Within that namespace will be a bunch of content that has this extension. So we can define a new ABR extension, and it's simply type length, and it's got three attributes. One is I need an ABR group identifier, which is just a name of the group that I'm going to put some tracks in. You can call it 1, right? And 1's going to hold high, medium, and low video. Then I need to tell the relay how many objects are in this group, because it's going to need to wait for them in order to make a decision about which one to forward through. And then I also need to give it a bit rate that it can apply to each one. So the publisher is going to add this extension. It's going to be on group 0 object of the track. And here's some examples of it. So I've got the...
So just clarifying question on group size, just walk me through on the previous slide for a second.
Yeah, let's go back.
So all these groups have the same size, right? Because you can switch on them?
No. I can make a group of video that is 6 tracks, and I can make an audio group that is 3. So I need to tell the relay, I'm asking you to switch between 6 things. Again, the relay is blind here. We don't want it to have knowledge about, it doesn't read a catalog, but we're asking it to make a choice between n number of objects. I need to tell it what is n.
Why does the relay actually need to know?
Why does it need to know? Because say you get 3 objects. Now, can I pick one of these 3 and send it? Or how long do I wait? How long do I wait before making a decision on which object to send?
Can you keep going through your presentation? Usually if we just...
Okay. See, here's a practical example. The blue stuff is video tracks, right? I got 3 tracks. I called them high, medium, and low. And for each of them, they're decorated with a new extension. And I've put examples on here. The audio is the green. The first thing is the ABR group. So all the video is an ABR group number 1. In other words, we're going to switch between these 3. And the audio is an ABR group number 2. And then I'm saying, hey, there's 3 tracks in this group. And now there happen to be 3 tracks in this group. I probably should have made it different, but they're the same. And then I also define the bit rate, the minimum bit rate necessary to deliver this track. And all the relay is going to do is pick the largest track that's smaller than what it thinks the threshold, the throughput is at any time.
When you say there's 3 tracks, you're doing that by namespace?
Well, this is the namespace. So these are all in the same namespace. And here are the names of the tracks.
Yeah, so I'm
but
just
I need
thinking,
to... Sorry, go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, without that number, if I wanted to look at how many tracks there are, based off of this, I'm going to look at the namespace. And I'm going to say...
Plus ABR group appended to each other.
Is a track.
Yeah, because there could be 50 items in the namespace, but you only want to switch between 3 of them. Look, the namespace is identical here as well. It's the same namespace, right? But how do I know that I need to switch between these 3 for video and these 3 audio? I need to put them in a specific bucket. And that's all that this second attribute is. This first one, it's just a bucket name.
Why? Clarification question here. The bit rate that you've given, so if you're able to support, say, 400 kilobits per second or whatever that is, does that mean that all the 3 tracks get selected?
The
one track with the highest.
highest one.
Okay.
One track with the highest.
We want the highest one that's smaller. If I guess my throughput is 3,000 megabits per second, or 3,000 kilobits per second, I'm going to choose this track, 2400. It's the largest one smaller than that. And that's typically my decision.
Price is right rules.
You can ask me why I put 4,000 for audio here. It's a nuance, right? If I put the actual audio track, which is 360 kilobits, I'm always going to send the highest audio all the time. And actually, I really want the highest audio when I have lots of, to match my higher video. So in this case, I put a high number here so that I just get the higher audio at a really high bit rate. And this one is only 76. I'll get this. This is my fail safe, and these I'll get at other levels. That's a game to play. Don't worry about what threshold it is, right? It's simple. So
have a
Thanks for explaining that. I like
on
that.
the floor. We could have two because sometimes it's better to go up and sometimes it's to have another threshold to go down.
Can we keep clarifying questions?
So
As we go through.
So this is this to me is a simple example that the relay, as these objects are coming in, right? It knows this assigned group. So say it gets the first object this first object, video high. It needs to wait a little bit of time until it's got 3 objects in its bucket because it has to compare them, right? And then it has to make a choice between these 3. And they should all arrive at the same time, but in the real world, they'll be 5 milliseconds after the other one. So when it's got those 3, then it says, okay, I can make my decision. It applies the logic and it forwards that group and it doesn't forward the other groups. It's acting like a filter. And I know Mo's going to suggest, is this a filter? Maybe it's a filter, okay? But for now, it's just a simple ABR method. And again, the client's done nothing here. The client has just issued a subscribe namespace, and it's going to get 1 video track and 1 audio track. And the client knows what it's getting, so it knows how to decode them. Some questions?
Changing?
Go ahead.
You see these numbers changing as the objects are flowing, like those values, the bit rate?
No, they're fixed by the publisher.
Why
They're
would
on the
this
track, not the object?
They're
Why would
actually
this-
track dependent, so we could, for compression, assign them to the track. But you only need to put them on group 0 of each object, and they're 3 little
change per group.
But isn't that track
Oh,
extension?
it's track extension. You could tag the whole track itself, track extension.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be a track extension. That's a good clarification.
That
You
I
don't have to
think
specify. It could be.
Okay, so some comments and questions, right? Number 1, we only want this done at the edge, right? If intermediate relays are doing this, then downstream relays are going to lose data. So the notion, I don't think we have in our spec the notion of you're an edge relay, like you're the person talking to the final subscriber. But we need to think about that. I think it's a notion that is inherent to our network design. There's certain things an edge relay should do. So we can just say you should not do this if you're delivering to another relay. Number 1.
But it would not know that, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's certainly every relay I deploy is going to know if it's at the edge or not.
Okay.
And I think we have a common enough behaviors in our spec that are intended for the last mile
Okay.
that we can introduce this notion of mock transport.
It's not necessarily how our network works. Like
Okay, this is a question. I don't want to delay. Okay.
To answer, yeah.
Number 2, the proposal limits switching to group boundaries. We could allow you to switch at object boundaries, and then we could just have a bit flag to say, when does the relay evaluate the switching decision? And I think we should limit it to group for simplicity, because people can always design their tracks so that the groups match their switching point.
I
Number
think it's-
3, sorry.
I was going to say I 100% agree, but I also think it would work with subgroup, but on a new stream. I think it's
Maybe.
That's-
Yeah, I'm open to that. Number 3, we need to wait a little bit of wall clock time when you get one group, right? But you don't want to wait too long. So when I say there's 3 objects in the switching group, you should wait till you have all 3 before you can decide which one to forward. But say you get 2 and now 400 milliseconds has passed. There should be a threshold at which you say, I'm just going to make the best decision I can with the objects I've received. So I think we might want to add one more attribute, which is how long should the relay be willing to wait to make this decision? And if you're doing real-time conversation, it's going to be a very small number. Maybe I wait 15 milliseconds.
Do you want comments, or I'm not sure it's clarifying. Do you want me to wait?
Well, these were
Yeah.
This is a question. After this, I have no more slides.
Okay, well, I guess my question there is like, I'm not sure I understand why you have the weight behavior at all.
Okay.
Like, why are you not just decide like the bit rate is currently X? That means the track I have is currently Y. And if that's, even if other tracks are arriving sooner, why I'm,
Because you want the highest one that satisfies your current bit rate.
but I mean, I guess I'm saying is like, I would prefer not to have any of this delay behavior, right? Which is like, I already know what the tracks are. I know what their bit rates are. I know what the current bit rate is. I know which track I'm selected to. I don't need to wait for objects from it or from other tracks until the bit rate changes.
So you would just switch to it anyway, even if the object's not there.
Objects are coming.
But what if they've stopped publishing?
That's a different, I mean, this is a different problem. That's already a problem for any, like, this is, I think you're conflating like backup fallback behavior with ABR behavior. And maybe you don't think we should, but that's fine. 2 cents.
Yeah, but again, the relay has no knowledge that it doesn't know about this group until it sees this extension, right?
But the extension's on the track now.
Okay, if we move it to the track, then yes, it's a priori.
Yeah.
So it can defer it. So I agree.
Make the best decision with the tracks that you have. Maybe another track shows up later with.
Okay, no, that's a nice improvement, because before it was blind until it gets, and if it only gets one, it's got to wait till it gets all the others to know. But that would simplify. We could take out the number of groups, right? We just define them as a track selection at the beginning, and then we're done.
Agnes?
Question here around your throughput here. So you base that on what this particular track has received the last some time interval or during the last group or the
so
last.
There's a lot of debate we can have about defined throughput, right? The throughput should definitely be for the connection to this client.
No, he was talking about the static bit rate of the track,
Oh, that.
the declared.
No.
Yeah.
I was
don't
talking
think
about
it is.
actually how the measurement relates to especially priority is actually where I want to come through this. Is the question of, because how much throughput depends on your scheduler, but that depends on how you prioritize the different streams. So, but I guess it's like you will prioritize first the tracks. You will measure on these tracks to see how much you deliver, and then you will basically let this select the tracks based on what it actually gets.
I would
in
think
throughput.
all the tracks within your switching group have the same priority, but it's a fair question that you've got to judge their throughput available compared to other competing tracks within the same connection. If we want to do any sort of server-side ABR, we have to address this problem.
So I'm just clarifying what you're both saying is like, when you described how that bandwidth worked earlier, it was clearly a bandwidth that was the measured bandwidth was across all the tracks that were going on that connection, or it didn't work what you were describing. But that sounds different than what Magnus is saying. I'm just trying to, I think you guys might be talking past each other. Like, I think the bandwidth you're talking about from the measurement point of view, not the number that's in the track, but the measurement.
Yeah, it's the estimate of the throughput.
Again, for the whole connection, right?
Yes.
Well, for what? So that's the question. It's for at least for the whole connection.
Okay.
But what if there's competing traffic at a higher priority than the switching group? Then, yeah, we have to make a choice. But in all practice, this ABR solution would be deployed when these are the video tracks and audio tracks you're sending to this client. That's it.
Our priorities don't exist across connections. They're only relative.
But we're making a decision from the edge relay to the final subscriber. And yes, there will be priority differences between what is being sent.
So I am assuming multiple tracks. That's one that will be competing with different priorities based on what their content is. But yeah.
Okay, Ali, then Mo, then Luke.
Yeah, so my earlier comment on this issue was, even if you have like 3 video tracks in that ABR group, I mean, the throughput values for those streams or tracks are going to be actually dependent on their priority levels. And I don't agree that the priorities for all the video tracks are supposed to be the same. Actually, I mean, if I am sending 1080p versus really a low quality video, I guess, they are not going to be really the same with respect to other tracks we might have in that connection. That might be a bunch of other tracks as well, right? Multiple video tracks and so on.
The reason I did not write up and request time for an ABR proposal is because I think this is the Achilles heel of all server-side ABR solutions. There is not a good answer for how would a server divvy up its bandwidth and decide on behalf of a client what it thinks the fair share of bandwidth that it wants to allocate to this one track to this one stream.
Yeah.
When the client may be asking for 5 other streams unrelated to this ABR request. And on that same connection, there are more streams, and on other connections, there are more streams. So that is such a can of worms.
Yeah.
I could not figure out a way to specify something that made sense for how that local server decision of what my send rate should be to compare to whatever the client track thresholds are. I couldn't get past that. And so I didn't think that any ABR solution would have a sensible way to address that. And if we do, then I think, a mechanism like this, which can even be simplified with the track filter, you don't even need the groups, the namespace is the group. You don't even need to specify anything but just the top one, and you'll get only one track all the time. But I don't think we have a good solution for how do I measure my local send rate and somehow apportion it to this one track.
Okay, Luke and Ian, and I'm going to close the queue.
I'm on the road, but a little clarifying question. Can viewers choose what they want? Like if I have a small viewport, can I say, don't give me the HD? Or if I minimize, can I get high quality audio and no video?
With this solution, no, this is like a very simple client. The solution I'm going to present next is a client subscription with server initiated ABR, and that would give you exactly what you want. You would choose not to include certain tracks in your ABR. This solution was designed for very simple clients, and we want to put the switching logic in the relay, but have it controlled by the original publisher.
Ian had a question?
I wouldn't say, but I mean, people do like widely deploy server-side ABR. So like, I mean, I wouldn't call it trivial, but like, it's definitely like a thing that exists. So I think, there's enough.
Like Microsoft Smooth Streaming or Adobe.
No, I mean,
like,
yeah,
like the entire site. So
it's your point is valid. It's very
Yeah.
hard to describe precisely, but the reality is in the real world, we can make it good enough to work.
But maybe that's because YouTube's use case is like you're watching one video. Usually, I don't know.
Surprised how many.
Okay,
people are
but that's
one video for the record. Also, now we can watch. Haven't you seen the ads? We can watch like 4 at once. I'm told.
I don't use YouTube.
I don't know. I don't use YouTube. But I mean, it works. Like number one, even some ability to do it is really helpful, and like typically the server, despite the fact that it's imperfect, could still make better decisions on the client's behalf. And like the tighter you get the latency boundary, the more that becomes true.
But how do you handle this like multiple streams and multiple priorities and bandwidth? Like, are you measuring the send rate per stream to make your decision or global?
You
both.
No. Well,
You have to address it either way. It's just, are you addressing it on the client or
Yeah. The client's having to make the same guesses, and it's even further removed from the reality of the server.
That depends on your infrastructure. I think it turns out. I think in YouTube's infrastructure, actually, I think it's like each of those four gets its own session. Sadly, typically, just due to how our infrastructure works. But like, it would be easier if they didn't, because then you could try to like fair share approximately and try to be like, okay, I want them all to be 720p. I don't know. I don't know enough about the details. I don't know if the client has some logic to be like, oh, all the rest are 720p. I'll like kick this one up to help it. But, yeah.
Well, we're roughly at the halfway point.
Yeah.
Do you have what?
I
you
just
need?
want to finish this slide, and then I want to move to the next presentation.
Okay.
So there were 2 points. Point number 4 is there are more complex ways to switch, like more richer ABR logic, and we could allow the relay to make choice, like if it knows the RTT of the client is high or there's other factors, or we can just keep it simple throughput. That's point number 4. Point number 5, you can't just switch bit rates unless you have your decoder initialized for it. So either the client needs to initialize at the highest level it might switch between, or we have to append an init, basically a init segment to every header, or we use something like AVC3, which is self-initializing. So these are workarounds in practice that we can apply on top of this. Otherwise, the client's decoder can break when we just start sending different content. That was my last comment. I'm now going to switch to the second presentation. I think I've got to stop like that. Come here. Come here.
Switch. Which method are you using for switching?
Method? Okay, stop. New ABR parameter. There we are.
There's a still.
So the solution I just proposed was for the client wasn't actively controlling the switching, and it was the publisher was sending commands and the relay was executing them and executing them agnostically. This approach is compatible with the first one, and it allows for more client control. And we're gonna invent a new ABR parameter, which we use, and that's the only change we need. We already have parameters defined, so we're just creating one. Very similar problem statement to last time, right? We have a finite set of tracks. We're going to decide based on throughput. The server knows nothing about the relay. It's just following rules. The client is going to initiate and terminate this behavior. I can switch at group or object boundaries, and I want to use MOQ constructs as much as possible and not invent new stuff. So the general approach, we're going to define a new ABR parameter, which we send along with our existing subscribe message. This parameter is going to allocate the subscription to an ABR group. It's going to define the minimum throughput necessary for that subscription. It's going to define the boundary at which the change is allowed to occur. And then the logic is very simple. You just forward the track with the highest bit rate smaller than your estimate of the throughput. If nothing satisfies this, then you can forward the lowest bit rate that you have. So here's the definition of this new parameter. It's a simple one. It's going to be, it has a payload, so it's not a simple, it's got to be an odd number, I believe. So again, we got the same thing. We got an ABR group identifier, so we can have multiple groups at the same time, audio and video, for example, the minimum throughput, and then the ABR group size. And here again, it's not a track property, so we can't have the convenience we just described to. We have to tell it how many objects are in the group it can wait for. And also I put a flag in for, are we switching at group boundaries or object boundaries? It's when should the decision be evaluated? This is optional because this group size and boundary will not change for a given ABR group. So once I declare it once, I don't need to redeclare it. I don't need to send it again. So what does it look like in practice? So here we have 6 tracks that are coming. Now there's no subscribe namespace. These are explicit. The client can say, I want to switch between these 3 video tracks and between these 3 audio tracks. So it's going to explicitly subscribe to the tracks it wants to switch between. It's going to attach the ABR parameter when it does. The ABR parameter is saying, I'm putting all of these tracks in the same switching bucket number 1. These are your throughputs at which you switch. And for the very first one, it says, by the way, there's 3 objects in this bucket, and I want you to switch at group boundaries only. And at the same time, we subscribe to our 3 audio tracks. We put them in a different bucket. We assign the switching logic. We tell it how many are there.
Fine question.
Yeah.
Does that mean that all of the subscriptions are paused until you see all 3?
Yes, because you need to know which are available to send. You don't have, well, it's not true.
Tracking, same thing applies, right?
Yeah, I think actually you wouldn't need to pause.
So the first one you subscribe, you start getting it?
Well, that's the trouble. I'm trying to prevent that, right? Because otherwise you're going to have the starting behavior where the first time you see something, what stops you immediately sending it? That's my trouble. We can't do atomic. I can't subscribe for 3 things atomically. So
that's what I thought your number 3 was. I thought it was saying
it is.
The subscription.
It is. Alan's saying we can do it by track, but I want the relay to at least know that there's 3 subscriptions that are active here. And once it's got those 3, now it can choose between.
Oh, I see. Okay, maybe that.
Yeah.
Does this toggle forward equals 1 or not? Or this just like it's always forward equals 1?
You can think of it as a replacement for forward equals 1. You can think of it as an exotic filter too, or not even an exotic one. If we squint, we can spell this as a filter, or we can spell it as a logic controlled forward equals 0, forward equals 1.
Colin? I was just going to say that I think it'd be worth noting here. We're getting a growing number of things that cause us to want to take multiple commands and make them atomic. And this is going to happen too when you're redoing layouts, right? Like when you're going to be like, I had 5 big subscriptions, but I want to go down to 1 large subscription type thing. I think that we probably need some mechanism for putting a bunch of subscribes or subscribe updates as an atomic operation. Nothing to do with this ABR stuff even. And that if we had that, it might it might simplify a whole bunch of these things that we're talking about here.
Below same stream. That means they're Control
They would still be low, but you could put them on the same control stream, but the first one's going to arrive first. And in that very millisecond, the relay could decide to forward a track, and then it goes, oops, no, there's a higher one. I could have sent a better quality, right?
Yeah.
That's why I send that number, so it only makes its decision once it's got the 3 subscriptions. And Cullen's approach would be fine. If we could say it's atomic, evaluate all of these before you send anything, it would get the same effective result. I wanted to do it with stuff that we have, not stuff that we need to invent.
No, yeah, fair. I'm not,
Okay.
it's not a criticism. It's just
Okay.
like an observation. There's an underlying mechanism here.
So I
that's
think
quick
this
to
is
figure out.
it's just one new parameter that we send, and then we can get this behavior, and it's simple rules for the relay other than defining what the throughput is. But that's we can do that well enough to make it work. Again, we can define this even further. We could define normative extension values that the publisher can use to decorate it, right? We can define that ABR group, the threshold bitrate, and the change. So the only thing we'd need to send from the client is, hey, do ABR or don't do ABR. So we could actually blend this with the prior solution as long as the original publisher is willing to put extensions in that assign things to groups. So that would work. And it could happen at the same time. We could have a flag to say, check extension 33 for what group it is, or we can just tell it explicitly that these are in groups. And it could, as I mentioned, it could work in parallel with the scheme we just defined previously. So all we have to say is ABR is true, right? We put a flag in. Some questions. Do we need to define the time range over which throughput is calculated? There's a complexity there. Maybe we want to do that. Like real-time media only cares about the last 600 milliseconds, right? But OTT might want you to average over the last 5 seconds because we don't really want to switch as much. So I think all it is a number, and we could do it. Limited group boundaries, I'd like very much to limit it. I think it's simplification. We don't want to evaluate stuff at object boundaries. Same thing, this N objects. Don't worry about that. Should the client provide the bitrate or the raw bitrate so a server-side algorithm can make a decision? I'm in favor of raw because then different relays are going to make different calculations. And Gwendol said, well, I would like to write a better relay that makes a better estimate of throughput. So don't do that. It's a fair point. And then lastly, same thing for initialization. We have to make sure that the client can decode what is being sent to it. But I think there are 3 solutions for that, and we could say, use one of these. That was the end of my presentation.
So to be clear, though, that just the general mechanic is I've got N tracks, and like group 1 is coming on track 1 and group 2 is coming from track 2.
Yes,
Like, okay.
it keeps switching.
So you probably have a higher level API that aggregates it to like a unified view of this like ABR track.
In your player.
Yeah.
Yeah. In both cases, your player knows that this behavior is going to happen. And these were just examples, right? I can write PRs for either one or both of these, should we want to take it further.
Colin? So this is sort of on point 4 there. Often what's limited is the peak bit rate, but often what you're seeing is a limit way below peak bit rate. So I think it's really good if the publisher says, the original publisher says, this will be the peak bit rate for this stream, not the relay tries to estimate that itself from what it's seen, because the estimates are really hard. You don't know what will happen, but the publisher does know what they won't exceed. The original publisher.
Yeah.
Victor, is it? Yeah, you're thinking about this.
Huh? I think so. That is a good observation. More importantly, you don't want really peak. You want peak averaged over something that's related to you.
I know. Yeah. I
agree.
agree.
Like this is the difference between real time and VAD. In real time, like you really want your peak for like your iframe, but in VAD, it's like if you have a second that kind of your same video will have lower peak.
Yeah, your tolerance is a function of your buffer, and your buffer is a function of the delivery mode. Right?
But the application will
Real-time
know
bit.
how to compute this. So in that sense, I think we agree.
Does either of these work or look anything like what YouTube does, right? Like,
I am still not quite sure I understand what this does.
either both presentations or just this one?
What the second does different from the first? Like this is like the extension is clearly almost the same.
It's what YouTube does is more like the first, except the client then sends a bunch of information that's kind of similar to what's in the second.
Oh,
but it doesn't provide like bit rate or something.
What YouTube does is like not specifically relevant because YouTube just differentiating every year.
So,
So my important observation is like, I think I'm completely fine with like what I want to see is like some combination of the first proposal, and I want to make sure that it overlaps with whatever we do with things like Switch, because so when I was watching Switch, what I was thinking about how this is like mostly server-side ABR, but without the actual decision. Like the only thing that differs between Switch and the first proposal is
This is an automated switch based on throughput, really.
wait. So
Slide.
could you repeat for me? I may be stupid. What is the difference between the first and the second?
The first and the second, the first one I showed was complete. The publisher provides all the information and the client is just a passive receiver of the switch. It's not making any input to it. It's not defining the switching groups or anything. And I think there's certain business cases where that's the behavior we want. The second one is the client actually defines the subscription groups based upon information it gets in a catalog or somewhere else. It has more control over it. But the two, we can operate both at the same time. And there's business cases for both of these.
I think the important thing for Victor is the first one, the publisher specified the rate. For the second one, the client is specifying the rate.
Client telling the.
Same here. I think the publisher rate is probably makes more sense, just because of like the windowing issue.
There's two rates. There's one which is the rate of the content, and the other one is the rate that the threshold you switch at. So in both cases, the publisher provided the rate. In the second, but the rate that the threshold that you switch at, in one case it was provided by publisher in case one. In case two, it's published by the subscriber, but they're otherwise identical.
Right. And the subscribe, there's a lot going on with that. When do I want to switch rate? And it's, I think the subscriber is dealing with real world issues. It's doing other things. And effectively, it's in a better position to decide the switching threshold in most cases than a publisher picking it for all clients.
We have Luke, then Ian, then Gwendol, then Suhas, then Ali.
Okay, I guess I'll go. So first off, I implemented this at Twitch, and I actually really think it's a pretty good design. The second approach, the main reason why you can't do the publisher deciding ABR approach is like the Nintendo Switch doesn't support 1080p, or it doesn't support AV1, and it just crashes. Like you can't have the publisher deciding what all viewers could possibly support. All this information that the subscriber is sending would be sourced from the catalog. So the catalog, the publisher would say what the peak bit rate for VBR is, for example, and the subscriber would just tell the edge relay, like, please switch at this boundary. So I think it's good. It works pretty well for low latency. I am a little worried at higher latency and higher jitter buffers. Like when you want like 6 seconds latency, I think the relay doesn't have the jitter buffer size, so it's going to be too aggressive or not aggressive enough. But I think it's a really good design.
I'm going to close the queue after Ian is done talking. Go, Ian.
I mean, I think this is the right direction. I think there's a number of parameters in here. We talked about be it client or server. I tend to think that like a design, like in general in MOQ, we've taken the opinion that like the publisher can state stuff about the track or the preferred priority or whatever, and then the client can override it. I mean, this seems like a lot of these properties fields could have that kind of shape and it would all work fine. Like these are just, so it's a matter of like figuring out what the variables are that you feed into the ABR algorithm, and like then figuring out like on the wire how to allow either the server client to, you know, authorize them. There might be a few things actually I think only the publisher probably should be specifying, but like maybe that I'm not even hung up on. That was a high level. And then yes, I agree. I think I only want to switch at group boundaries because it's simpler. Like goodness sakes, like the last thing I need to do is think about that. And to Luke's point about it has to be client driven. I don't want to say that I'm a filter fanboy, but I will say that filters could be really useful here because I could say like only grab me all the videos that are less than like 720p. This is not coming again. Take everything I said as truth. Like I'm not a filter fanboy, but it is super useful for like stuff like this. That being said, even if you had to do it all client driven, I think like particularly for VOD, I think the QE would be perfectly fine, or not VOD, for low latency live. The QE would be perfectly fine for like client driven. For, video conferencing, I think you'd really want it to be server driven or fully server driven. Anyway, Wendell.
I wanted to mention that I had one slide in my switch slide deck, which was some sort of adding parameters to switch message to do this. So it is one parameter to say, instead of switching ASAP, I switch under conditions, which could be the throughput. That would do the same job as what is written here. And if you want to have publisher side instruction, you could say, I am the publisher, I want you to switch downstream, which would be another parameter where you say, send it downstream. It would be adding this kind of information which are about ABR into the switch message, and so something which would be more consistent with the semantics.
Ross, I like the way from design principles I like to look at it is that there are some of track properties which are owned by the publisher, and hence it specifies in the track extension headers, and that's constant for a track to exist until the track exists to exist. And that setting your first approach kind of hits that, and I think that's a good design to go. And can the client subscriber influence that in different ways? Probably yes. I think this solves one use case of I have say Alice's video, which has 3 qualities, and how do I switch between those two based on the parameters I have. But I think this is a base case, and we also, like in video conferencing cases, we have Alice, popcorn, and we each have 3 qualities, and we need to kind of pick for each. I think this builds the foundation to get something there. I think this is a good direction to work on. All right.
Yeah, so I would like to suggest we think this like the following. So I think all the switching has to be done on the relay. So let's call it server side. But then whether it's going to be client initiated versus publisher initiated or client driven versus publisher driven, I think that's where the difference comes from, right? So I'm not really, I don't think anybody disagrees that switching is going to be done somewhere else besides the relay. Does anybody actually think that? I mean, whether it's the switch message or forwarding updates, subscribe updates, or stuff like that. I mean, is there another place where we are going to do the switch, the actual switch? I mean, the relay knows the best what's happening so that it can actually switch properly, right? But then whether the request is going to be client initiated or automated or publisher initiated, I think that's where there are multiple use cases that we can pick from. And then I think we should support all.
Victor.
Yeah, now that I think more about it, maybe just having subscriber provide everything is easier. Would make more sense because fundamentally you're just telling the relay, I have this set of tracks, switch between them under those conditions, and there is no like other flows, and you can get all of this from catalog. And the other thing is with something we already do in our buffer implementation, we might need a point to communicate some information about the buffer size in the player. And that's, I'm not sure that might be even necessary for simple switch at some point. But like without that, you don't have any idea how far you are in the group, what to do. Like your ABR decisions are going to be very different depending on whether your buffer is 200 milliseconds or 10 seconds.
Right, that's why client triggered is.
The queue is closed. Please put it in the Zula. Alan.
Okay, so one, I'm still a little bit concerned about the startup problem of like, okay, I send you subscribe for these 3 different tracks, and whoever happens to be there first, if there's already one that's subscribed, the other 2 have to go upstream to initiate.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, how would you do anything other than start with what you have? And I really don't like this like wait around and make a decision property. I don't know if there's any way out of it.
Clarify that. So say you get you just get the first one there. And the bit rate at once is 3,600, right? And you decide, and you know your throughput is 10 megabits, right? So you could get that and you could immediately say, I have this track, I could start sending it to you. But in fact, the track beneath it could be a 8 megabit threshold because it's 4K. So now you could have sent the client 4K content, but you're sending them 1080p.
We just make you, or if you have to send them in the order you want them, like send them in
But
descending
we
order. or
can't
something.
guarantee. Well, we have to then we have to give them an ordinal value or something.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, the other one is like, yeah, like just you're like, okay, I want 30. I have enough bandwidth for track 1, but I don't have the track.
But there could be a better track. I have enough bandwidth. You don't know the finite set of things you have to switch, and you never know when you have one track if in fact there's a better quality one. You
I hear you. I will just say that I am concerned about this like wait around behavior in the relay. I'd rather like make a decision based on the messages that I get, and if they're wrong, we like correct them. But it seems like something that needs to be.
You would put a pending queue. This track, I don't forward anything. It's part of an ABR decision.
Let me just finish my thoughts here. So so that's just like one like bucket. But I think my higher level question is, I mean, generally speaking, I feel like both proposals are like the people who know a lot more about ABR seem like generally okay in this direction, but like it's also a little bit slideware right now, and I'm worried about how long it's going to take us to like actually write it down, and then that will be an issue fountain of like all the different things that are going to come up out of that. And what is our sort of high level plan of attack for managing this? Or thinking about it a different way, could the entire thing be an extension? Or does it need to, or it has to be in core MOQ in order to work? Or are there core MOQ things we need to change if it had to be an extension? That's my high level question.
Mo?
I think all the server-side ABR solutions have to solve 2 or maybe 3 fundamental things. Number one, group all of the things, all the tracks that are candidates for switching. We already have namespaces that seem like a natural fit for that. Number 2, they have to agree on a metric. They have to specify a metric that does the switching. How do you evaluate these all these different tracks and compute some metric that the max or minimum of that metric selects that track? This is exactly what the track filter does. And what I said this morning to the list is the simplest possible way you can already do this with MOQ today, just using the track filter and the metric that a relay would understand. There's still a lot of devil in the details about that metric because, like I said before, the relay has to figure out what share of bandwidth does it want to compute to this one track. But assuming that each vendor is going to have some magic they sprinkle to do that, that's already the simplest way that we can do it with current constructs. You don't need other parameters to define the group. We already have namespaces for it. You already have a metric mechanism in the track filter to say, in this extension is the metric I want you to key off of. I think that's the simplest way to support this.
To clarify that, but you still need the server-side decision. There's an input that's not currently in your filter system.
What's the
Yeah, we don't in filter, there isn't currently a thing to say switch on throughput. We'd have to add that.
That's what I said this morning. That define an extension for whatever metric you want. If the metric is going to be the bit rate, then you define an extension for track bit rate. Publishers put the track bit rate on there. The relays evaluate, do they have enough egress bandwidth, however they apportion it, however they decide to apportion it, to meet that. If they don't, then they discard it. It drops out of the top end. If they have it, it goes into the top end. So you'll only get the one track that has the highest rate that actually fits within your egress budget.
Okay, thanks, Mo. All right, Will, excellent job staying on time. Well done. A lot of discussion. We still got through everything on time. I want to run very briefly through the Zulip comments. Christian says he does not really, frankly, care that much about simple clients because that pushes stuff on the relay, and so he would like to push stuff to the clients. Mike says it's important that Mike Bishop says it's important that subscribers may be able to exclude certain tracks. Luke says that the server probe connection bandwidth and switch tracks on a per group thing, and that works pretty well, even though it was crude. Mike +1 Victor that the subscriber should provide all the info. Luke says yes, ABR switching logic should be controlled by the viewer. Cullen also +1 Victor that the end subscriber should kind of control it. Luke is concerned about encoder latency, and Mike Bishop also says maybe we've stopped worrying so much about possible startup of the video quickly as possible. Okay, so the way this works is Ian's going to give a presentation to ABR, and then the editors and I are going to get together during break and try to synthesize where we're at based on all these proposals and all the feedback we've received. Colin, do you have something very less than 30 seconds?
No, actually, I was going to go to what the conclusion are out of this, but you answered that question for me. So
Okay, excellent. Ian, go.
Is there any way to turn down these, not control? It's getting really warm on this side of the room from the sun.
Oh, look at that. We're going to be in the bunker now.
send us into darkness.
This is also a thermostat.
Oh, sorry. Maybe.
It's gotta be hot in Denver.
What happens when we do that?
The light's gonna leak through.
February.
That good, Mo?
And who's got a pillow?
Yeah.
All right, you guys wanted a bunker, you got a bunker. Ian, Ian, do you need support with slides?
I'm trying to just get onto the meeting because the stupid data tracker calendar thing doesn't auto update.
Too. This is a good time if you haven't signed the blue sheets. If you go up to the top of the Zulip chat, there's a link to the blue sheets. So go add your name and affiliation to that, please.
And Pavan and Jed, I put you there, but I didn't put your affiliation.
You need me to send you a link to the thing.
No, I got it now. Okay. Forgot that I was logged in. Session is over. What? We're in the afternoon.
Not in Meet Echo, not in Meet Echo, Google Meet.
Just like. I'm gonna have to refresh the page.
What?
Oh.
MOQ Slack channel.
Or yeah, just send me the link.
Okay.
How many places, like I have too many windows open, or it's in the Slack. It's in there. Okay. This one. All right, thank you.
Got it?
Success. Oh, no.
No, yeah, it is.
There you are. Okay.
No, you were. But
I
you
want
left.
that in mode.
Why? Oh.
That's the wrong slides. That's the right slides. All right. Beautiful. All right. First, thanks to Suhas and others who have talked to me about this on and off over time. And thanks to Will for mostly presenting basically the same ideas, but like, you know, a few names are different and stuff, but conceptually like very similar. As a result, I'm going to try to maybe go more into things where I think maybe there's a little more discussion to be had, and maybe I'll skip over some of the things that I think Will covered nicely. So at a high level, you know, this proposes adding a track group. I think in Will's case, it was namespace plus the group
ID.
But
ABR group.
you need, basically you need a tuple or a string or a blob or something that says all these tracks, you know, belong to the same group. In Dash World, I believe these are all called alternative representations, or there's another term for them, but I forgot.
Variants. Variants.
CMF is a switching group.
So we need some sort of indication of the bandwidth. I am saying that this should be from the publisher. And I'm trying to be as vague as possible, but appropriately vague, which is the required bandwidth that is necessary to play the track. And so this gives the publisher some amount of leeway of, you know, if you're using a fixed bit rate encoding, then this is probably some number very similar to that. If you're using a highly variable bit rate encoding, maybe it's, you know, as Victor said, something kind of similar to the iframe bandwidth, but like smeared some. But that's, you know, up to the publisher to sort of detail. I suggest that there needs to be an epoch as well as a sync stamp functionality. The sync stamp, I just didn't call it a timestamp, but it's basically a timestamp. But I wanted, the word timestamp is sort of a loaded word. You can call it a MOQ stamp or whatever you would like, but it's a timestampy thing that allows you to align tracks.
Clarifying question.
Sure.
If you constrain your content such that the group IDs are time aligned, does that requirement, the epoch and sync stamp, go away?
I basically say you can use the group ID and the object ID as a substitute for the sync stamp.
Okay.
I suggest you should use the epoch anyway, although I think then I also say, well, maybe you could use the namespace instead if you really want. I mean, there's a little bit of like wiggle room in that area, but like the point is you need it. But yes.
Okay.
And part of me wants to say, like, wouldn't it be great if we just did constrain the like group IDs and like
object IDs and say like, we'll just straight up make them meaningful.
If you want to do ABR, then do this.
Or if you want to do
Yeah.
anything that has any
Yeah.
synchronization with another thing,
Yeah.
or anything that has a time correspondent, but I don't want to go too far down that road right now, because I really want to only do whatever is needed for ABR.
Clarification question?
Sure.
When you say publisher on the top, it's a relay?
Or original publisher.
Sorry.
Original publisher? It was the question of Ali just before.
Sorry, this is intended for the original publisher, sorry. It really should be allow the original publisher to indicate to only deliver. It should be a mechanism that allows the original publisher to indicate that it should only deliver that the actual publisher should only deliver one of the tracks in the group.
So the original
Yeah.
publisher indicating to a relay that it.
They're all like alternative representations. Like alt track group, I think was the thing.
But like Will's proposal, you need a mechanism for like relay to
Will's
relay
like-
gets them all,
yeah.
but the last.
But
but
it's
at some
spelling it
point
differently,
somebody-
but it's
Like a
the
CNAP switching
obvious
set. How do you
requirement.
signal these are part of a
Exactly.
CNAP switching set?
Yep.
It's a subset of tracks.
Another clarification question, is the bandwidth the only quality of service metrics you want to use for this? Or have more like packet loss, like I don't know, things like this?
I am not suggesting using packet loss. I do discuss using potentially priority and even potentially another field that could be added if we want, instead of just raw bandwidth, but I guess I'll get to that. But in terms of packet loss, I think my thinking is, at the end of the day, and I'll use the word server here, not publisher to be specific, but like the server that is sending the final subscriber, they're going to have like a very good idea of like what the link rate is, what the jitter is, like all of these things, like a better idea than pretty much anyone else. So like, they're going to have to make a good choice, right? Like at some point you're trying to give them as much information as is needed to make like an intelligent decision based on the criteria.
Right. This is something which bothers me. Ideally, we would need to provide a full ABR algorithm to the relay, or we would need to. So it would mean that we would need to carry a lot of information about this if we want to do it well, or we would need to presuppose there are some predefined algorithm when we say, hey, use the algorithm A, use the algorithm B, and
I'm sure CDNs would be happy to compete on this. Just like they do latency and a number of other things. So I think there's reasons to believe that people who are trying to deliver content like especially with like very tight requirements will probably do a good job with this. Okay. I don't know. Anyway. Okay. And the hope is that this could easily build on track filters if there are multiple track groups. So I'll get that a little bit at the end, but multiple track groups is basically the idea of this, I have 4 equivalent videos, say, on my screen, and each one is basically independently doing APR. Some key use cases, including switching up or down between 2 representations. So the switch use case, choosing an optimal track of N, as Will proposed. I want to be able to make sure we correctly prioritize sending audio and video. And a particular thing is like, if you have a 5-second buffer and you have a lot of audio available, but like, don't make the video buffer just because the audio is like higher priority or something, right? Like, that's a bad thing to happen. Some level of fairness between multiple video track groups. So, don't have one person in HD and the other person like thumbnail sock. And then I should have said client, but basically the ability for like a client to like influence the algorithm in some way, shape, or form for any number of reasons. Yeah.
So all the tracks in a track group are going to be are going to have the same priority?
Not necessarily. So I'll go over a proposal of how priority is used, like I think 2 slides from now. So, but the idea, the last bullet or last item is that the client can influence things. I think even a fully server-driven approach, like I think it needs to respect like clients kind of override in some sense. Like maybe it wants to video mute someone because I don't know why. Maybe someone doesn't like, the Seahawks jersey they're wearing that day. And really, no one.
Go see.
I was just like the fan. And, but the point is like, also experimentation, like it's very, in my experience, like sometimes you want an experimentation framework, and one way to do it is have the server always behave the same way, but then have the client like override the server's algorithm to, kind of tweak it to see if that like behavior works better. So I guess my point is, I don't think you can get away with a fully client only or server only approach. I think there's got to be some like ability to collaborate. All right. Track groups, also called adaptation sets, I think, in yoga, thanks, from Will's Warp Draft. Okay, so publisher indicated. We could make them the same as the namespace. It's not required. Right now, we don't really say anything about how you use namespaces in the draft. We could. I don't know if we want to. I don't have a strong opinion. I just don't know.
This is an integer
Or
or a string.
I say it's a blob.
Oh, it's blob.
Because I had to
train
pick
it
up
to an
a
integer
blob.
though.
It needs to be something, and it needs to be unique.
It has to be unique against all publishers in the relay, or it's unique only within the publisher, original publisher, or it has to be unique across all tracks in the relay.
I would say it has to ideally
Within the
be-
namespace.
That, I guess that's the question. That is a good question. Does it need to be scoped within the namespace or not? I think, yeah. There needs to be a unique identifier, whether it's the namespace plus an ID or an opaque blob of bytes that happens to be unique because, I don't know, cryptography.
It's just an extra tuple field, right? You got namespace, name, and now this other thing.
So
Just a sort of clear, like design, sort of understanding design question, like everybody that's coming up with this is coming up with some equivalent of this.
Right.
But what I don't understand is any namespace can be just further broken into an, add one more tuple to it. Like why don't we just, is there a reason not to just use namespaces to form this group? So everything the track that every track that is in that namespace and exactly that namespace that needs to be in there. And it sounds like
I can give an
Luke,
answer.
then Victor, then Will.
I was just gonna say, do we want to support ABR across multiple publishers that have different namespaces?
ABR, like track groups? No. If you're not in the same namespace, I would say no. Bad idea.
If you're not the same publisher at all.
Yeah, I mean, you need to think you're the same publisher in some, like, you can use two different pieces of hardware, you can use redundancy, you can do whatever you want, but like from a entity perspective, you should try to, you should be having synchronized timestamps or sync stamps or whatever we call them. Victor?
I don't think we should tie this to namespaces, mostly because, like we discussed before, different players might need different subsets of those groups.
Well,
Different players might need different subsets. Like, I don't support AV1, or like I'm only.
but that's different, right? That's just you're saying subset of the set.
I'm saying, like, if you say that the adaptation set is the entire namespace, now you're like have to cut it up somehow.
Same argument as Victor. The publisher dictates the namespace, not the client. But the client is the one who has reasons like I can't decode AV1. It might want to constrain that group further. So if we're restricted to the namespace, the end subscriber has no ability to change that. So it's fine to set that as a group, but allowing a mechanism for the subscriber to dictate its own set is much more generally useful.
Okay, I get it now. That answers the question. Thank you. And I just think filter solves all of this.
Then YuQui, then Victor. YuQui.
Yeah, I think I wanted to express similar comment as what we just said. Basically, yeah, having the same switch group practice is okay, but I need more information for the client to decide for something I cannot do.
Yeah, so like there's just too many dimensions. There's like codecs, and there's like resolutions, and there's God knows what. And
All right, carry on, Al. Ian.
Yes. Anyway, to summarize that, yes, I think maybe you could use namespaces, but if you use namespaces, you need to support the use case that everyone is discussing, which is like a way for the client to say, I can't do AV1, I don't have the resolution, etc. So the idea here is like there's also a required bandwidth track extension header. And as I said before, for fixed bitrate video, this might just be the bit rate. For variable rate, it might be something closer to the max. And
really the goal here is like that the publisher, the final publisher, or,
Sorry.
the sender. Yep.
I missed something on your previous slide. That extension that you're proposing for the group is set by the publisher because it's an extension, right?
Yep. It's an extension header.
So again, we're back to the publishers dictating this, nothing to do with the clients. So the
Right.
YouTube client cannot say, well, I'm a Nintendo Switch YouTube client, and so I only want this. It's the publisher that says it. It's the,
This only applies though within for a track, it says I am in this group. So like if you had 10, you could have, how many like resolutions does YouTube support? Like 20. But you could have like a track group that only was like the 4 you played. Right.
but
There's no,
again, this is specified by the publisher. So like Colin said, it could just have been a tuple in the namespace. This exact.
Get through all of your presentation
to
understand how this works.
Okay. I think it's probably, the important thing is if you were to initiate 4 subscribes client side and this alt track group matched among those 4, then the ABR would only be done among those 4 that you subscribe to, just like in Will's example.
Got it.
Yeah. Again, mostly what Will said. Okay. Again, I chose bandwidth because I think I got feedback that using bitrate was also like a bit of a loaded term. I'm not stuck on the particular naming, but the idea here is really this is a value to be used by the server to decide like how much bandwidth do I need before I consider switching up. It's not intended to actually say anything about the video, right? Like if for some reason you need 10 times the actual amount of bandwidth of the average video bandwidth to switch up because you have insane iframes, then I don't know, put that value. So synchronized time is difficult. Tracks with I talk about an epoch value. Again, we can kind of talk about what the naming should be. Have aligned either sync stamps or aligned group IDs and object IDs. So basically it just means that there's some common basis that all of these tracks shared. Now, if we're already in the same track group, then this is somewhat less critical because, hopefully the track group is like sharing these things already. However, if you want to have multiple track groups or multiple render groups, then this starts becoming like fairly valuable. So like, if like multiple of them can be aligned with each other. So like in a video call. Warp has a similar concept.
Can you just go into a little bit more example here? Because I'm just trying to understand that, like it's a little bit abstract for me.
Yeah. So for sure. So a great example is audio and video. So like audio and video are not in the same track group, right?
You can't switch between audio and video, but you want to denote that they
are aligned in
they
some
have
way.
time aligned groups.
Right. And they may, depending, at least based on how, I'm not assuming anything about namespace really in this proposal. So like at the moment, like they could be in the same namespace, they could be in a different namespace, whatever. But I want a way to say like these 2 things are aligned.
Okay. But is that necessarily going to impact your ABR later? Should I keep waiting? Or is this more like how to inform sort of like priority and not let one group run ahead of another or something?
It's basically a way to, I guess it doesn't affect selection as much as making sure that like once you do the selection, you don't have like one group to run too far ahead of the other. Yes, you're right. It's technically valuable without ABR. Like even if you just had one audio and one video track, is something like this is potentially valuable.
Just clarifying question, make sure I understand what you mean by the epoch is just effectively some bits that identify whatever the time epoch is that we're using, right? And the sync stamp is something that, like, it could be in milliseconds, it could be in 90 kilohertz as RTP often uses, or it could be whatever. Okay, it's just a counter of some sort that's sort of
So
sorry.
That's okay. Yes, but yes, this one is again an opaque sequence of bytes. I say in here. I picked opaque sequence of bytes for both of these just because I had to pick something, not because it could be namespace plus an identifier. That might be too limiting, but that's the idea. And sync stamp might not be an absolute time, although it could be. And again, it's just there to synchronize delivery of tracks both within a track group as well as synchronize delivery across track groups, i.e. audio and video. The idea for a track is if it's present
I'm proposing that it is the time since the Unix epoch. And if it's on an object, it indicates the time since the beginning of the track. So, yeah, and yeah, again, all back to group ID and object ID if nothing's available. Luke.
I'll save it actually for the end. Keep going.
Selection and prioritization. So I think this came up earlier. If a track is selected in a group, saying it's equivalent to kind of forward equals 1 conceptually. And within a track group, I'm proposing that the highest priority, lowest numerical priority is preferred as bandwidth permits. We can also select based on the highest required bandwidth. I don't have a strong preference between these two. I can see pros and cons of both within a track group. I have another proposal also later. And then once a subscription is selected, object and subgroup prioritization work like normal. So if there are multiple subgroups and there's like a base layer and an enhancement layer, delivery of those would work just like normal once the selection is sort of has completed. Yes.
Can question? So you assume all the tracks in such a group would be subscribed?
Would be right. Yes, that there would be a subscription to them, and if there were 4 alternates, then one would have 4 is 1, and the other ones would have 0.
Yeah, it's like often in adaptive streaming, you could have like 10 different video stuff.
Yeah.
You would ask all the relays to subscribe all of them.
Of the ones that are actually potentially streaming. Now, a few slides forward, then I also say that, and we'll get to it, subscription filters are applied before ABR algorithm. And so if you whittle down things in various ways with subscription filters first, you might end up with actually a fairly smallish set of tracks by the time you actually try to do ABR.
And also what different times you just subscribe to the namespace and you don't know how many tracks are there. And when actually the track starts coming in, then you can selectively pick and say, it should work for both those cases.
Yes. So basically the point is that it might be cases that where you want to switch to something that is not subscribed, or sometimes it's good not to subscribe all of those if you have a lot. Yeah.
Or you might manually set forward to 0 because you don't want that for whatever reason, or vice versa. Like maybe you do want it because for whatever reason it's not involved.
You have 9 minutes remaining and a lot of slides. So
the main slides left.
Okay.
Are you? I don't think I do.
Be a further refinements, never mind.
Yeah, some of those, we can go then. Okay. So if you have multiple track groups, I should not say multi-track groups, multiple track groups, and you have more bandwidth available, pick the subscription basically that has the current lowest quality or the highest numerical priority, and attempt to up switch them in an effort to achieve some element of fairness and avoid a situation where one thing is unfairly prioritized, like favored versus another. So this is a case where purely using the bitrate of the video or the average, the required bandwidth of the video is like not a good algorithm because, in this case, my slides are big and everything else on the side is tiny. And so though I could, probably like filter everything down just using a filter, I also might want to just in general favor like the bigger viewport over the other ones. And so they're like an actual prioritization algorithm instead of a bitrate is more kind of fits what the use case matches more accurately.
So just to kind of reiterate, I'm just thinking through this. This is basically selection on bandwidth for the subscription.
Thinking through what is what?
It's selection based on bandwidth of what I can actually send to the subscriber.
Yes.
Which kind of takes out priority, right? It's now bandwidth is what I can actually transmit.
So it has to be under, you have to be able to send it. But then once you are able to send it, there's the question of, okay. Oh, do you want to explain?
Well, same question. If you've got a higher bandwidth track you could send, but it's at lower priority, do you choose to send the highest priority that might be the lower throughput, or do you send the higher one?
This is a complicated problem. We should not like shut
We
up.
should address it.
Well, we have
Yeah.
6 minutes or
Yes.
something left in this
Yeah.
press, so it's not the most.
We should
important
just say
thing.
it's an issue.
But I think it's true for any ABR.
Yes.
So the approach I am proposing using, which I think was actually Suez's proposal, which is essentially like try to equalize the, like if you do it in math, it's basically like minimizing the sum of the squared like priority values.
Slide, please.
Basically, make the worst experience like the least bad kind of thing is another way of saying it. So like, you know, don't, if you have four videos, don't make one of them 240p and the other three 1080p. I think.
Let me just, let's roll through all the slides and then take the questions or something.
Do you want me, I can roll through the slides. I don't have very many left. All right. So I mean, this is a similar idea of when you have multiple groups of subscriptions, how do you decide what to upswitch? And you know, and this is, I guess, a rehash of what I just said. So is to use the priorities. Relevant issues. Okay, further refinements. Okay. I'm not sure we need all these, and these are just kind of things to contemplate, but Suez, and I think that it was mentioned earlier, kind of this idea of hysteresis, where you may want a minimum amount of time or a minimum number of groups between switching to make sure you don't switch back and forth too often. I don't have a ton of specifics on that, but and then in a previous version of this, I proposed adding actually a new quality header, which is like similar to priority, but is more it's created by the original publisher, and it, you know, can never be changed, and it's just a strict indication of like, this is how good this track is, and that could be used to kind of be the default, like this is what you want, and then you can use priority with it to do the selection. That got a little complicated, as you might expect, and so, you know, though I think it might actually have some value in practice, I think it needs like a lot more experimental like results to do anything with.
Can we call it quality 2? It'll make things clear.
Do you want to, and then I think this is my last slide of interest.
I just one comment on that.
Sure.
Like,
Yep.
we have both subscriber and original publisher and then subscriber priorities already. So like we might already have.
Yeah, that's another
signals for that.
Yeah. Well, yep. I was gonna say, I think this is the last slide of interest, which is, yeah, basically like if you're doing filters, then the proposal is that you apply the track filter first. This is actually one of the reasons why if we're going to do track filters, I would like them to be applied first. And then after that, you can, you know, do the ABR selection and then the traditional MOQ priorities. So they would be applied in that order. And the hope is that the top N or only AV1 tracks or whatever, that original filter would be fairly constant typically. Maybe top N would change, but the other ones might actually be completely constant. So
These filters,
yeah,
are
there's a
they
queue.
filters
Yeah,
for
there's a queue.
forward?
Oh, wait. I'm going to stop there and do questions.
Yeah, so are you done? Actually, you're more, go ahead.
The devil in the details is all of these metrics and values and what should be. That's why the track filter explicitly says the metric is an opaque thing and there's a lot of magic that can happen there. So I think instead of trying to really define the metric rigorously, we should leave that up to the apps themselves. And we just define how these opaque things are compared by the relays. And when the relay has to compute it, obviously it has to be participating in the application. And then it would know what the extension is and compute the extension the same way the clients do.
After Ollie stops talking, we're going to close the queue. Ollie.
Yeah, so on that metric quality thing, you know, quality is also a function of the client display and then the screen size and all that thing. So it's not just a publisher driven information. So it's a bit risky to use that as a metric. And then the other thing is like if you have a mixed set of codecs in your track group, how are you going to deal with this ABR track selection? Because HEVC at 2 megabits per second might be really way better than ABC at 4 megabits per second, right? So it's
that's why I actually didn't like bandwidth it when I originally created this proposal on it, is because
I think that's an open issue with this server side stuff. Yeah.
Luke.
Yeah, I'll just say for the switching too much, just learnings from what I did. Somebody mentioned it, but I had required a 25% overhead for switching. Just make it so that there's a different threshold for switching to and switching away, and then you won't switch as much. And the other thing is the relay basically has to do bandwidth probing for the server-side AVR to work. Otherwise, you run into what is it, application limited flows. So that is a requirement you'll find in practice. You have to probe for bit rates if you're going to do this.
Yeah, so I was just gonna ask, is this a filter for forward state, or is it gonna result in subscribe or
I'm
publishes
assuming these are
being sent?
subscribe filters. Is that correct? No, I think that's what, right, from these are like the filters from the filter design team proposal. Yeah.
Yeah, the filters on individual extensions are just regular object filters. The filter for top in is a namespace track filter.
But if you ask for
when
n,
it-
you get n. Yeah.
So when it matches this filter, we're gonna send a publish in this particular case.
Yes.
And then a publish done when it's no longer matched.
Oh, it's not that simple, but think of it that way conceptually. You don't have to do the publish done if you have a large enough buffer.
Clearly, my preference would be to do a forward update, like a forward state, but okay. Just want to make sure I understand this.
Hey, Colin? So assuming that we could, okay, so this group thing, if we can't use namespaces, we could put the group as an identifier from the publisher point of view in, and you could put that into the filter as well.
Right.
If the filter had one of the things it could filter on being whatever we finally agree on as this bandwidth estimate, which all the problems have, can we do this all with filters, I guess is the question. Like it looked like it could be just all in the filter stage.
What do you mean all?
How you can to select the tracks based on the publisher, yes, that seems like it could be a filter, but then choosing which track based on the bandwidth is not a filter concept that's in anything that we have written down, but it could be.
The top end filter based on an opaque metric.
No, it's not, because that metric has to be seeded by the sender, the relay.
No, the metric is computed at the relay too.
Yeah, okay, that's the piece that's not written down.
But I mean, the filters are per subscriber, right? That's who sends the filter. And so if the subscriber, the metric we're going to be comparing, we have an extension that's like this bandwidth comparison metric, right? In every single ABR proposal requires us to compute some sort of downstream bandwidth we have to that subscriber and compare it to something, right? So obviously the filters would have to be extended to have a thing you could refer to that was a downpipe filter, but that is by definition 100% per subscriber. It's different for every subscriber, but so is everything else with filters. So I don't see how this doesn't. I don't see why this doesn't fit in the filter framework.
So
I was trying to get at why filter then ABR versus just this is filter.
I mean, I think it's better to think about it that way, because I think of the filter as being a fairly mechanical operation.
Right.
Whereas like ABR is like a much less mechanical operation because it involves like probing for bandwidth, but then also if you want to do video conferencing, God help me right now, and you have are subscribing to 4 different video feeds, each with audio, and you're trying to get the top 4 people, but then you also want the best resolution for each of those people, then you would need to do a nested track filter. And then my eyes just crossed, and I don't know what the heck we're doing. A filter within a filter.
Okay, sure. I don't want to do a filter within filter, but I hear what you're saying. We need to figure that out. Yeah. Okay.
So I mean, maybe it's possible, but it seems like it got scary. Once I realized I realized you needed nested filters, I decided that I didn't want to deal with it.
Okay. For me, it doesn't model like a filter. It models differently, but that may be like something we can talk about later. The one I wanted to talk about was how your proposal is interacting with the forward state. So today the publisher cannot toggle the forward state. That is a subscriber controlled thing.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, we need to change that.
And how does it interact when, say, the subscriber paused a track explicitly because it did not want it? I set forward equals 0, but that is in an ABR group. And now the publisher can be like, have cookies, I'm sending it to you. So I don't know, maybe the right answer is that there's like a forward equals auto or something if the subscriber is opting in and wants to yield control to the publisher. And how does the publisher even, are we sending request updates? Anyway, it seems like there's some details here that are need to be
Yes, I agree.
worked through.
The main one I knew is like that we would need to allow the publisher to update the forward state. That one I had already
But
identified.
then now they both can control it, which is then who wins and how do you resolve it or what?
Yes.
So I
In
think
the same way that when you do subscribe namespace today, we have text on.
Forward states. Forward state.
We have text on how to resolve like a race. I think it's similar to that text, but
anyway,
yeah.
you can do it that way too.
Yeah.
Crossword.
I agree. It needs to be written down. Yes.
I think going back to Colin's question about like this, if you think it's in the filtering kind of framework, there is something called when data comes in on the ingest side, entry point is the track. We can apply the track filter that applies to the track as a whole, and when it's exiting down, we apply the filter that applies to a subscription as or per subscription. You want to just allow a track filter, sorry, only object filter on subscription, or another track filter is a different kind of decision, but. Regardless, I think we don't have to do filtering on the exit side, but what Ian is proposing seems just fine.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Ian, for the presentation. We're going to take a somewhat extended break. We're going to go into 20 minutes, the 14:40. Victor will be the escort to wherever it is you need to go. Editors, please join me and Magnus remotely in the conference room next door. We're going to figure out where the next steps are. We'll come back with some sort of plan forward, hopefully. And then after that, after we're able to discuss that plan forward, it'll be Colin with secure objects. See you guys in 20 minutes.
That's, well, do we need escorts to go to the restroom?
Yes.
Yeah, you need an escort.
You do. We need the escorts to get back in.
So Victor is the point of contact for it.
Reception will let you back.
They will?
Yeah.
Okay. And she'll let us back in.
I'm gonna order some stuff from Amazon, so we can tomorrow.
More?
Yeah.
Should I just drive here next time?
Video conferencing and EPR like really does support. Okay, so you have subscribed to like 4 different publishers. And now one of them is publishing H264 VP9 and VP1. Other can't publish 81, so it's only publishing VP9 and H264. And now like there are different viewers, and now you have to somehow overlap that per
It's a lot. Yeah.
I was listening, Victor, but you cut out.
Oh, I was telling how like there is a combinatorial, like if you're trying to do subscribe namespace over a video conference, there is a combinatorial explosion of like possible client codecs and possible server codecs.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think you have to look at the catalog and figure out what you could support and actually want to even support. Like, don't even bother trying to ABR subscribe to the higher bitrate H264 fallback. You know, like let the client figure that out. If it supports AV1, why does it even need to bother putting it in there?
Yeah, I think your life is much easier if you subscribe namespace to catalogs and then figure things out.
Yep. No, 100%. That's I mean, and that way you can actually choose when to not get stuff. Like when minimized or muted, you can very easily just like resubscribe to say, I don't want this actually, or pause, I guess.
Yeah, there is some latency drawback, but like the amount of complexity you have to get to.
It's just like, and it's just, yeah, it's a round trip. Just eat it on startup. It's fine.
If we allow village to access catalog, everything solved.
That was the original design. That was mock transport. I think draft 2 was the last one before catalog was moved to his own track.
I mean, Alan asked me earlier, what does YouTube do? And I told him YouTube knows what media is.
Yeah. But I mean, I think this is still a good design. Like, there's people already using mock transport for non-mock stuff. I was actually at a meetup and somebody was using it for, or at least looking into using it for synchronizing Postgres databases. Like,
have you seen the
like what?
The Cloud Point presentation at Mile High? Someone was using it like, we're doing 3D scan of people and using MOQ to prioritize their faces.
Yeah, I think it's still a really good direction that we don't have to catalog. It just does mean that stuff like this ABR either has to be super generic, or we have to define like a media specific MOQ layer. That would be the one that has more fine-grained, like, I understand what, encodings are and whatnot. But I think this is fine. Like, I think even just the ABR switch, the server-side thing, it works for low latency.
I just followed Ian. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. The clock is ticking, Yuki.
Yep.
Luke, question for Luke, or if you're still there.
Yes.
So you're thinking that the switching is okay with the subscribe pattern?
With the subscribe
Or
what?
with the subscribe pattern versus forward equals, subscribe update.
Again, I implemented the server-side ABR mostly because kind of what YouTube's thing is, like, I understood what the catalog was, so it was very easy just to kind of, push it and know more. That being said, like, it really wasn't much, and you actually didn't need much media stuff. It's just what comes down to it is you need to know the server's bitrate. Like, it needs to support bitrate probing, and it needs to at least know what the server's estimated bitrate is and everything that's currently in queue. If you had some way of pushing that to the client could then do that and do client, subscribe update. Both have pros and cons.
Yeah, and I think that's stack specific. I mean, obviously with Pico QUIC, we have that information about the estimates, so we know what the client can handle. If there is an extension header that tells us, or some type of information, metadata, whatever, that tells us on the subscription what the transmission rate is going to be expected, then the client could make a decision.
Yeah, I think the one thing that you get in trouble with is congestion control algorithms. Like, the estimated bitrate from BBR is very different than the one from QUIC. They behave very differently, and if you try to do an ABR switch on QUIC, you'll find the bitrate suddenly drops 40% out of the blue because you had a single lost packet. So it is kind of nice if the server knows what congestion control algorithm it's using. It can kind of like dampen it, like make a better estimate, if that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I'm generally a fan of like the client doing this stuff, because then that means like me as a like a Twitch or a Discord, I don't have to petition Cloudflare to make a better ABR algorithm. But it is like what information you have versus you don't have.
Yeah.
And like the buffer size, like the client's buffer size, I did try to I had a protocol where the client sent that to the server. It sent what its current maximum jitter buffer size is and what the current one was. And it actually just made a worse algorithm, weirdly enough. So there's some pieces of information that might be useful, and maybe there's some research there. And it does feel kind of like a slippery slope where you just have the client send the server more and more about everything about media. So I don't think there's a right answer. It's just sender-side ABR is what you do with WebRTC. It is what you do with generally like lower latency stuff, because the sender has more up-to-date information.
My daughter was.
Yeah. Obviously, we can correct the receive side, right? So the receive side can determine if it's not getting the data coming in. So it can fix it, even if the estimate is incorrect.
Yeah, exactly. You can use two in both in conjunction because that's what nice.
What's the word for how much you'd written?
Oh.
No, we're not starting. Sorry. We should move.
Yeah, I was going to say, if the client can control what renditions are allowed in ABR, then it can kind of overwrite the server's decision, if that makes sense. Like if the server's being too aggressive switching up, the client can actually give it fewer choices to switch up to. You could actually do both client and server-side ABR if you really want to. So long as the viewer has that control, the viewer can actually be the final choice of what tracks it supports, and it has to. Otherwise, you'll have what we had at Twitch. We gave a 1080p ad to the Nintendo Switch and caused it the hard crash.
Yeah. Well, it seems like it's going to have to be on the subscriber side anyways, because the subscriber is the limiting one, right?
Yeah, it's the one that knows what codecs it supports. It's the one that knows actually even the screen size. If you have a tiny screen, I don't want 1080p. It's just wasting bandwidth.
Yeah, or mini layouts. I mean, if you don't want mini streams either.
Yeah, exactly. So at the end of the day, the client's going to constantly be updating this ABR decision tree based on its viewport, based on if I'm muted, based on if I'm minimized, based on what codecs I support. So yeah, it's going to be noisy regardless, this ABR switch thing.
Yeah, I like subscribe update because subscribe update is very efficient. It's just a toggle. I mean, when you do forward equals, 0 or 1, it's like super fast, really easy. But if you constantly subscribe and unsubscribe, oh God, that's a lot of churn.
Yeah,
a lot of churn we have to deal with.
My recommendation, one thing that I added but actually haven't implemented it, is just having the server send the connection bitrate to the client. Just constantly sending it, and then you can have this decision if you do client-side ABR or not, or server-side. Like it'd be really, I don't. Somebody should kind of make a draft for that. Just have the server send what the estimated bitrate is.
Isn't it that
So let's see.
at least within the iOS implementation, I thought they basically, you could send any one of the streams, any one of the qualities, and the decoder would understand what you're sending.
It depends on the codec you're using.
But I mean, like 720p versus 1080p versus 360p, whatever. It's like the same decoder can handle it.
It depends if you're using NXP or not. For example, for H.264, if you're using AVCC, like a init segment for HLS, then no, you can't just randomly change the resolution like that.
Yeah, I'm thinking like Apple at least, or the iOS.
Yeah, it depends. Like MP4, no, but transport streams, yes.
Yeah.
You can change the media pretty easily as well to support that, but just arbitrarily changing the codec you're sending requires
not the codec, but like
you
the
need
quality.
the USB SPPS.
Yeah, I think you have to stay with the codec, but if you change the quality.
Like even for what I'm doing, when you resize a window and the resolution changes, that does require reinitializing the decoder with new USB SPPS. And if you use init segments for that, you have to make a brand new init segment every time the resolution changes.
So Luke, one of the things I was going to propose once all the dust settles is to change lock and I guess maybe MSF to put the init segment or the config, we call it config, decoder config and lock, put as a track extension. And then that way, if the track is static, you just put it as a track extension. If the track is dynamic and you're switching things in, like if it's actually a MUX track, then it wouldn't be a track extension, but it would still be like a group header extension.
I think you need it in the catalog, otherwise the decoder doesn't know if it can support it, right? You need the init segment there. If it's in the track extension, then you have to subscribe to it just to figure out if you can support it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'm not talking about discovering what of the universe of things. I think the catalog is just there to discover the universe of things, and then once you make your decision, you go. But for like the ABR cases, you already know what you're gonna switch between, and so the static init segments as track extensions make it easier And that way you don't get mixed, you don't get screwed if the media format is, AVC1 versus AVC3 or whatever. You can still always decode and always switch all the time, as long as you had the track extension up front with the init segments.
Yeah, something that I've been thinking of now that I'm messing with the playlist catalog more and more is you kind of need a way of the track to point out which version of the catalog it's using. Like if you ever try to reuse the track name, but the catalog changes between groups, you kind of do need that way of either pointing back or what you said, like inlining part of the catalog with groups. I'm not sure if I want to constantly get the reinit data. It is kind of clean in general, just having the init segment just in the description of the catalog, and you just initialize it once. But it's also not super practical. Like I was just mentioning, if your resolution changes because like you just resized, your webcam or whatever, you're gonna have to reinitialize. So I'm mostly using Annex B right now, and I don't know what benefit there would be of putting it into a track extension versus inline in the payload, I guess is my answer there.
Let's see. No, in LOC, we always we recommend to put it in the payload, always. But I don't know what Will's going to do for MSF.
Yeah, I'm doing closer to what Will's doing, where it depends. Like you basically, part of the it's on a per codec basis.
What was the question, Ma?
Are you recommending like AVC3 versus AVC1, or you don't really care, or you don't say anything?
Yeah, it's a valid point. Like we put the inits in for every track, right? As Luke mentioned, it's just there and the player can add it. We can also make a recommendation. AVC3 is very nice, right? You don't have to put the init there and it'll auto switch. So either one's fine. I think we should support both and a signal to indicate which one is supported.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm doing what Web Codex does, where if it's not in the catalog, then it's inline. And I'm just using the Web Codex registry. Like if you do Opus, for example, inline is a completely different format than out of line for the init data. Well, it's OOG versus Opus, right? Like I'm just deferring to Web Codex. It's just annoying when you have it in the catalog and stuff like the resolution changes, because you have to do a brand new catalog just to like update the SBS PPS, and you have a race condition there.
No, Apple made a mistake ever pulling the init segments out. That was a stupid thing to do. They belong with it. It's like 10 bytes of information that go with an iframe of about a megabyte. It's senseless. Why on earth would you extract them out of an iframe that is enormous, that dwarfs them?
Yeah. So to what you said, I do think something like either in a track extension, either the actual init segment or just an epoch for the catalog is needed. Like which group? I need at least group 54 for the catalog, otherwise you won't be able to decode this group in the track.
And one quick thing, Tim, from a long time ago when you were saying you were scared of the subscribe, unsubscribe storms, the track filter is actually just like forward equals 0 or 1, like you were hoping. You only get this unpublished done and published storm if you make a mistake and set your max deselected tracks too low. And actually, once the track filter actually lands, I'm going to put a follow-on PR to eliminate them. So nobody can screw it up. And in that case, you're never limited. Your aliases always remain valid. And if for some reason, like you're growing too much state of idle tracks, you can always unsubscribe to those idle tracks to purge your alias state if you want to. But the alias is like nothing. It's like, a few bytes of memory. So I don't see that it's a useful thing to purge.
Well, a subscription has a lot of state.
There's really no need for it. Yeah, it was there to protect against running out of request IDs from a lot of publishers. That you got too many publishers in and you didn't do enough published dones, and you've exceeded your request, you're exhausting your request ID space.
Because the new tracks showed up in the.
Because yeah, you had so many tracks and you're not retiring the ones that you're deselecting.
Yeah.
But so Alan wanted to see a protection mechanism against that. So max deselected was a protection mechanism.
But that you can remove that only if there's the bidirectional streams.
If we just remove that completely,
Okay.
the protection mechanism is on the subscriber and the publisher. They can just, whenever they want, unsubscribe or publish done, whenever they want. If they want to clean up their state, publish done, your state is gone. If you want to, subscriber wants to publish, unsubscribe, then his state is gone. So you can manually control the resources on publish or subscribe without this parameter.
Yeah.
This max.
This max deselected.
This max
tracks
subscribe. Yeah, but the max subscribe ID, like what do you have in flight? I would imagine most people will put that pretty high. 100, 1,000, whatever. I mean, why would you put it at 10 or 5?
I don't know what real implementations are doing. What does Moxidum do?
I don't think anybody's implementing that, to be honest.
You just set some limit for DDoS reasons. That's
I mean, we don't-
and you raise it if you ever hit it.
I mean, and Live Quicker, at least, we don't implement max number. I mean, we honor that for the protocol, but we say that it's like infinite, you know, pretty much.
Yeah, just end of the day, you'll have like a hash map somewhere that will grow unbounded if you. That's
Mhm.
all it is. It's just a resource
Yeah,
exhaustion.
it's a DOS issue.
Yeah.
But what Mo was talking about was something slightly different with how to use that. And I kind of feel like people are going to just do 100 or 1,000 or whatever. They're going to do some, you know, extensive number.
Yeah, ironically, the main issue with a bidirectional stream per request is that the default max stream is 100 in like every implementation, and you can start running into it.
And that's a lot. Well, that's a lot. Do you have on a per client basis? 100 per client?
Connection, yeah. But I'm doing it relay to
client.
relay and run into it all the time. So
Mhm.
you just need to configure your software to bump the limit.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're 2 minutes late. Okay, Ian knows what we talked about, so I'm just going to start without him. So the editors and the chairs had a good discussion about this, and I think this is where we're at. We have a few minutes to talk about it if people want to get out the pitchforks. But okay, I think there are 3 proposals that are sort of in this space. There is there are track filters, right? Which is a PR that we in Toronto, we kind of agreed to do this PR. The PR is on it's doing its thing, and you know, we might have a separate discussion later about its progress, but that's a separate discussion. There is Switch, which also has significant ABR implications. That is another PR that's been out there for quite some time, and we're going to discuss that in the after party at 1700 today. And then the latest thing is basically what Will and Ian presented. And our sense is that there's significant conceptual overlap there. So let me just address each of those. So right now the track filter thing is going and it's doing what it's doing, and we could talk about it, but as of right now, that no change. That PR is going to proceed. Similarly with Switch, we're going to discuss that tonight. With the new proposals, there is a lot of concern that they're new proposals. And I think what the editors and chairs agree would be best would be to do a separate draft targeting an extension to MOQ-T. If it is ready, when the rest of the MOQ-T is ready, the editors are very open to bringing it in. But that we're adding to it where there's a lot of open degrees of freedom already, and we're concerned about just having more open-ended commitments to deliver stuff. Victor.
I just does not make sense to me given the Switch significantly overlaps with proposed.
I'm sorry, I could not.
Which overlaps with ABR. So you think, what is your?
That's the biggest problem.
What is your proposal instead?
I think we should discuss all 3 and figure out like some things that kind of like solve some of that and merge that.
Well,
Switch and ABR are not the same. We gave all the reasons in the Switch talk for where you make switching decisions that have nothing to do with the throughput.
Fair enough.
You're right.
No, I
they
mean,
are decoupled, so we should not throw them into the same bucket and not address them independently. On the second point, I think ABR is a fundamental property and well within our charter for V1. So I don't want it punted to an external draft. I think there's enough capacity in this group to come up with a simple solution that we can adopt and we can implement as part of the current proceedings.
so do you think we should delay MOQ publication if ABR is not ready?
I think we would have a PR ready before we've even reduced it's not going to delay it in a meaningful way. And it's going to add a core feature that we need for a lot of OTT use cases here. Well, we don't want to go to MOQ and not have ABR.
So to be clear, it's not just a PR landing in the draft and then like, oh, we're done. It's having a design, people implementing it, filing issues, resolving those issues, and then having something.
I would rather have a simple one go in early. We can refine it and do complicated edge cases later, but at least a working version of server-side ABR. We can do client-side without it using Switch, but the server-side is what we're talking about.
I think it will be faster to just do this than spend time debating in IETF last or in working group last call whether we should have done it or not.
Suhas.
I agree with Victor that yes, there are some use cases of the switch which does not, like especially the camera view, which is not exactly the ABR. But if we solve the ABR keeping the switch in mind, at least you have one solution for that, and then you can expand that to do the other part of the switch. I would not flip it around.
You wouldn't want to land switch and then be like, oh, well, now this is sort of useless because we have APR.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with that statement. Yeah, that's true.
Let's do the common part of the switch and APR design. And this other part where you need to do the view switch, that can be added as filter to the APR mechanism.
They're different. We can land the mechanism by which ABR is making its decision is different to the switch one.
Now the throughput is same in both. Only I want a different view of
Switch doesn't care about throughput at all. There's nothing on Switch.
That was in the presentation. Right? What is
You're telling it to switch from A to B. There's no knowledge of throughput.
What were those numbers that said 3,600 in your proposal?
Sorry, that was for ABR, not for Switch.
Okay.
Switch just says I want to go from this track to this track. It's decoupled. It's agnostic as to your reason why.
Luke is next, by the way, I think.
Yeah, go ahead, Luke.
Yeah, I actually think this is a perfect chance for an extension because it's opt-in. A server that just does not have confidence in their business logic to make a good switch decision or a great ABR decision just doesn't implement the extension. And I also don't want to punt MOQ transport later. I'd rather good implementations advertise this extension instead.
Yeah, one advantage of Switch, we haven't shown it yet, but it's also the fast channel change. So it's, I think it serves a lot more use cases than just ABR, client-side ABR. So, I mean, we have done the implementation. I think we have already illustrated like all the benefits. So I really would like to see the implementations for the server-side ABR as well, so that we can make a meaningful decision. Having said that, I think there are use cases for both, and I am not really opposing to a separate draft. I think there's too much confusion, not just outside, but also within the script in terms of what happens where. I think a draft might actually help with that discussion. And I am willing to help with that draft.
So I do want to say that one of the concerns I think is that everything depends on everything else. And we're trying to grab onto something and like land it or not land it or put an extension or something rather than, because if we wait for everything to, like, something has to gel before anything else can gel. Victor. Did you figure what you're going to say?
I already swapped it out.
Okay.
I want to challenge that.
Alan.
Yeah, I mean, I think my rationale for asking for some of the, like, we heard about Switch today, but like we also found like, oh, maybe there's a few areas where it isn't maybe underdeveloped or needs more refinement. You have one implementation, which is good. Server-side ABR seems to be much more at like, we're at sort of the slide stage. We had a lot of discussion here that showed that like, there's cases we haven't really thought through, how they overlap, how they work together. Like it all needs to be thought through, and then people need to implement it, and then people have to actually build video players that actually use it and work. And I'm thinking like, how long is that going to take? And I think it's super important work and that we need to do it, but I think I would just feel better if we like took that car and separated it from the like MOQ, which has plenty of functionality that people have been waiting on us to deliver for years, that they may not want to while we're working through all the finery here. I mean, the real question is there anything in MOQ that would need to change in order for these to be workable as extensions? And if the answer is no, then like, and again, I'm also happy if the ABR team nails it and like come April 1st, everyone's got their server-side ABR like working like a dream, like let's merge it in. That sounds great.
Well,
one thing on Luke's point about this being ABR being complicated and some things don't want to do it. Make sure that the ABR design team has the same guardrails that the filter design team had. It must be configurable and it's off by default if you don't specify it. So I think that's a hard, whether it's in MOQ version 1, whether it's an extension, I don't have, a strong opinion on, but from the design team experience on the filters, I thought it'd be a slam dunk. I thought it'd be done a long time ago and it was all clear in my head and it's dragged on and on for many months. So ABR is as much, if not more, work with more, considerations. So I worry that is going to take longer. We started the filters back in September. The stuff that landed, I think they're done.
September last year. Oh, you're still okay.
Well,
yeah, it's firstly to challenge the statement that everything depends on everything else. I don't think that's really true here. I think Switch is independent of the ABR. And same with filters. I support, we should land filters as soon as possible. A simple version of us, separate out the track selection from the object selection. That's fine. And then, yes, I would rather go to market with a version that has both Switch and ABR to meet our use cases than to defer it. It's the time pressure here is real, but our goal is make a meaningful product, right? If we go out with MOQ and it doesn't do basic ABR well, then the critics laugh at us, right? And I've worked on this too long I'd rather wait 3 months and go out with something that really works.
I'm going to take temperature group on waiting versus the perfect enemy, the good stuff in a minute. Colin.
I'd heard the statement, if we'd landed, if we knew we were landing filters, we would have changed the sort of design and some of the descriptions of some of this stuff. I feel like one of the things that we're really doing here is again, this all too many things at once. Like I would really like to nail down, filters is a big part of this. Like I'd like to walk out of here knowing whether we're landing filters or not, because that would really change my view of how we can get this other stuff done. I do think that ABR has been identified as a key requirement for 1.0 since day one. So, I don't feel too differently about separating or whatever. We can do whatever.
Who else?
Yeah, plus one on, given that we are at a point where the filter, probably Alan should do +1, then we are ready to merge it. We're at that point in the PR.
I don't think it has any +1s.
We've got all the other +1s.
There's 3 +1s.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
You stamped it?
I will say the editors.
Victor never stamps anything.
I don't want to discuss the maturity. I want to discuss the maturity filter right now, but I'll say the editors have concerns about the readiness of that PR. And again, that's the begin. Like landing the PR is the start, right? You land the PR and then you implement it, and then there's 25 more issues, which we'll have to work through. Which he's not on the hook for. We agreed in Toronto.
Correct. I think critics have changed since Toronto, and I think we had not on this, at least design team PR filter team had the discussion, and we are all on the same page. Maybe Alan, just look at it, and if it's the concern, please let us know.
No, I definitely will. I mean, the PR was updated for the first time this weekend.
I'm not saying
So
because of your blog. I'm just saying it's ready. We're going forward.
So
The second, the main thing I was trying to say is that I think there's a bit of confusion, or maybe there's an overlap. At least I think there's an overlap between Switch and ABR for like half of the use cases of what Switch wants to solve, and that's where we think that ABR, those use cases of which can be clumped together. Maybe today evening when we meet, we come out of that meeting saying they are not related to each other. I will come saying that the slice of that can be done together. Then Switch, that part of Switch has to move into the ABR discussion. Let's come out of that meeting at least with that clear indication.
Victor.
I think Switch clearly depends, like ABR clearly depends on what we do for Switch, because switching is part of the APLR. So whatever we decide here, we'll have to. And I mean, I think we can mostly figure out, and so there are the only edge cases we have, like, what does this mean regarding joining fetch, and do we want to subscribe versus magic with forward, and things like that. Regarding ABR, I think ABR is, in some sense, it is simple at its core, but the edge cases are explosive, specifically interaction of ABR with subscribed namespace. I was just like talking during the break how if you're trying to combine subscribed namespace with ABR, you might end up like exploding. Because there's like complexity of like finding intersection of configurations that's supported by the client and the server, and you have to do that. And like traditional, if you do this via catalogs, that works fine. But if you want to ABR a subscribed namespace, that is just like a complexity disaster. So that is like kind of what scares me. I personally can see arguments for both. We did agree that ABR is something we should ship with. I don't remember if we ever specifically wrote in server-side ABR, because we do support client-side ABR. And that is like the status quo with Dash and others. And I do think the sender-side ABR should be there, but again, as Luke wisely pointed out, like if you're not confident in your server-side ABR, you should defer to client, almost certainly.
Mike, English. Yeah. To me, it seems like this is kind of about decoupling as much as we can and sequencing. And it does seem like Switch is relatively independent of these other things. So we should maybe just focus on getting that done. And then I agree with Victor. I think it depends on how we define ABR. Like it's definitely something we're on the hook to deliver. But maybe client side via Switch is sufficient for V1, and server side ABR can be an extension that maybe we can get into V1. That makes sense to me.
When you say extension, not an extension header.
No,
right?
I mean a separate draft that
Okay.
like if we get all the issues
Negotiate a
hashed out,
Okay.
like yeah.
Oh yeah, got you, Ian.
I share some of Victor's concerns about I've spent a bunch of time dealing about server-side ABR and subscribe namespace, and like I will admit, like that's the thing that like makes my head hurt. And I think the aspect of that is easy to reason about is if I have a track extension header, God, I hate that name, filters, and I combine that with subscribe namespace, and then I do server-side ABR, like that is a thing is utterly tractable, and I could like write text for that like tomorrow, right? Like that's easy. You get beyond that and it's like, ooh, it gets hard. So like, I mean, do we want to scope this down to stuff that like,
Just one question.
Like,
Does that meet our needs?
Yeah,
If you wrote that down tomorrow, would it hit the use cases we have? Because if so, like, I gotta vote.
It meets the use case of I have n alternate representations of different qualities, and I have some reasonable control over the structure of my namespaces, and I don't. But it doesn't necessarily all in on it. What if I have 10 video feeds and I want to like try to make sure they're fair and all that stuff? But like if you're just trying to do basic stuff, yeah, sure. I think so. Yes, I think we could. I should have said before my presentation, I mean, I think you could take out most of what I described. You need this like some idea of like these are alternate representations. Like you're not getting by without that. You need a way to do that. But beyond that, I think a lot of the other things are like, wouldn't it be nice? I mean, we'll ask like, well, could you do this with like group ID and like object ID? I'm like, sure. So like, we can constrain it and say like, if you're going to make alternate opposite representations, until someone else develops a new extension that has another way of specifying it, you got to use those two, which is fine. Like that's probably a reasonable sensible default anyway. Okay, so like, I mean, maybe we should start like figuring out what is the core feature set of like the minimal viable product rather than, I mean, I think probably my slides and maybe Bill's to a lesser extent like went a little bit farther than, like.
Do we know what the requirements are?
Okay, Ollie, I got you.
Oh, sorry, there's.
All right, so sorry, so we agree that all three of these things at least have some relationship to ABR, though we disagree to the extent that they overlap. That's fine, because we're actually not talking about Switch or subscription filters right now. So let me ask a question, because Will articulated a very different position from the editors. So let's have a little thought experiment where it's some number of months down the road, and MOQ is done. It is issue 0, except for sender side ABR. Do we want, I want a show of hands. Who wants to ship at that time and punt it to an extension?
You mean MOQ transport? Ship
MOQ transport and punt server side ABR to an extension, if that's the case.
Client-side ABR working well.
Sure. So your proposal is essentially about server-side APR, right? Yeah. Your two's combined. I mean, I hope I'm
Let me
characterizing.
just comment on the question.
Yeah.
We could make a decision when we got to that point, right? And it seems sort of like a false decision to be making right now.
Okay, if it doesn't matter what decision to make, then I think we're going to kick with the editors thing, which is it is a separate draft and we'll integrate it later. Because in our view, that is there's less risk of additional like work in that case. If it really doesn't matter, then I think that's the position. But I think it does matter to people whether it's sitting in the draft or not.
I don't know. I mean, I think if it's in the short term, like between now and I don't know, like it sounds like there's a bunch of people need to meet, go through requirements, design, someone has to write the text. Like the text has to get reviewed, someone has to sit and implement it. Like my preference is that like those steps happen in another document. And then once that's pretty solid, like I will do all the work. I'll stay up late at night, merging it meticulously into MOQ if everyone's happy with it.
Why not a PR versus another document? I don't get that.
I don't know.
That sounds like a PR, right?
Well, let me tell you why. Because the PR lands and then we implement it and there's 57 issues on it. And he ends up owning it potentially, or they sit there and he's kind of stuck managing it. And then we have to nag you or like decide to pull them out or pull out text that we committed before. That is much more painful than integrating a mature and healthy document into MOQ.
Or the PR doesn't land and it develops merge conflicts and you have to constantly be maintaining it.
Well, let me ask you a different question. Do you want to require every change to your draft as you work through this to have my stamp, Suhas's stamp, Victor's stamp, and Ian's stamp? Some of them take longer than others. Or do you want to move fast while you iterate on your ideas?
I've done 82 merges on the filter draft since we started in September.
I don't think we should shy. This is work. We're here to work. Our goal is not to do the least possible here.
All right. So I'm going to ask the question again. We got sidetracked. Okay. So let's imagine a world where MOQ is issue 0, modulo subscribe. Server side ABR. Do we want to ship or do we want to wait because we got to have server side ABR as proposed by? So who thinks we just ship? Raise your hand, please.
So what's the question?
Are we shipping without server side, or would you be okay shipping without server side ABR?
MOQ done.
If MOQ is done and server side isn't.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
4 online.
7. Okay, so 9? 9. Okay, who wants to wait to make sure that this is done because it's crucial?
Going with the group, so.
That's not super clear cut.
One
Whatever
online.
group wins majority.
Right. Okay. So I mean, that's rough. Okay.
So you add me to 9 or whatever.
I say we're like something above what we have today in, but that bar is like not very high. Like I don't need like, the buffet. Like,
Well, we can kick this can and just let the team write the text and make a PR if they want. Go for it.
I think the right question we should be asking is, does the working group want to continue spending time working on this, regardless of which draft it is or where it is or anything? And I think the answer to that's relatively.
No, we definitely want to work on it. I mean, like you keep saying it doesn't matter, and that you seem to want it in the actual draft when like the editors would very much prefer that it not be in the actual draft. Right?
Well, I think there should be a coordinated effort, not separate individual proposals. You should form a design thing for ABR now, have periodic meetings, and maybe 3 months later, you'll finally have a PR that.
Well, so what you're proposing is, are you proposing that all 3 of those things all go into one super group?
No,
I think
ABR itself.
No. So there are 2 people who presented. They're going to go work on something together because we agree there's a lot of overlap. If other people want to join that, I mean, I think we're open to that. But the question is, what is the product? Is it a draft or a PR in the short term? And I'm seeing.
Why don't we try for a PR? And if it's delayed, then it gets moved to an extension draft. You can set a time limit there because we care about time here, right?
Well,
But I think we can get our act
land
together.
it and then there are problems, right?
It won't land if there are problems.
Well, no. We read it and it's fine, but then someone implements it and there are 15 issues.
I mean, would you guys, if we said there had to be at least one implementation of the draft before we?
I think there's going to
merged
be
it-
an implementation. Looking at Zephyr.
Before merging the PR.
The chief
But
software,
well, I don't really,
Open MOQ was going to implement it.
I don't really understand why you really want it to be in the MOQ draft. I mean, I don't really see.
Because I know what happens. It won't get implemented and we'll go on with
You know,
MOQ and it'll
I mean,
sit
look at
outside
RTP
forever.
specs. There are like 100 RFCs out there for RTP specs, right? I mean, you need to know which RFC you're supposed to implement. I mean, not everything is in a single RFC.
I don't want to start off fractured like that. It doesn't help. We should care about adoption and care about getting a good start.
I understand, but I mean, it's like what I was gonna say is that I think in the version 1, when we land the MOQ draft as an RFC, we should have the basic ABR that Dash HLS can do today, and then get done with it. Anything more advanced can always wait for version 2 or as an extension in the future editions, right? Don't you agree?
HLS and Dash can't do server-side ABR today. I would like a market advantage for MOQ when it hits the market to be able to do that. We are competing against incumbent formats and we can make the coolest spec we want or get it out quickly. But if it doesn't beat what's there, it doesn't succeed.
Okay, but I mean, can we at least maybe then see some implementations and see some results and that sort of thing? I mean, just talking about the proposal doesn't really make it. Right?
I love implementations. Yeah.
I feel like if 3 or 4 of us get together a couple of days and get an initial starting proposal and bring the requirements. And yes, to Alan's point, let's have 1 or 2 implementations do it. That will give the proof what it works. And all those, if we really put in energy, it's not that much of a work to do. Actually.
Hey, Magnus, check your Slack. See your notifications are paused.
I mean, I think the next step's clear no matter what. Like, get the people together who want to work on this and write some text.
Yeah.
Like,
You agree on that? It's just, do we write a separate draft? Do we
Okay.
write?
Go to draft.
Yeah. All right. So I think Magnus and I, based on the opinion of the editors, the opinion of the chairs, and a very, I'll just say like a majority of the working group, that we will start with the draft, just as the form of this submission. And the editors and the chairs are absolutely committed to giving this the time. I mean, will I give you all the time you want at these meetings? You will get the time. And if it is ready, and if it is like issue 0 modulo, like editor stuff, we will absolutely commit to merge it in.
Enough.
Okay. I think that's how we're going to have to go.
I think there's nothing wrong with it being an extension. We have quick extensions that are really widely deployed, like datagrams.
Okay. Well, regardless, that's where we're at. I mean, if everyone agrees, consensus is revisable. It's not like we have super strong consensus now. Everyone's like, oh, this should definitely be a draft because it's an extension. We can make a decision at that time. But for the initial form of this submission, it will be an internet draft. Okay. Does anyone have anything they got to share about this, or can we move on?
Just to throw it out there, MSF could make it required, right? It could be not in MOQ version 1, but MSF could require it. Just like we require datagrams, but it was not required in QUIC. So MSF, the very first streaming format that somebody's going to use server-side AVR with, could require it. So from version 1.
Right, but we need to have a fleet of relays that will support it and implement it, right?
I mean, the market will dictate that.
Yeah. Okay.
Customers want to pay for it, people will build it.
Colin,
That was
you're
my-
up with.
No, I was just stretching.
You're
Oh,
up on secure objects.
Okay, so look, I'd like to discuss secure objects here for a second. So we've, before I even put any slides on the screen. So we have, we've made a ton of changes. We've made a ton of clarifications around security stuff, mostly thanks to great review from Magnus. And we've submitted a new version of the draft. I have slides that walk through these and go through these, but my goal is to find out if there's any reasons why we shouldn't sort of adopt this as a working group item right now. And to remind people of this, it's just like for our deployments, we can't move forward until we have some end-to-end encryption mechanism that we can use to start trial deployment. So this is a blocker for trials for us. This is an optional thing. It's not mandatory to implement or anyone to use or anything like that. If we can get to that point, I would propose that we just take this time back for the other discussions, which seem to be making more progress right now. But if we can't get to that point, then I do want to try and understand like what the changes we made and get feedback on what we need to do before this is ready for working group adoption.
Okay, would anyone like to make a comment as to why they feel the draft is not ready for an adoption call?
I have read a very old version of this draft. I don't know. Probably I read one in like September. So I don't know that but I don't really have a problem adopting it either. But I don't know how many people have read a current. When was the most recent version published?
Unfortunately, yesterday.
I definitely have not read it.
So, and really, the things that are changes, the things that were in, it's not like it removed things in it. It added a lot of clarifications around the security stuff and like reuse of keys and how long they can be used and some of the details of that. So fundamentally, it's about the same shape as it always was. But there's been a lot of cleanup on like how you detect that an object was deleted or that a group was deleted out of it. There's more text on detecting that type of stuff.
Show of hands, who has read a somewhat recent draft of secure objects? Magnus and Alan, I know. Anyone else?
Yesterday's or somewhat recent?
Oh, like in the last 6 months.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not bad. If we had an adoption call, how many additional people would take the time to read it? Okay. Magnus and I will discuss it, but I think you will get an adoption call shortly, Colin, I would imagine. If not, we'll have a reason for that. So that will go out on the list. Thank you for giving your time back. That's amazing. Okay. Ian, I believe you're up next with extensibility.
And look, if anybody's interested in the changes that we made, the mock slides are there. If you feel like you want to talk about any of them with me or have me walk you through them, I will make time to do that.
I'm just gonna have Claude summarize the diff.
I already did that.
Oh, send me please. I'll use your tokens instead of mine.
I can do that automatically for you in the future if you want.
That would be fantastic. Yes.
Claude do all of this? Have we actually stopped to consider that?
I mean,
Here's the open issues,
Mind
Claude.
voting.
Just finish the.
You know how there got to be 30 open PRs right now? Like I just tell Claude, like read MOQ draft, read issue 655, write me a PR. And it does.
Review 30.
It takes about,
Which
I mean,
forever.
I wrote 3 last night and I looked at the timestamps. It was about 12 minutes between each PR going up on the.
Is that the cloud saying that limit is the limit for tokens?
Oh, it's meta. You know,
Carrying
we
on.
have infinite tokens.
Somehow Victor being the bottleneck doesn't seem so damning when you're just having AI generated PRs.
I mean, tell me what's wrong with it.
Victor, thank you for careful review.
The only human stopping.
Victor's going to tell me he's using Claude to review and I'm going to freak out.
Like, I did change.
We're doing the 30s, German.
At least Jim and I can check Claude, and we can.
Yeah, do you need help or are you?
No, I just need to hit the back button.
Do you want to see?
Okay.
Okay, sure. I'll leave my after because terrible version.
I have seen PRs.
Thanks to Colin, we are back on schedule. So you have 45 minutes, Ian.
Sure. I will try to, oh no, that's not what I want. I'll try to get through everything. Oh, that's not which I'm gonna drink that. It's not enough. Sorry, it's got. I don't know. Like it was like it's gonna be weird. All right, extensibility. So this is an effort to close out ideally all or almost all of the substantive open extensibility issues. There are a few more PRs that need to be written, but at least like but there are also some in flight that are like mostly editorial. And we will go over them in this order. If you keep on time, then we will get to the fun portion where you can bike shed 1181. We can talk about naming, so you can spend the remaining time on bike shed, and then but if you don't get there, then no more bike shed for you. All right. TLV to TV. Today, message parameters are required to be understood. We use even odd to indicate what the type is. They're hop by hop. So you can negotiate them. You can't skip them if you don't know them. A while back, there was a question of should we switch to TV because it forces you to actually know how to parse them. It also saves a few bytes, and maybe in some cases there are other potential optimizations. there is a PR out that does exactly that. I think this question is basically it's a little more code. But it does make it very easy to enforce that you actually know what they are. Yeah, it allows us to optimally allocate the space. That part doesn't matter too much. So there is a PR. It's not overly large. And I can see arguments for going either way. But it'd be great to get this resolved one way or the other, since
You want to like add what you think the trade-offs are?
I mean, I think the trade-offs are you really know that someone understands it if they parse it, or at least they know like how to parse it at the very least. So like, I mean, that is the number one benefit. The size benefit is maybe nice, but not huge. CPU, I suspect, is also negligible. The downside is you could more code, basically, is the existing even on approach reuses the code from extension headers.
And set up parameters. And set up parameters.
And set up parameters. So anyway, more code.
Should we take a vote?
Question?
Yep.
Didn't we resolve this with extensions by robbing a bit?
Extensions, this takes that away from parameters.
It's because parameters are the thing that are required to be understood. Extension headers are not required to be understood today. Or set up parameter or set up whatever.
We use a different binary
setup options.
So it basically
we'll decouple.
So for example, publisher priority is in draft 16 is a variant because it has a even number. In the TV PR priority is a byte. So you read the priority and then you only read 1 byte. It's not a variant. So you have to know that. And then I imagine when we get to the renumber everything before working group last call, we will just, all the parameters will just get numbered from 0 to n, regardless of, you just have to know. 1 is subscriber priority and it's a byte. 2 is location and it's 2 variants. 3 is
because we're required to know.
You're required to know.
That's how it's actually add that much code, because it's like you remove error checking code, but you add parsing code.
And most variants are a byte at the end of the day.
It's not about the wire savings. It's about you. There's no way for you to parse the block unless you actually truly understand what the format of each one is supposed to be.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the previous times we've discussed it, it's always come down to the only advantage to doing this, really, when you get right down to it, is you can't have a length that is inconsistent with the type. So we remove that. So some people care about removing that foot gun of being able to put in the wrong length for a given type. Some people don't care about it. And like, yes, you end up with 2 types of parsers instead of 1 type of parser. And I deeply do not care what we choose on this, but I care we choose.
Victor?
I think the worst thing about TV is usually when you have TV and you don't know the end length of like the whole thing you're parsing. In here, it's always within 1 control message, so it should be easy to parse.
And we have that we have a sum length at the top already.
Yeah, that's personal ambivalent, but like.
So as an individual, I was whiny about this PR. I think you make good points about error checking. I have 2 related whines. One is like we're a little inconsistent on number of parameters and when that's needed, like number of extension, like when extensions are the last thing in the message, we omit number of extensions. But when, because it's in the message, like, so you don't need it. But with like parameters, the number of parameters when it's the last thing. So if we're gonna compress, let's compress.
Okay.
The other thing is like the intersection of this with the like only certain parameters can go in certain messages is annoying. Like, so this is I mean, not to like suck in other PRs, but the text says under message parameters that like it's okay to have a message parameter doesn't apply to that message in. So if it only goes in subscribe, for instance, it can be in a request okay, and it's just sort of ignored.
It seems orthogonal, Martin.
It doesn't. Text says that. It says that we should change that.
That's what I said too. I was like, it really says that?
That's what it says in message parameters.
Okay, that's not what
That's okay. And there's some other thing in like request update that says that like if like for a specific request update, like if it doesn't match the kind of messages updating, you have to like throw a protocol violation. So it's like exactly like backwards.
Okay.
So well, I mean, so what I'm saying is we're not like, so right now I have a single key value parser. What you're actually telling me to do now is I need like a message parser that is like a per message message parameter parser that's very specific about the types that it can have. And like, we're almost like deunifying the message spaces in a way that is like, if we're really trying to eliminate error cases. So it's like a lot of code, which is fine. Like it's not hard code to write. Like if I were AI, if I had Claude, probably wouldn't take very long. But I do want to, like, if we're gonna do it, let's do it right rather than just.
I mean, I think the do it right is a fair. We can make those changes you're talking about in terms of like making the length, like making it consistent when the number appears and doesn't.
Yeah,
seems fine. We will definitely clean up this thing about whether you are or not allowed to have parameters that don't belong to that message. Although I'm strongly on team protocol violation.
Yeah. Okay.
Well then, and I think I think you can end up being unified. You pass in like a list of what the allowed parameters are. You can end up with one parser as long as you know
fair enough. I mean,
allowed and what is its type.
I mean, obviously, I'm going to implement it. There's like different ways to do it. I would like to. I don't want to do this. I don't want to open this again. So like, please, like, stamp out all this kind of stuff when you're cleaning up the message parameters.
We do our best.
Okay.
Do you want to just vote? People, does anybody?
I was the whiner in chief about this, and I think I'm satisfied now, given these commitments you just made.
I mean, well,
So-
I mean, the other thing is churn, and I do hear from people that they're like tired of churn. So
Would anyone else like to complain as an implementer?
Yeah, is it, we allocated, there's a lot of work for the editors, right? With this, would you?
the editorial work's not the problem.
Already done. The PR's already written.
The PR's already, yeah.
Claude wrote it.
Okay.
Apparently.
Okay.
Well, most of it, except for the bug subtext. Or I did. That's the new thing is Alan types Claude, and I'm like spend half an hour reviewing it.
Okay.
Go for it.
All right.
All right.
I think it's fine. Yeah, go ahead and
Ship
land it. Just fix it and land it, please.
Yeah, Victor needs to review it.
Okay, so the conclusion is we're
Fix it,
going
like
TD.
we said.
Is that?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Go. Yay for decisions. I love decisions. I apologize for not writing a PR. Well, we wrote one PR, but not the second PR for this one. But this is about unknown setup options and how extension negotiation works. There's an editorial PR that renames setup parameters to setup options and also kind of re-clarifies that setup options are completely separate from message parameters and they are in separate registries, and you know, now they have a different framing format and there's really kind of nothing in common. And these setup options are used to negotiate extensions. I need to write a PR on exactly how we expect message parameters, message types, extension headers, error codes, and new stream types to be negotiated during setup. I apologize for not already writing it. I also want to discuss pipelining and how that works. But I think I have a clear way forward on how to write that PR. One thing that came up in discussion with Cullen is a slide that won't show. I asked if some extension headers are required to understand. So right now, all extension headers are, if you know what they are, then you can use them. I mean, and if otherwise you don't, you must not touch them, you must not modify them, you must not drop them, so on and so forth.
How is this related to setup?
Because if they were required to understand that you'd have to negotiate them.
Oh, I see. When you're negotiating your extension, you say like,
You could have it. Well, the key thing is, it's plausible to, you could write an extension that said, when you see this, you must, like, you know, immediately reboot or something in your extension, the kill extension. But if you didn't understand the kill extension, you would just ignore it. And I think Colin's saying, like, do we want some extension header space that you can't ignore? Yeah, I'll let you go. Yeah.
I think that we've found in other protocols that are multi-hop protocols like SIP. So for hop by hop, this doesn't matter. You can always negotiate everything. It's all good. So the only place this matters is when you have when you have an extension that's traversing across multiple, you know, an ingress relay and egress relay, and it's going to get to a final publisher and not negotiated hop by hop. You know, it's an end-to-end type thing. So often when you want to do a protocol upgrade to a new version or something, you really wish there was something that gave you an error if it wasn't understood by all of the elements along the path, right? And so what I'm suggesting is that we should have some portion of the code space or something reserved for, if you're a relay and you see an extension in this code number space that you don't understand, you do something special with it that causes it not to work. That's basically.
okay, but you're not talking about setup here at all because setup is only hop by hop. You're talking about object or track parameters that
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, this is kind of an adjacent extensibility question.
Okay.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think this should be indicated because there is certain extensions that the content provider or encoder add to there and required to be used. If cannot use this, we shouldn't use my stream at all. And this kind of indication would do that job.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like that's maybe a separate issue, but I don't have a problem with the
I mean, fair, it should be a separate issue. I don't care. Yeah.
Oh, separate issue, but
roll back to the
Sure.
previous slide though.
Yep.
But we're okay with in setup. You can send you ignore things you don't understand in setup. That's okay. People are okay with that because that was the reason the issue got opened. Was that some people were not okay with. I send you a setup that says I want to negotiate my special extension that you've never heard of my special extension, so you blow up.
yeah, I think the issue was partially around like more text to actually describe how that works. So like more like description.
Okay. Are you good?
Well, I think what Ian and I come down to what we talked about on this is, let's say there's extensions number 5, 12, and 7 that you support. You say when you send your setup, when the client sends the setup to the server, it sends, I can do 5, 12, and 7. And if the server supports 5, 7, and 22, it sends back, I can do 5, 7, and 22. And now you have enough information from the client point of view. You need to make good decisions going forward, given that information.
Okay, but if
So you can fail the head, Jason.
So if the client said it understood 5, 7, and 12, but the server's never heard of 12, it's still fine that the client said,
yeah, no problem.
Here's some extensions that are related to 12 that you set up parameters that are related
You
to
guys are
12.
saying extensions. Do you mean setup options?
I do mean setup options. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Setup options. Yeah.
All right. As long as I think we're good.
Yep.
Like, okay.
So I guess we need a separate issue.
My just brain fart on the terminology there. So my apologies.
No, I mean, we keep.
Question whether or not to have a setup options bit that says this is a mandatory or optional.
No, I think the client can already figure it out based on the response.
No, so the thing about the mandatory to understand bit does not have to do with the setup options. It has to do with the
extensions
data and traffic extensions. Yes.
You seem to have a
That's
gripe.
another bit.
No, I'm not suggesting a bit. I'm suggesting a range of the types.
Yeah.
I mean, look, you can use even and odd if that's the range you want.
No, I'm just worried about carving up the space. That's all. And
The space is infinitely large.
Yeah.
about the small space.
But I mean, 2 byte spaces, I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Probably not going to have a lot of 1 byte
I mean,
space for this.
As long as you're cool with saying like you got to have whatever 2 byte or 3 byte variants that are like that, that's cool.
I think X509 calls us critical extensions. We never,
Yes.
we never managed to ever ship one.
There are tons of critical extensions in X509. It's just they're all ignored. X509 is not a good example here.
I'm
But yes.
something. Extensions aren't negotiated anywhere, right? You don't know that.
No, this would just be like you can negotiate them with the first hop potentially.
You don't negotiate them. They're just on the wire or not. So you blow up the first.
Put one on the wire or not
It's
based on.
too late that you've already established the connection and you've done a subscription and now all of a sudden you get an object and then you blow up. Isn't that too late to negotiate it?
Yeah, my comment was like, I can see this for track extensions. It's a bit weird for object extensions because like for track extension, it's like I publish, and if a relay receives a publish with that thing and it doesn't understand, and that's range.
Ian, does that make sense that we only allow that in track extensions or something? Is that
Sure. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. I mean, I can definitely write text to that effect. I have maybe a more complicated question. Maybe this is a bad idea because I just came up with it. So like, give you 10 seconds, and if you hate it, then tell me about it. What about the idea of having a setup option or enabling setup options such that you could say, I support the like drop this if you don't understand it extension header, and if a peer connected to you and it did not negotiate said setup option, that setup option and that extension would say must not forward it on to a peer that has not negotiated said parameter. And so it is the sender that is enforcing the compliance to the mechanism instead of the receiver So if like evil.com connects to you and says like, I want illegal content that is not able to be streamed to me in location X, and they didn't, do the right thing, then the sender would say like, I'm not going to send to you because you didn't negotiate this extension, which may or may not, include other stuff. I don't know. It's just a question.
I think it becomes too hard when you have multiple hops.
Yeah, I was thinking like the last hop could enforce it under the theory that there would be no leakage. I don't know how important it is here to like have no leakage. Sorry, is that a bad word?
I still has this idea called a P asserted header, which is why you still get, and it's only asserted at the last, hop. It asserts spam at the last hop, and that's why you still get phone calls, spam phone calls.
Okay, maybe just to move on, like,
okay, well,
it sounds like the proposal to like, so maybe open a separate issue to track this, say that it's scoped to track headers. We can write a PR.
Track headers, 2 bytes.
Yeah.
There. Oh, geez. Yeah, sorry. Like, okay, I'm fine with that. There are 2 issues about extension allocations. One's about parameters and one is about extensioners. So we'll do parameters first because they're, I think, simpler. Currently, the space is global, and there's a question of kind of who uses what inside that space. For message parameters, again, where like we expect them to be, messages to be much less frequent than objects. We don't think space is particularly critical. So I think a QUIC style IANA registry should work fairly well. QUIC says should randomly select from the appropriate range. And where by appropriate, I mean like, is it like RFC, is it like experimental, so on and so forth. There's text on that. One tweak that I was proposing to make here is that it should select sequential values. And that's because we serialize these with delta encoding, unlike QUIC. And so there's like actually a slight benefit to making them sequential in addition to the cognitive load. But I think this is sensible. This is pretty straightforward. Just a matter of taking text for another draft and tweaking it.
I think for parameters, this is fine.
Yep.
I think, will I finish my sentence?
Oh, okay.
Both because it's sort of like you have to negotiate them anyway. So there's already like some amount of work you're going through. So like asking people to go potentially make a registration to be like, I'm writing this extension and I need this code point in the parameter space. Plus the fact that we're saying pick a random value in the space, which is at least 4 bytes or 8 bytes or something. So these aren't going to be small. At least the first one won't be, but these are in control messages. So who cares? So that seems from parameters. I think that's totally fine. Does anybody else have thoughts on parameters before we go to extensions?
Are you saying pick between these two or both?
Both.
Aren't they mutually exclusive?
You pick a random starting point. So like I'm writing extension foo, it defines 3 parameters. And so I pick some huge random number for the first one and then the next sequential ones. So that if I send all 3 in the same message, they're delta encoded as 1 or 0, or I don't know how that works. Colin is unimpressed.
Or not delta encoded, whatever.
You're already delta encoded.
Fine, whatever. Yeah. The delta encoding really becomes more relevant than on the object one. So let's talk about it here. Although I think I know which one we're going to end up with on this. Okay. So track and object extension headers are much more frequently used than message parameters, or so is the intent. So we both want to reduce the chances of collision, as well as we want to minimize the wire overhead. So both of them are important. Compatibility with filters. I assume the filters in some form will land in some way, eventually. And so we don't want to shove them into some encrypted blob or some opaque blob. We want to be able to have on-path relays who do not necessarily understand the extension be able to apply a filter, is the requirement I have heard from at least 2 or 3 people. Okay. So option 1, do we do for parameters? However, this is nice in the sense that it's unambiguous, which one is present. There's no chance of collisions. However, it does consume more space. I estimate between 1 and 3 extra bytes per track or object that contain them. Again, they are delta encoded within them, but at least 1 or 3 bytes just for the first one. And the other option is to reserve, there's a PR. I mean, it doesn't have to be 8 and 248, but like reserve some number of code points in the short space for applications.
In a bunch of space in the big ones.
Yeah, it actually reserves some. But I mean, if you need more than 248 code points, I don't know what's going on, but that's fine. And use them for applications, and they're kind of end-to-end-ish, but in the sense that like relays aren't necessarily intended to understand them, but again, relays could filter on them in the future, and different applications can use the same code.
So I think I'm in camp, let's do both of these or whatever. I mean, the option 2 is just some code points reserved for private use. And if your application knew that for its tracks, it knows how to use these, it knows what it means in the context of its tracks, good to go, have fun. But most of the time we end up finding things as like, oh, wow, this could be reused by a bunch of different applications in different places. In that case, put it back, actually register it and put it in option 1 sort of category.
So does that mean we should, I've reviewed 1473 once, but does that mean we should make sure if we land 1473 that there's clear text of like, if this is an extension that you think multiple people are going to use, you best not use this like reserve space because you might collide.
Right, it's the usual IETF text on those code points we made for private use. Don't steal those for public use.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's something that actually happened. And I forget which mock draft version. It was the Madrid version where like MOQ had selected an extension value, which then was claimed by the MOQ draft. And so we found weird interoperability bugs where MOQ was like looking for its like header, but it was actually somebody's immutable header or vice versa, or it was getting parsed out.
So we used 2 code points at the same time because we didn't use IANA, right? Like that was just sort of like.
Right. And I think object extension headers are very much in a way, I think, like HTTP headers. People make HTTP headers all the time. They do not register them. They just stick an X dash in front of it and like they're off to the races. And so like, I'm not saying it's a great practice, but people are going to claim pieces of the extension space. And so I think it's good to like have private space.
Can you question? So you said the goals to reduce chances of collision and while over compatible with filters. So if something is part of the filter parameters, then isn't there is earlier upper indication of that is filters?
No, the filters operate on arbitrary, opaque. They have to be numeric, so they have to be forget odd or even extensions. They have to be that bit has to be set, but otherwise it's whatever
or
doesn't know what the extension is.
Right. So it doesn't need to know what the extension is, but it needs to be like not encrypted. So like an alternative, if it was end to end and no one along the path needed to understand it at all, would be like shove it in the object payload because that's the right place for it. But in this case, we're saying like we actually want it in the extension headers because we want a relay to be able to potentially filter on it, even though it doesn't understand what the parameter means.
Or log it.
Or whatever. Yes.
Like it needs to be visible in some way.
Yep. Got it. I think filters is the easiest example for me, but that's okay. So we'll go.
Does anybody object to the Cullen's suggestion of both?
The 2 is just reserve space, right?
It just says like MOQ will never reserve and IANA will never assign those 8 1-byte code points to any application, which
We'll just assign them and say application use, application use, application use.
Yeah, whatever. It just they're reserved, whatever, however it works. Like it'll never be taken by something else.
And we can bite shed later of the 8 number.
Do you have a different? I mean, I don't know.
It might be less. It's not more than 8.
I'll give you a guess who picked the 8 number.
I told you. That's why I can't sleep anymore. Wake up, it's like 12 PRs. Like, oh my God, I'm gonna cry.
You want to be done or not?
Done.
So you get Claude to review them too.
No.
Yes.
Have Codex.
Gemini.
No.
What's that?
Get Gemini.
It's Gemini.
That's a great.
Just for the notes for the previous one, it's agreed to go ahead, right?
Yep, go ahead with a variant on 1473, which is essentially 1 and 2, or yeah.
Oh, can I actually ask like one more question? There's a few other extensibility points that are not parameters or extensions. Frame types, other random unum values, which some extension might. In extension foo, we are creating new message type, new control message types.
Yes, that's true. Okay.
So I guess we want them to work like the parameter one.
That was
like,
my intent.
Okay.
But
is everyone?
They'd be registered.
You just have to register. If you're making an extension that defines new code points, you need to go register your extensions.
Like you make new message.
Yeah, but I think we should talk through each one of those of like whether there's, standards action required for them or whether they're first come, first serve or whatever. Like, I think we need to, I think at some stage we need to consider all of our IANA registries and get them straightened out on we've gotten the right register
Okay, but there's not reserved space to be like, make your, yeah, I think it makes more sense. There
If
should
I
be-
get a message or a stream type I don't understand, I explode. Like that's,
Yes.
yeah. So that's how it's written today.
Yeah, stream types is another one.
Yep. How am I doing on top?
You have 22 more minutes.
Awesome. Error code handling. All right, so this one I also split up into two. There are two issues. The issue is actually like the text. I read them multiple times. It's actually fairly difficult to figure out when people are talking about session errors and when people are talking about request errors. So I just broke it out here to make sure we're all on the same page. But if it's peer closes the session with an unknown error, there's kind of nothing the receiver can do. That being said, just like IETF QUIC and others, we say you must treat this as a connection error of type X. So we use must. We do.
When you, you mean when the sender, when you encounter error condition foo, you must send error.
We say you must do it, even though it's kind of unenforceable in some sense.
I see.
We decided like that's okay. It's an unenforceable. Who knows? We're gonna move on. My proposal is, we stick with that approach in the current draft. Maybe make it more consistent if it's not consistent, and clarify that that's kind of the approach one should use for like session errors, which is like you kind of have to accept what you get. But
I mean, there are people who are pedantic out there, and they will build some sort of conformance suite someday, which is like, I sent you the wrong control message, and you closed the session with the wrong error. I don't know these people. We can just ignore them. Yes.
I think I ignore them. I send them a go away. Yeah.
Claude Review finds that for you.
All right. This one's a little potentially more interesting or complicated conversation. Request errors. So 1339 added a request retry interval. And so that actually that is a very specific kind of indication to the receiver of like what it should do when it receives a request error, and that is across all types of errors. However, request errors themselves don't really specify responses today. I mean, some of them have meaning, but they don't like say you must do X when you receive Y. But they, so extensions can negotiate new request errors, but making them fatal is dangerous if you make them fatal to the session. If they're unknown, then proxies have had problems with upstream where that causes unintended consequences for others. So the option is, you specify what error to use, but we permit others. So it's basically a best effort enforcement, kind of similar to session errors. Yeah, this is similar to QUIC and HB3. And we must specify, which is not in the draft right now, a default behavior if you get an error code that's unknown. So if you get a request error that's something that is not known to you in the basic draft, then we need to have like some default behavior.
I mean, if it has a retry interval,
right? In addition to
you can retry after this time.
Yes.
That would be clear. But if it didn't have a retry interval,
yes. And then I guess at some point it was mentioned only allowing negotiated request errors. And then I guess there's also the classes of errors idea of like, 1XX, 2XX, 3XX.
You already land that?
that got morphed into retry interval only.
Yeah, I did. Okay, I lost track of that PR. Well, yeah. So I looked through like that issue quite extensive, like when I was trying to like summarize where I think we are. And though that was mentioned as a thing to do, like when you actually looked at all the use cases people talked about as being important, the retry interval did seem to capture like the important use cases that I could find. And like, there didn't appear to be like a big compelling use case for like trying to make classes of errors. Like I couldn't actually find like a thing that needed it, I guess, is like a motivating use case that like really said we had to carve this up this way. And so at this point, I'd be inclined to go with one and kind of document that.
But there's two different things you're talking about. One of them is, what do you do when the peer sends you an error? Should we allow the peer to send you an error code that you've never heard of before?
Yep. Yes.
And then another one is, which I guess is related, is like, should we have some other way of indicating like sort of 4XX, 5XX distinction, for example, like you screwed up, I screwed up.
Should we carve up the error code?
Or should we carve up this?
Yes.
This seems different.
Yep. But what I was saying is, based on what I read so far, there was no clear use case for the latter. And so I'm kind of inclined to not do it until there's a use case. But and
I mean, in the HTTP world, we track 4xx and 5xx classes separately. And like it is sort of useful from a monitoring perspective, not from the client did something different perspective.
I agree.
But it tells us something. That's the only thing.
I tried to look through the errors though, and I could not classify them as cleanly as, like, they were sort of, each one is its own unique. They were a little more like quick connection close errors than they were like 1xx for. Yeah.
No, I mean, I was just going to say one thing from the HTTP world too, is if you track the number of bugs of running DAV servers through people's HTTP inspecting firewalls, you will find there is a million interop error things around how DAV extended errors and then firewalls expecting only HTTP freaked out. It turned out to be highly interoperable, that class structure.
Highly.
It had all kinds of interop problems.
Not using the class structure is not interoperable.
It had a lot of problems for DAV, not for HTTP, for DAV.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we treat 100 continue to completely, like, we have a special case for that. And you send another 1xx response and like, God knows what happens.
There's lots more 1xx.
I'm pretty sure it's not good.
Okay. So do people have, like, I'm very much on team, like, don't blow up on unknown errors.
Yes. Congratulations, you've made it to the bonus round.
Wait. Okay. So, but you're saying, so we're going to allow unknown errors.
Yep.
Don't blow up. And
we're going to specify a default behavior if you receive an error.
Okay. A default behavior. And we're not going to try to classify.
Not until someone comes up with the use case that.
I'm confused on the don't blow up on unknown errors. So if they had a retry after, I understand. But like, why did the server even send the error if you're going to ignore it?
Well, it ends the, like, say I send you a request error with some code, with some error code you've never heard of.
Okay. Yep.
Is that a protocol violation?
I'm not claiming it's a protocol violation. But
Okay, that's all I care about. As long as it doesn't blow up the whole, the request is already over.
Blow up everything. Okay. I get what you're saying. But I think we need some very specific text on what this means. And I don't think it should be like, yeah, I tear down the world. Yeah, but
we can stick with the, like, you must send the right error text, and then
sure.
And then when it happens,
that may be the one case where you want a catastrophic class so that all things of this class, well, you don't just ignore the error, these are catastrophic.
So I think that leads into, if you have mandatory behavior upon receiving an error and that departs from the specified default behavior, then you have to negotiate that. It's a negotiated, if you see this error code, you will take this action. If you didn't negotiate that, I can't send you that error code because I don't know what you're going to do.
You get an example of default behavior.
The retry interval is like the obvious one. A good question. I mean, Alan, do you have?
I don't even know. Like, yeah, you sent a request. Something about it did not work. I sent you a request error with some code that you don't know about, but I said don't retry it. I think you know everything you need to know. And reason,
but I, like, this is a really like, this is the one that happens, right? You have a subscription, you send a message to end that subscription, and you get back to that a unknown error.
Unsubscribe doesn't have an error code. There's no response to an unsubscribe. It just happens.
Okay. I mean, maybe we don't have any of those error cases. I mean, there's no way to have those types of errors. But I think it's those cases that we need to think about, not the other ones. Yeah.
This is getting to be a bigger problem now that we moving to buy these streams. When we do that, like now all of a sudden you have reset streams all over the place which have error codes. So
that was that a problem?
Well, it's not a problem, but now, like, well, I mean,
they don't have retry error. They don't have retry after in them.
They don't have retry after
or reason brace.
So I mean, request error is still there. That's not an issue, but like all the like the cancel stuff and all that's all gone. I think. I mean, I led the PR, but like, so those error codes are. So the point is now, like, there's always, well, ultimately with resetting, there's always going to be. Well, you could always fin. But if you reset a stream, which is a request stream, then there's going to be an error code, which could be whatever. I don't know. This seems like a lot of work for. I don't know that we need this.
Need
like,
what?
Need like a lot of. Let's just have common error codes that people can have, and then if you want to use a different one, that's fine. And it's basically a logging exercise. And rather than like write code for what to do when you get
I think that's what's being proposed.
Yeah, I think that's.
well, there's all this default behavior stuff.
I think
what I'm trying to
Default behavior means when I get a reset stream or whatever, I'm going to take the action that the reset stream told me to, regardless of what the error code is.
Or I'm not going to tear down the entire session and assume that the peer is like buggy or something.
Well, like a request there, yeah, I think you should generally not tear down this thing.
I
on
mean,
a
that will be
request.
part of it then.
But like, if I have like an authentication error, like I guess there's like an implied thing that I need to get better authentication from wherever authentication comes from, right?
We have an error for that.
Yeah, I don't think we should specify for every error code what the client's supposed to do.
Okay, I thought that's what default behavior means.
No, I don't think that's right.
Oh, I'm sorry. If error code is unknown. Okay, I'm sorry. Reading comprehension fail. Okay, so okay. I think we're converging on, like unknown errors are okay. Like there might be some language explaining what the hell the error is, but like they're not like mandating anything from people. Okay, super. Except retry interval.
Before you roll to the naming round, there's one other that came up, which is the other. Should there be the equivalent of a 3xx or a way to redirect a request? We don't currently have today. So, like,
God, we need that.
Right. So, like, you send a subscribe, and I send you a.
Is that published namespace done?
You send no. I mean, it's more like you. I mean, there's lots of utility in like you subscribe to this track, and I want you to go ask you use a different connection URI, much like go away, but only for this request. Like go ask for this somewhere else, or it enables rewriting cases where like maybe you could change the whole track name too. Just like I asked for this track, is like actually renamed that track. It's actually called this now. Please make it.
That be I subscribe to something, and the thing I subscribe to is a playlist.
I mean, we don't have to. We could probably work around not having it, but HTTP has redirects, but they're also fraught. So I don't know. It came up in a different conversation, and we don't have it. Yeah.
I kind of wonder if we need it in setup level.
Well, you mean like I do a setup and setup sends you somewhere else?
Yeah.
Server's busy. Go away.
Like,
Well, we have go away.
Yeah, that's what.
We can move the whole connection, but right now I can't move a single subscription.
Yeah, that's the thing. An issue.
You want me to open this up an issue for?
Yeah,
it?
this is
while we're here. Can we
This is not extensibility.
That's a good point.
That is a new error code with defined behavior, which is not like a.
I don't even think it's necessarily an error.
error.
I mean, you have an active subscription and you want to move it. Like this is like
Oh, I would
way
say-
for a subscription.
Well, I guess there's two cases then. I was thinking the case if you send subscribe, I say request error. Here's subscribe to this other track instead, or go to this other URL instead. Right? That's like one use case. But then like you're saying, like this track is actually moving to that CDN over there. Like, is a totally different use case. I guess I could just publish done you, and when you subscribe, then I can redirect you.
Yeah, fair enough.
What logic should relay be aware to say subscribe to this track versus different track?
It would be configured by the relay, right? There would be some configuration to say like, I don't know, there's renaming. However, the relay is configured to respond to namespaces, it would tell you. Or potentially load balancing type thing.
Track name permanently changed kind of thing or something.
I don't know. I'll open a separate issue unless people
Yeah,
want to talk more about it here.
I think we should just open an issue and let's not assume that it's an error code as the response. It's just like the thing we're trying to accomplish is move something in certain cases. And we should outline in the issue what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
And then we can figure out, does an error code do it or not? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. And I cut some of the time off the bike shed.
It's a good bike shed.
We currently have track extension headers and object extension headers. They're not really extensions because they're not defined in the extension draft necessarily. They actually define the core draft. So that's a little misnomer.
Core draft defines some extensions.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
The core draft defines some extension headers. And everyone hates the word headers because it's headers from HTTP. And so the question is, do we want to rename it or decide it's good enough, even though it's a bad name? So I've kind of talked through like the first one, which is like just using headers is awfully similar to HTTP. And I think that's going to get us in trouble from a naming perspective. MOQT headers is sort of fine, but also a little awkward. When I looked at and extensions just by itself, I mean, they're not really extensions, but we could just shorten it to that. When I did MW, properties and attributes seem to be the two words in the English language that are most similar to what we are trying to say. So I don't know if one of those would be better. So we would call them message properties and, sorry, track properties and object properties, or track attributes and object attributes.
Yeah, the word header really conveys what they are, right? It's, you speak that to anyone not involved with MOQ and they understand it's this thing that gets attached. So I like the language object headers and track headers. I feel it's not confusing with HTTP. And it's also has an implied meaning that is the correct one.
We can't say object header because we do have many other fields that are object headers, right?
Probably we should call them.
The object header is all of the entire object
the whole
header.
thing is called the object header.
The whole thing is the object header.
Well, then rename the other things, right?
I have a PR to fix most of that, but I don't think.
Probably we should just call them track extensions and object extensions.
But extension is a whole other thing, right? It's this.
There's a protocol extension. There's a track extension of object extension.
Yeah, but these are not really that. They're little binary headers that accompany an object.
See, what is a protocol extension?
Yeah,
it still doesn't make any sense to me.
Write an extension draft that extends the protocol.
But I mean,
Yeah, but it's got many moving
you have to add
pieces.
setup options, and there's nothing called extensions anywhere, right? In the wire format, there's nothing called an extension.
you could write
extension for.
Yeah, no, I mean,
It's weird that what's in the wire format called extensions has nothing to do with
What an extension is.
what
Yes.
the protocol
Yeah.
extension is.
Extension is a header.
We should not use the word protocol extension for anything.
extension draft. I don't know.
You need 5 more minutes for your bike shed.
Well, if you think about it, object extension headers are more like middlers than headers.
It's not funny.
Like what headers?
Like middlers instead of headers or trailers.
I like your use of the word middlers, though, so +1 for that. I like attributes. You like attributes?
I think I like extension. I think I'm with Suas. Like just like if you think about like there's vanilla track where it has extensions, and even the ones that we define, they don't need to be present. They're all optional and have default values, like whatever delivery timeout or whatever. So that's like an extension.
So the payloads in the objects have inevitably, whatever that format is, also has extension headers inside of it too. And I think that that's one of the things that really has caused the group a lot of, like, we've often had terminology problems in the group on object extension headers, of not understanding if they're the extension headers in the object or the extension headers outside the object. So I don't love that term there.
Do you mean specifically the encrypted extensions, or you mean
it's happened in that
like the low payload header?
Yeah, the local payload header, even when we're talking about that.
Commonly accepted term is payload header from RTP. So we call things payload headers. You know,
That should be, that's not part of the protocol, right? The payload wants to put a header.
MOQ doesn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, but I mean, like when you say to people object headers, they're often thinking payload headers, not the other ones. I like, maybe we can try and clarify that terminology to get that sorted out. And I'm ignoring the encryption stuff here for a second. Never mind that. That will always be confusing for its own reasons.
Headers are used everywhere, like.
Yeah, that's the
RTP header extensions exists. And I think most people understand what that entails. I think the sub-levels that you're talking about, makes it confusing. But is that just a mock thing?
No, I think you're right about that. I agree with you.
Ian, 2 minutes left in your bike shed. I'm not letting this run over.
Yeah, that's fine.
Careless.
Not let it run over. Okay.
property is the only
I have
thing
a
that
preference for attributes or extensions because it's shorter and I'm tired of typing message parameters, but I guess once I start using Claude, then it won't matter.
You'd go attributes.
You want to flip a coin?
What do we flip vote? Sorry. Huh?
So what was if we're flipping a coin, what do we flip?
I prefer properties or attributes because it's shorter than extension headers and
As long as we don't, properties I can live with, as long as it's not.
Properties are fine.
Track
As long as
attributes, track properties.
Track properties.
Track properties and object properties.
parameters versus properties kind of has a good vibe to it. Message parameters.
I'll go with property over extension.
I prefer properties, I think.
That was a good with the group.
All right.
Properties it is.
Okay. Anything else? Well done. All right.
Should we go to the bathroom before we talk about joining fetch?
If you need to, we can take 5 minutes.
I don't know.
That's what we're talking
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yes, we're talking about joining fetch.
Okay.
Do we need a bio break, everyone? Okay, 5 minutes back at 4:03.
Yes.
Talk about.
I don't know, but
We decided we're gonna do joint fetch.
we do
because
need to.
That's what the.
Yeah, I was in favor of it, but like.
Progress.
No.
I'm pretty sure that knowing you and me, we should do as much as we can to write down what we agree
Yes.
on the issues, even if we don't write.
I agree. I was gonna go back. I was gonna say, so we don't forget, so, yeah, because every time we talk about it, like,
Both of us are deeply with this. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna
Yeah,
get to
no,
that.
no.
I know what to write. And 4 months from now, I'm like, what did we agree to? Oh, yeah, it's like,
yes.
What is your second laptop?
Those of you who are standing around, there's a disc drop about 25 feet that way. If you want to just get rid of your stuff, you can do that, so you don't get drafted in doing it when you leave.
What is
Not
your
leave your garbage for me, please.
laptop for?
Already very
I'm not
grumpy.
Oh, just a minute. That is your job.
Company worker?
So it's like, I just put it to charge.
You're grumpy.
It's
midnight, guys.
Yeah, PhD. Yeah. Makes sense.
That's recycling, yes.
Otherwise, I'll say your work is mine.
When I want the company for the better problem, but when it's not working for another company, yeah. Claim some rights on.
You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that. Negotiated, when I worked for TI, I negotiated them not to deal with unreal at work. Didn't make a difference. Yeah, but it's not that bad.
Somebody in jail.
Put somebody heckle someone in jail. Give us ideas, like to the. Okay. There we go. We're done.
So what are the costs? Makes sense. It's all like US euro here. They got West Coast over there. US over there. All the planes.
Yeah, not New York, Chicago. Oh, it's the whole plane. San Francisco, LA, San Francisco, Seattle.
What now, Sin City? Should be scared of that.
Where you guys going?
They're running leave.
Back to that, meeting.
Sorry, I thought it was so over the top. It was clearly, you know, and I don't believe that.
Can't believe it, you know. Yeah, so for Switch, we prepared a bit of slides that add to it.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so well, I rewrote the pseudocode. Right. So check. So here we need to make sure we understand, you know, the latest track A group is maybe 36, and the latest current is 45, 36, they are in the queue.
Alright, 1 minute.
Then it depends on.
If you'd like to bust your glasses and stuff, there's a disc drop 25 feet that way.
Yeah, but this is what you asked me.
I tried here to take your example and make it very clear, right? I'm switching.
Maybe this is, but here, what is that in the most natural way? Like the subscription, you subscribe, which means that here.
Yeah, you wanted a whiteboard.
36.
Yeah. Now, if Alan's done early, that's
Haven't
great.
even. So if you believe you.
Fetch
seems
like an
Well, this is a primer. We're gonna talk about it more.
Adoption, and we don't want to open this. I mean, this is, if you want to have a smart.
No, I
relay,
think you
do
need it. I think in this example, you definitely.
it's time.
It's up to the people that don't want to do any fetch, that's fine.
But I think we need it because in this example, I not do a switch, right? I say just switch from blue to green.
What's that?
For me, it's
The relay what the relay is going to do
Oh,
is
nice idea in
it's
your
going
suite,
to
you could probably put the
subscribe
green.
green. It knows it's got this in its cache.
Yeah.
It knows it's.
Wait, where's
it's-
Ian?
It's basically got to send 4.2.
All right, let's get started.
It's going to send from
Alan,
4.2
I will-
up to there. as a
I will
fetch.
join the thing slowly.
Yeah.
I mean,
Şeyi bozuyor.
I think it's.
Bozuyor şu.
but it, for me, it's optional.
Bile ayırıyorum
Because
mesela.
I don't want to make people nervous about doing fetch things.
You know, everyone wanted the room to be cooler, but maybe we should just keep the raising the temperature until there's consensus. Close the doors,
Hope Ian's coming back.
open the blinds.
Since
turn
Ian
up
is
the
like,
thermostat.
he's like the number one dissenter, but he's also seen these slides before. So, and okay. So, these are the questions I sent to the list, we can some change ago, and I'm just gonna go kind of over them and make sure everyone understands, like, at least this is how I sort of distilled what I think people are talking about. So, one question is like, should there be a single dedicated message in the protocol that handles getting you what you need from the beginning of the group? Or is a dedicated API sufficient? So that's how I would describe what we have right now is you can, like on the wire, you send subscribe and fetch in sequence, but like many libraries expose that as an API. And there's a separate slide on each of these questions. So I'll go into each in detail. To make joining faster, can we avoid significant head of line blocking, either from lower priority subgroups or cache misses, but like still retaining some of the desirable properties that fetch has during join? Number one being back pressure, but making also sort of understanding, did you get all the things that you asked for? Do they not exist? Or finding out where the gaps are. Third one is like, how problematic is that? Like when you currently do, when you do a joining fetch, a subgroup in the current stream will get split in the current, a subgroup in the track will get split in the current group, gets split between a fetch, half of it's on a fetch stream and half of it's on a subscribe stream. Like how much of a problem is that for people? And then the last one is like, is it acceptable that the subscriber is the one that's making a decision for when it should use new group request versus joining fetch? So I have slides on each of these. Okay, so single message, like A versus single API.
I thought there were, maybe there weren't more. I thought there were more.
More what?
There, like more things. Oh, I guess
Each of these has a slide. So that was like the high level. So
it's also like, should it be possible to join a track without fetch, which is a variation on the single message thing, which is
that's the same thing.
Like if you didn't implement, but right now if you just wanted to like do real time stuff, you have to implement fetch because otherwise you can't join.
Basically, to implement MOQ, you have to implement.
But
no.
Well, you can always subscribe next group in NGR.
Wait, right? You wait for the next keyframe. You don't have any fetch. Fetch is just there to give you instant start.
Most real-time stuff is today, it just waits until it gets a key.
Oh, really?
frame,
Yeah.
And that's why the new
Oh.
request is so absolutely critical.
Yeah, that's like much crappier
I'd
than I
say
thought.
that
Never mind.
that's small groups. That's only when you have like 1 or 2 users, you do a new keyframe request. If you have a larger real-time audience, you don't want to wait for the next keyframe. You want faster startup time.
Okay. All right. So single message versus single API and compositing your messages together. So I think a single message would like demonstrate clear intent. Like I am trying to join the track and I need to join at a join point. And I think it eliminates some error cases. For example, today, if you subscribe and then you send a joining fetch, but the subscribe fails, then the joining fetch kind of also fails because it has a request ID, which is now busted or non-existent. You have to handle these cases. So like, it's kind of a downside of having it be 2 messages. I think there's, I don't know, I think maybe another one people have surfaced is like conceptual clarity.
There's also it can split up, like where it gets split matters.
I really don't think, okay, so like it can go, you need to make sure that, I mean, the text says that like whoever handles the subscribe needs to handle the fetch. So,
but they might not arrive like close in time.
Yes, which means if they come in 2 packets for whatever reason, you have to, and you didn't handle the subscribe, but you sent the subscribe upstream, you have to find where you sent that and the fetch has to follow it. That is.
I have a clarifying question.
Yes.
With the BID stream PR, does the joining fetch go on the subscribe stream?
No, that's its own one.
Okay, thanks.
So how do you know it doesn't arrive before
Yeah,
what
I mean,
it's trying to join?
there's like a reference to the other stream.
but it doesn't exist.
You have to buffer.
What's the
You have to
difference?
buffer.
You have to wait, but what if it never arrives? No,
Well,
you
that's very sad. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
That was my clarifying
Okay.
question. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
So if you have composited messages, I don't know, like maybe some of these are like not even true. Like I think it's sort of, if we add another message, then we just have another message and we have a lot of messages, that we have to describe how the message works, and then there has to be a lot of code, but we have text and code for joining fetch. So maybe it's, I don't know.
It depends on what you add and what you take away, and yeah.
Maybe it's close to a push. I don't know. Different people have different views here. And then if you have composite messages, they're combinable in different ways. So for example, if we add object filters, then I can actually issue joining fetches one subgroup at a time. So I can subscribe and then I can joining fetch only subgroup 0. And then after I got a better bandwidth estimate or I've got the track playing, it's like, oh, great. Now let me join the enhancement layer as like a separate concept. So like that is possible. Or similarly, like if you pause, you pause the track with forward 0 and then later you do forward 1, like I can issue join again, like, and by just issuing joining fetch without having it be like, I don't need to send a subscribe and join or join because I already am subscribed. I don't know. So maybe that works as a single message. So I don't know, maybe those people have different opinions. What do people want to say about single message versus?
I think you can make those work perfectly fine with this single.
That's a Cullen and whoa, here we go. Okay. Chairs, help me out. Everyone wants to talk. I saw Cullen first.
Right.
We'll figure it out.
I actually think that we always think about the request, and that's totally doesn't matter. What we need to think about is where the caching and storage of the data is and who needs to buffer it and deal with it and merge it together and sequence it. And that's that once we think about that, then we can derive how the messages work out. But the control messages aren't the problem. Does that make sense? It's just a way of thinking about it.
Sorry, I got distracted with like the key.
Okay, let me say, I think everyone did. So what I'm trying to say is the thing that we should think that whether it's one message or two is actually the least, like that's the tail of the dog. It's the least important thing. What's important is where the data gets buffered, who's responsible for buffering it and storing it, and as we try and take these various things that arrived at different times and line them up into one sequence of stuff that the client
Is
plays.
that would people like to see more of the detail in each of the other questions and we come back to single versus? You're sort of saying this is least important. Maybe we shouldn't spend.
No. I mean, to drive the single versus the multiple, that what you need to figure out first to a certain degree is like what happened to the data. Like the hard part here is not managing the control requests. The hard part is the data.
Okay,
Right.
I think
And we
that
have
is
to sort that out.
I think that is a good high level bit.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well,
Yeah, I think that every single client, and there will be billions of them, the most common use case with MOQT is to join a track. And the fact that we don't have a single clear message for that bothers me after 2 years of architectural design. So I'm a big fan of one way to join a track, and under it can do stuff, right? But I'd rather have that clear design from the beginning because it's the most common use case for clients.
Well, I would agree with Will. I think subscribe versus fetch, and then all the different fetch messages, all different subscribe things. It's confusing. At least it was confusing to me looking at it the first time. And then you can subscribe and you could say, give me the newest group, latest group, or I thought there was a backwards also one. So that was kind of a fetch to me in my head.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with Cullen. Like, I'm not sure which of the next issues will be about like moving data. So I think the observations is like there is a disconnect between the disconnect is not between what the draft is lets you do and what the use cases are. The disconnect is like between what actually happens on the wire and what people want to happen. And okay, let me explain. So we define MOQ tracks as sequences of groups, and they have sequences of objects. But really, if you think about it, MOQ is mostly about sequences of objects, and group is like this, like, because that's what subscribe fundamentally is. It's like you have a sequence of those atomic boxes, and when you say subscribe, you get new boxes, and then fetch is required to you old boxes. And sometimes we do want to get like some boxes in the past, and for some, and like there is an argument that like that is the very common, but the problem is like fundamentally the boxes in the past are different from boxes in the future. And now people say like, okay, can we do present group? And like there is no difference between going back a group or going back infinite, because they're just like two different conceptual things. one of them one of them might require you to go to upstream to fetch stuff, and now you're running into back pressure, and the other does not.
Wendell.
I like the semantics of fetch and on subscribe, and I find this particularly confusing if we start melting both together. And for me, it's perfectly fine for the client to understand that it's subscribed and it can buffer what it has before. And I don't think it's a big deal to have an API with two messages. That makes the things completely deterministic.
I agree with Wendell here. There will be like 8 or 10 widely used MOQ libraries, and I'm sure every of the same libraries will implement and join API to make this happen, hiding all the details under the hood. And I feel that like the very fact that if you make a single API, the complexity is magically removed. That's not true. You have to do the same amount of complexity either on the relay side or on the client side, and you have to deal with probably with making a join API. Now we are making a feature to be purely head of line blocking, because you don't get anything until your fetch is answered. Right now, the client has the flexibility to say if something does not come on the fetch side, I can still continue the live stream if it can continue. So I think current flexibility will give a client a better way to deal with this business logic than if we combine that and join. We are considering that.
Just so we can go to the next slide eventually.
She was locked, Luke.
Okay, so a lot of this comes down to intent for me. When I'm doing a subscribe, I have properties I want. Like I want, for example, if there's back pressure, I want to skip the group. I don't want to block on joining fetch. I want to go to the next group. Or for example, I want to receive subgroups out of order, but the joining fetch is forcing them to be in order. So it mostly comes down to like this weird world where the first half of the first group has different delivery semantics than the rest of the track and the rest of the subscription. And you have to work around that. Like, it's not a lot of code. It's just annoying that you have to, like, when you're implementing MOQ for the first time, you subscribe and you realize you don't have an iframe. And then you have to go and make a separate request and merge the streams together just for the first group. So I really think it comes down to intent. Like when I say subscribe, I want semi-reliable. I do not want fetch full reliability.
Okay, I think that was answers to like 1, 3, and 4, but or maybe all the questions. 2 and 3.
Yeah, I think here the key is well, for those most common use cases, which one like it has a better provide better performance, provide more benefit in the most common use cases. But all those corner cases, this and that, probably we do not need like put that in major consideration on which one to pick.
I remember face planting your third slide instead of your title slide. That's progress. Colin.
I just want to say that people say like, oh, the easy case of joining a track should be easy. But joining a track, you need to get specific about what you mean by that, because we have about 70 cases of it. And that's the reason why this got so complicated, was to be able to meet all of those sort of cases.
More queues.
And again, it comes back to a bunch of these. Do you implement them on the server side or the client side? And the system's going to be most successful if we can keep the relays as cheap as possible. Right. And so that's what pushes me on the design that way. And I think we need to think about it's not just like which API would be convenient. The library can keep track of the API.
Wow.
I think combinability is the most important aspect. I think there may be even future things that we see where composability matters and helps. So I think we made the right decision the way that things land right now. And it took many, many months of many considerations to get to where we are. And I don't think we're going to come up with something better now if we remake.
Yeah. So obviously I'm a single message fan. For one thing, like I just would hate to ship an unholy draft where like the thing that everyone wants to do all the time requires like 4 messages. It's like awful. And I think like the amount of gymnastics you have to do to get like the delivery semantics you want out of like the joining fetch. Like, I mean, yes, we can add filters and have like 1 subscribe and like 3 joining fetches, so we can get like the subgroups in whatever order they arrive in. Like, yes, I agree that works, but like I mean, then you have to know how many subgroups there are. Like, I mean, this just is getting really complicated. So like, having one message would make it, I think, like less error prone, but also like it would make it easier to, like, for joining and for joining very recent past, like subscribe delivery semantics where you're, I mean, we made subgroups for a reason, right? So like those are probably the right delivery semantics for like near head. Like the farther you go off head, like the less likely those are the right delivery semantics. So like, yeah.
Next slide.
Next slide. So I think, I mean, people already wandered into this, but I think this is like really the crux of what people want to talk about, right? Like the main use case here is like, I want to join as soon as possible. Although there's another one where it's just like, I want to build a buffer as fast as possible to build to start so I can play back. But then when my first thought there is like, oh, well, you can use subscribe plus descending fetch plus priorities to do something really interesting there. But I think what I've heard is that the use case is actually a little bit more subtle, which is like, I want a 10-second buffer, but I want to actually go into the pass in an ascending way so that, because as soon as I have a 1-second buffer, I'm playing while I'm trying to fill the rest of it. And so it's not exactly like the goal is not to get the 10-second buffer behind live as soon as possible, but it's something slightly different. But the same one is like, well, I want something like I want to start 5 seconds back. I want a 5-second buffer. I'll play with one. But if G-5 isn't in cache, I would way rather skip it and start at G-4, because rather than take an upstream hit. So like there's some subtlety around like what is the actual use case here we're trying to minimize. And so in our current design, like if you do joining fetch for G-5, like any groups or objects that are missing, it's going to block everything that you have in your cache while you go upstream to go find those objects, or maybe they don't even exist anymore. It's also possible the upstream is not there, or the upstream is too busy to respond. Like it's sending you live stuff and it doesn't have the bandwidth to go back and send you these old things that fell out of cache. You could also missing groups or objects as a result of reordering around head, right? So you end up having to like fetch that, but if you had just subscribed, they would have, if you'd subscribed with a slightly earlier filter, you would have gotten that object anyway. Delivery of cached groups and objects can be blocked in upstream fetch, which is kind of the same thing. So I think HUD blind blocking, I think once we added subgroups, like particularly this idea of like where you're going to use subgroups for layers, like definitely created a HUD blind blocking hazard, because it's often that these subgroup layers are not as important and we have serialized them onto one stream. So like to me, this is the one that this is the issue that probably needs the most attention. I did put I think there's band-aids like Ian was alluding to, and I put them on the list. Like
just keep one.
Yeah. So you could just say like, whatever, I'm going to join fetch, but skip anything that you don't have in cache, anything you can't send to me. Or then Cullen extended that with the idea of like, I am willing to wait at most, 10 milliseconds for any object you don't have. Otherwise, I want you to skip it. So that was there. And then plus what we alluded to also, which is like you can split your joining fetch using filters so that you're really only joining the thing that you want. But I think I would also note that like, you can also just have your layers be different tracks. And I know that creates some sort of like generational trauma for RTP people, but I don't understand it. I do think it's so I'll just say like, you can definitely still do that too. All right.
Lots of questions. Victor?
What did you say? Questions or discussion?
Just people can talk about whatever they want about HOL.
Okay. I think there's one thing that I do notice that this is awkward about current situation is that like when we start, like if you do descending order, you want to like put that thing like before the joining fetch should be higher priority than the rest of current group, but higher than the next group.
Anyway, I've gone through some sketches of descending. I don't remember where I landed, but I think I decided it's not sufficient.
With descending here, it's like this is like not a problem because you fill up the buffer from the end, and then the closer you get to the beginning, at which point the data in the joining fetch is no longer useful, so you can reset that thing.
Yeah, and if people aren't following, the idea is like if my goal is to build a 5-second buffer behind live, I subscribe.
That starts with a keyframe.
that starts with a key frame. So I subscribe and then I start a descending fetch. So like I'm filling at some rate backwards while live objects are also arriving. And at some point I have a 5-second buffer. And then I can cancel whatever pieces of the joining fetch I don't need anymore because it was going backwards.
This is just in details, right?
But I just don't, that works for some use cases, but not all of them.
Wendell.
So yeah, I would like to say first that if we have a subscribe latest group or a join with something like this, it will not magically solve this issue, right? I mean, if we have a missing object or missing group in the in your cache, or if the upstream cannot deliver you are screwed anyway. So there is no, I mean, people saying, hey, we can just re-put subscribe latest group, but what if we don't have the data? We will need to go there and exactly the same way with fetch. So I don't see any advantages to have a new API for this.
I think the only way it gets fixed is if you allow subgroups to be delivered on independent streams. So that if you have a common case is you have enhancement and base, you have all the base objects in cache, but none of your enhancement objects in cache. And if you're joining fetch that today, it's going to suck because you'll have to like be fetching these things you don't really care about before you can deliver the things you actually have.
Yeah, and so the point about, I mean, I think MOQ is very flexible and we have these multiple tracks and we can use subgroups indeed, but if you want to have a fast joining, you can change your architecture to have tracks instead of having subgroups, right? I mean, this is basically an architecture design failure somehow because you didn't met the protocol. I don't want to change the entire protocol just because one of the use case architecture is not good. Right?
And I'm eager to do my slides. Okay, Will.
Yeah, we fret a lot about missing objects that we have to spend all this time going back to fetch. I want to point out that use case is going to be very rare. The cache is either going to have none of the objects or all of the objects, the vast majority of the time. So if we have to go back for one, we're probably going back for all, which we can't avoid. And most likely if one's there, all are going to be there. We should be efficient and optimal for this binary cache state. And it's okay if we're less optimal where we have a sparse cache, because I think it's going to happen quite infrequently, especially for these small time ranges where we're joining.
Ian.
I agree with Will that like it's going to mostly be either all or nothing or most. And so it's like you asked for 3 groups back and I have 2, so I'm just going to give that to you now. That's fine. And so like we should optimize for that use case. And I don't think that like the edge cases are really particularly problematic. But joining fetch is fundamentally, this is an optimization over fetch plus subscribe. It saves us a round trip. And like, I will posit that is a crappy optimization. Like we've done all this work to make this optimization and it's not even saving us a round trip. And then it still like has other problems. It seems like, so, I mean, so it is fundamentally an optimization. I guess the other thing is, sure, if we didn't have subgroups, I agree this problem it wouldn't go away, but I agree it would be less pressing to solve. I don't think I want to reopen that can of worms right now. I'm like, man, like all things like I think in my mind the ship has sailed on that one, and I'm not sure if I want to like revisit it. So like I agree with you, but like I don't think I wanna. So yeah, but the 0-1 thing creates headline blocking because of the subgroups for sure.
I think this highlights nothing to do with joining. We should just open a separate issue, which is just for fetch alone. We need to either have a filter on subgroup or have fetch capable of delivering subgroups across different streams. Like one of those two we should do just to make fetch work well, right?
That's already in the filter PR.
Okay.
But it breaks. So yeah, the filter PR helps there, but it would break one of the semantics of fetch. The reason why it's serialized in one stream is that I know that any gap on that fetch stream represents a gap in the object ID space.
And you made a comment about that, and I added text that says, unless you use filters.
Right, and if you use filters, all bets are off. You know nothing.
I put a filter on there, I might get nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the headline blocking is kind of useful in some regard, but we've just kind of reinvented like H3.1, and you're just gonna have this world where like H3, you want to be able to deliver set groups in parallel because then you can start using the network, right? You can start actually sending stuff over the network instead of waiting for the first group and doing HTTP pipelining. So I I agree 100% with Cullen that this is like one of those things where we should really break up fetch so you can start delivering stuff in parallel and rely on priorities or something instead to make sure stuff tries to arrive in order. Otherwise, we're just going to have to fix this issue in the future. We're going to have MOQ 2, which is kind of like HTTP 2.
I responded to the email as well. I agree with Cullen. This is more a fetch issue, not a joining fetch issue. The head of line blocking happens when there's a gap 12 volts. The head of line issue is there regardless if you do joining fetch or a single API. That does not going to go anywhere. On the fetch itself, it all depends on the application, right? Like the fetch guarantees a semantic saying that I'll get things in order and I'm authoritative about my answers. It can be there, it can be false, but you know about it. If as an application I don't care about that guarantee, then we can add things to fetch some extensions that basically says that, you know, as like Cullen proposed, send me until 10 seconds and I'm okay with to deal with things. But the fetch was added to mimic something like an HTTP because we wanted to have that ordered and authoritative answer.
Okay. Mo, did you have more to say?
Thought experiment. If fetch delivered things out of order like subscribe did, is that a net gain or a net loss?
You mean so that you would have
Fetch
to
to deliver out of order, is that a net gain or a net loss?
I think it's a net gain because your clients, or listen to me, your client's already capable of reordering what it's getting on the subscribe. It's got a reorder buffer, right? Why not apply it to your fetch? And if you just send every object on a separate fetch stream,
I think he's saying one stream but different order, and you're saying different.
I'm saying multiple streams for fetch.
Okay. Let me remind what Mike's about to me about. Fetch is get. I mean, you picked the wrong verb. It's not fetch. The fetch is exactly HTTP get. The whole purpose, we should call it get. The whole purpose of that is to say that I'm getting this on one stream. If you didn't want it on one stream, you should do multiple gets, and then you'll get parallel streams. Multiple fetches, you'll get parallel streams. So the whole semantic is around one stream.
I'm inclined to agree.
I don't want to veer into the solution based on people want to fix fetch, but I want the purpose of the presentation to outline the problems people have with the status quo.
Yeah.
One which may actually just be fetch. That's fine. Let's go to the next slide.
Okay, I think one thing is I know many people have thought this like, can we use multiple streams? And I just think it is a very complicated problem. It's when the original publisher is publishing a live track, the media is being produced at a particular like rate, and it is understanding it has an entire view of what it needs to publish. It has its own, you know, like a way of interacting with the quick stream limits and flow controls. Changing that problem to be like, I have some objects in cache. I don't know if I have all of them. I don't know even what they all look like. I don't know how they're like, if they came in multiple subgroups or like how they're supposed to be paced out. And so like this idea, I think it's much more complicated than people are giving credit for. And to solve the generic case of like, I need to publish live from my cache. Next slide. You're fine. Sorry. Okay, Luke alluded to this problem, but like the subgroups in the current group get split over two different streams when you joining fetch, which is sort of annoying. You know, should we try to find a way where it gets those subgroups don't get broken in the current group, and so you get it in one quick stream, at least the happy case. So it's nice to defer reassembly there to the quick layer, but I like to say that in order delivery is a lie told to you by a buffering receiver. And so if you want this to happen, you can stick a buffering receiver on top of your joining fetch, and then it looks like it came in one stream. So I don't know how big a problem this is, or if people want to talk about it. Yeah.
Okay, question. So if an entire group is just one subgroup, right? And if you have this kind of subscribe to a point, and you want also something earlier, you would have to split anyway, right? That just think about the case. So one group knows one single subgroup. So the question applies to also group, right?
Yes, your groups were already every stream ends at a group boundary. That's already like baked into MOQ T. So you were already going to potentially have to do, if you're going back more than one group, yes, this only applies in the current group.
Yeah, if it's okay to split the current group, so then it's okay to split subgroup.
If it's okay to split n groups, it should be okay to split the current group, is what you're saying. Yeah, I think.
Luke.
Yeah, I think this is just mostly, it's just annoying and there's the edge cases. Like if, for example, you have like 3 subgroups coming over subscribe and one of them gets closed because it's dropped and you have a joining fetch still going on, you just kind of have to like, I don't know, you just kind of have to take this one stream and split it out into different ones and remember the state somewhere else in the application. I'm just gonna say this is an annoying thing. It's not like required. It's not like a main protocol issue like the headline blocking stuff. You did implement it once. It's just I wish we didn't have to do it. I wish we didn't have to tell new people to implement this.
Yeah, but I think I agree with Equate. This can happen even when you're doing normal fetch. Nothing to do with joining fetch, where you're in the middle of the group and you wanted to fetch something from the history that comes on history stream, and as application you join the history to the live. That always already on 2 different streams. The semantics are not confusing here because one talks about past and one talks about live.
Anybody else want to say anything about this?
I bail. No.
I think we can do, can't you do next group and still do joining fetch? So would that,
We could change it to let you.
Right now, you must have a largest object filter.
That's a great question.
But
You can't because your fetch would end at the live object.
next group also updates largest object, doesn't it?
No. Largest object changes when the relay gets the object.
Oh, so it's start location, but it doesn't start.
Yeah, no, you can't do that one.
I was trying to figure out a way to make Luke happier.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. If that didn't have the headline blocking issues, that'd be nicer for sure.
Okay.
Let's go to the next slide.
All right. This only applies to dynamic groups tracks. But like if you're trying to join such a track, and you know it's dynamic groups, like you don't do it as quickly as possible. Like the way today you like send a subscribe and you wait for the scribe. Okay, it'll tell you, what does it say largest group? Just say largest object. Oh no, that's the filter type. Okay, then you come back, it tells you like largest object, comes back and subscribe. Okay, then you want to know like how far is the relay into this group? If it's really close to the beginning of the group, you're like, oh great, I'll just joining fetch and catch up. If you're somewhere in the middle, you're like, well, I don't think I can catch up at this point. Why don't I send a new group request and wait for the next group? Or if you're near the end, you'll be like, okay, this group's going to reset pretty soon anyway. I don't even bother with NGR. I will just send a request update and move my filter to start at the next group. So this, yeah, which is effectively just waiting, right? So this basically costs 1 RTT because this is all driven by the subscriber has to get the subscribe okay to see that largest object and figure out which of these actions it wants to do. You can imagine a world where the subscriber could tell the relay sort of what the boundaries, acceptable boundaries are between beginning, middle, and end, and it might be a little bit faster, but that may also not matter.
So, but the relay, like, I'm really realistic to the relay, like knowing what the group boundaries are a priori.
Well, the way I would envision this would be something like, that you're like the subscriber knows via catalog somehow that every group or that groups have 1,000 objects.
You would say object higher than 16, please give me a.
Yeah, if it's less than 16, I want a joining fetch. And I mean, you could do it that way, but maybe nobody cares. My understanding is that the Cisco use case does exactly this and they seem fine with it. So maybe it doesn't matter.
Victor?
You know, like this kind of depends on what application you're writing. And kind of like I feel depending on what you do, you will know in advance what's gonna happen. So I'm not sure if we should like try to optimize a case where you don't know what happens.
Luke?
I would just subscribe latest group and always send a new group request, and the publisher can just ignore it. Like that's at least how Discord works. If you send a PLI and it's been less than a second, it just ignores it, and you just start at the latest group. I don't think it's fine if you waste bandwidth when the new group request goes through. In fact, that warms up your bitrate. Warms up your congestion controller.
Colin? Yeah, what Luke said, I think every application is just going to fire this off and let the whole mechanisms for NGRs being coalesced happen, and then wait until they get their new group, carry on. So,
For 1 million concurrent subscribers, that's clearly not efficient.
Yeah, but
right.
The publisher can ignore them.
Because the relay will if those guys all agree, all join, like let's say we only publish a new group once a second, it's the maximum rate we'll do it at, which is going to mean you're going to have to wait at least like up to a second. If those, let's say 100,000 of those million subscribers all join in the same second, there will only be one NGR request sent upstream. That's the whole design point of NGR.
But let's say they distribute themselves so that one is at least joining every second. Now, basically, I'm injecting a keyframe every second into my stream. That's not optimal for anybody coming back and playing a clip after that. They have a very dense stream full of iframes every second.
I mean, how many million?
It's optional, right?
Yeah.
NGR is optional, and as I said in
the client
streaming industry will never implement this because it's sort of question.
I'm not arguing.
Decide.
I think NGR streaming might implement, but I'm not arguing for that. I'm just talking about what the case for NGR of like it's a million subscribers joining a WebEx call or Google Meet or whatever, right?
Okay,
I think that it actually works fairly well. And you're right. The first 30 seconds of the call is just full of iframes. But you know what? It turns out that the only alternative to that is worse, right? Like that's what it comes down to. So everyone's just like, yeah, fine, we'll have crappy iframes for the first 30 seconds. Nothing was happening anyway. No one cares that the media quality was crap. Or
Everyone's fetching a BTC.
Yeah, I mean, that's my.
Yes, I think I agree with Luke. At the end of the day, it's the original publisher that's making the decision. And if original publisher is publishing a group every second, to Will's point, even if you don't do NGR every second, there will be keyframes coming in. On the other hand, if original publisher says, no, I'm not going to do at that rate, if I can, the application be like, it's Cisco's implementation, we don't do it every second, we do it every 5 seconds. So a lot of things comes within that. We basically say, I got it, wherever next time comes, I'll set it. So there's a lot of application logic that happens, and the very fact that we aggregate this new group request based on the group ID, this will prevent all the million requests ending up on the virtual publisher.
Yeah. Ian, your last word. You don't need joining fetch for this. There's no point.
Yeah. Okay. Then Mo told me you guys do joining fetch. So anyway.
Fetch.
All right. Fine. Oh, good point.
You already received the request. Okay. Why would you issue a join? I mean,
my mistake. Okay. So nobody gives a crap about this. That's fantastic. I think my next set of slides starts to dive into solution space, but I think I want to take a pause and be like, where are people? Like, what is the temperature of the room here? Like, how? Like, are we ready to start trying to like tear things apart? Or let me also ask if you. Was there something a gripe about joining fetch I didn't capture for you? We can talk about that too. So I saw Victor soon.
Can I say something? So over my many years of working with media, I saw a lot of really different and creative solutions by which people try to reduce join latency. That is like to say that the fact that the first group is special and kind of annoying to deal with, it's not like some aberration of MOQ, it's just the fact of life that when you're trying to join video as fast as possible and video has this like dependency structure where you're incentivized to keep your p-frames as long as possible. This is just naturally something that people will try to push hard and innovate on. The reason I think the way we do now is better than essentially pushing more joining logic on the relay is fundamentally the end-to-end principle, which is to say the relays are in the middle, so we can give people like the tools which have very simple, clearly defined semantics, namely subscribe and fetch, and we can have them innovate while pushing all of the application complexity and innovation and all of the ways you can deal with joining to the endpoints. And that is because fetch and subscribe currently have very clear semantics and like very basic primitive properties as a primitive of the transport. So that's why I think we should start with what's in the draft, and then it is entirely possible that we will eventually evolve something, but I don't think that like we should try to add something ad hoc to simplify what currently is like the most common way to join the group.
Can I just to how big of a problem? I mean, it seems like head of line blocking was the big, like how big of a problem do you feel like head of line blocking is?
The answer to that is like it can be a problem, but like as I said, there are at least 5 ways you can like play games with things like codecs and subgroups to just like deal with this, and depending on what you do, like it will either be not a problem or will be a big problem.
Okay, I'm next. So as Alan and people who pay attention, Dave Jack and I have a proposal in this space. My position on it going in was like, I didn't actually care that much, but I was kind of just offering it to maybe move things along. I found this presentation to be fairly persuasive. We should do something here. I'm not going to die on the road on that if people don't want to do anything, but I would like to explore the space. So, well,
Yeah, I want to, if the chairs are saying that ABR should be a separate draft because we're a little concerned about it, I'm of the, and a lot of us are of the opinion that we have joining fetch and subscribe working well enough that we can go ahead and make it work. So if we're going to do anything that changes that, I would also like it to see in a separate draft so that at least we don't slow down or in any way impede our building out solutions based on subscribe and joining fetch.
I would be comfortable with this having the same criteria. So as someone who's now a proponent, I guess I'd be comfortable with the same criteria where I have an independent draft until there's a issue-free solution. Gwendol.
Plus one on this, for MOQ TV1, I think it's what we have is good enough, and I don't see evidences that changes will, I mean, the problem is actually something significant. At least compared to ABR, I think that here we don't have a big problem, although ABR is a big feature. So I would say ABR will be more priority for this.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with Victor because subscribe with largest group and a new group request is going to be the fastest time to video, hands down. And anything joining fetch is doing is trying to emulate that speed, and it's never going to match it. So I really want to see largest group added as a subscribe filter, like give people what they want, start an iframe. And that means also delivering the base layer first, fundamentally.
From cache.
Yeah, from cache first. You don't want the enhancement layer. You don't need filters or anything.
Clarification, subscribe at largest group is essentially giving you a little bit of fetch, right?
It is.
It's a little bit of the past.
But it is exactly the same.
The live group, yep.
And so
then why do we need the joining fetch? Why not just give me a few more groups from the past?
Because you don't know the cache.
I think delivering from the cache is easy in the case where you have one subgroup and everything's in cache, and it's hard when you have thousands of subgroups and random object IDs and like a sparsely populated cache. And if you like,
I think you're making up fantastic.
You have a
Ross, one person at a time.
I think we removed subscribe large group because especially in many of video conferencing use cases, the groups are not 2 seconds. It's 30 seconds. You'll not have the data in the cache for so many tracks. So many times you end up going and fetching. So joining fetch helps in that scenario because instead of doing 2 RTTs, it will make it 1 RTT. Like you can before subscribe, okay, comes you can do the join if you know that kind of a thing. So you'll not always have things in the cache. And I feel like we have implemented joining fetch and subscribe for almost 1.5 years across multiple implementations. I don't think so single API would solve the head of line blocking. It just makes it worse because you have to wait on that one API to respond. Right now we have a possibility which lets you the client to change its behavior based on how we want to write. I would still support that we don't reopen this decision.
I think the first thing that needs to be done, and I say this every time we have this conversation, is we need to get very clear about what the use case is, like the actual, like it's this, this type of it's like YouTube or Twitch or something like that, that has the problem that we can't solve with what we have in the draft today, right? We need to write that down really clearly before we go too far into the solutions.
Does anybody have a working demo of a problem?
Yeah, evidence. No, I don't, but I would like to see it. Evidences of.
I can theoretically see how the head of line blocking could be a problem, and I haven't opened an issue about it last Denver. So I understand the theoretical, but
I'm not saying there isn't a thing. I'm saying that it's going to be really hard to drive to a solution if we don't agree what the problem is. I'm not saying there's no problem. We don't need to do this. I'm just saying we need to get really crisp on that problem.
But the problem is a live demo wouldn't help. It has to be a broken demo. A good system is not going to have a problem. It'll work.
It's a demo that intentionally exposes the flaw.
Or something that say that one over.
Did you want to comment on that, or did you want to go at the end? Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to point out that a lot of implementations actually do implement largest group secretly. They lie. Like I know Mike's and my implementation will always return the largest group, and they just pretend it was the latest object. And the joining fetch.
I filed an issue for that, by the way.
Yeah, like joining fetch. Exactly.
It's fine. Yeah, client has no idea.
Way to say the largest group right now.
So you can't even lie properly.
Client
That's
has no
the
idea. It's
publisher
fine.
can lie. The subscriber can't lie. The subscriber has to implement joining fetch.
Okay, anyway. I mean, I still think we should do something. I don't think like doing something is some fantastically large amount of work. Like, I think we can limit the scope to things that are like eminently tractable. Like, as much as I think fetch has some ugliness in it, I do not want to redesign fetch right now any more than I want to redesign for subgroups. So, yeah.
Actually, based on my implementation experience, when we implemented switch, actually it's kind of like doing an implicit patch. So it starts from like the past. So I agree with Luke that we are doing some kind of like largest group. So I believe like if you use switch without giving the from track, just the to track, it's same as join. So I would ask the question like how big your GOPS actually in a video conference application. So you said that is 30 seconds and then it might not be in the cache, right? So you just do the fetch on the relay. Don't leave it to clients. So isn't it possible to fill up your cache and do it just on the relay? Sure. It would be easier, I believe.
About that. Let me explain the problem.
Luke is correct that if you have NGR with max group filter is the fastest way to join. When you don't have NGR, now you have the 10 different options, which you don't have NGR if you have million subscribers. I think I agree with the pay forward is like, if someone has some good idea on how to fix joining fetch and they write up a draft and it suddenly makes things better, probably fine, but the problem is I don't think any of the drafts make things better. Like, I have not seen any proposals that actually improve them. What we have currently.
Yeah, I just wanted to reply to Luke calling out that implementations can lie and just actually have some in memory cache and serve it as a subscribe. We do that today. I think that there are limitations to how far we would push that, and I don't think that's something that you can rely on as a composable building block because you don't know how large a group is going to be. So like in practice, yes, that's an optimization that we implement. But again, I much prefer the composable.
Well, I have one question about this, which is like, how many of the MOQ possible scenarios you actually do this for? Like, it's like, okay, if I have a continuous range of objects in this group from 0, or if I know there's only one subgroup for it, or like, there must be some constraints because there could, if object 0 is missing in your, like, right. So I guess my question is like, how do you get around that? Or like, do you support if there's a million subgroups? Like, do you just open up a million streams and send everything? Or
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like practically we'll absolutely put limits on how far we'll push that. Like right now it's a little bit open ended, but in practice, no, there's going to be limits, and we will need joining fetch to reliably deliver stuff from the past.
Victor. Yeah. We did the same thing at some point in our implementation. I mean, we still kind of have like 3 recent groups in default.
But we don't lie about largest objects.
Yeah, like
but we could.
Like when we still had subscribe and fetch, there was this really weird backfill verb. Do you remember?
Yes. Yeah.
That like somehow tried to go to upstream if you don't have that in cache, and it had really weird logic that I'm glad we got rid of. And that was like one of the biggest reasons I believe in subscribe and fetch as separate things.
Well, you're awkward.
I think the burden should be on demonstrating a real problem and demonstrating that there's a solution that is acceptable to everybody. And I don't think we've met either bar.
Well, I mean, okay, so I mean,
is the real
stay
problem?
tuned. Like, this was Alan's attempt to present the problem. Tomorrow we will talk about some potential solutions.
Let me make sure. What is
That the
give us the one sentence problem that you think from all the slides.
There were 5.
Okay, so all right, like
There are 4 things.
pull back here.
There are 4
Like,
problems.
Head of line blocking when there are holes in the cache.
I think 2 is really what I heard. What I heard, the 4 questions are here. I heard 4, nobody gives a crap about. I heard 3 was no, it was sort of a nice to have, but people could live with it. I did hear a lot of sentiment for having a single message, but I also heard a competing sentiment, which was the composability was good. So I don't know that there was a clear
But those aren't.
And I feel like that's last. So really, the real question is like, can we avoid significant head of line blocking from low priority subgroups and cache misses while retaining desirable properties of fetch during join like back pressure, getting on requested objects and detecting gaps in the ID space?
I think for the second one, we've heard comments that says that's not the core problem, and that problem will not go away with single message.
What do you think the core problem is then?
We have line blocking it. How is single message solving the problem?
No, sorry, we're not
proposals will be tomorrow.
No, we're not talking about one. So I'm saying 2 is the only problem that people is the clearest problem statement I think we actually have.
And that's the head of line blocking, right?
Is the head of line blocking problem.
The single message will not solve that.
I'm not saying there should be a single message. I'm saying there should be solutions to head of line block. I'm saying I think what people perceive to be the biggest problem is that there is head of line blocking in some cases.
But can we
In both cases.
I don't think that's a problem, right? It might be slow sometimes, but it still works.
Yeah.
Right. It just works. It just takes time. And for most of the time, it's never going to happen anyway. So it's not a big issue.
Your customers have to wait another 100 milliseconds to start the video.
Mike has his hand too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should maybe articulate the case. So head of line blocking is also you could also call it ordering, which is a useful
feature.
Right. It's a feature. But we should articulate more clearly the cases where it's not desirable, which I think is when you have multiple subgroups and you don't want the other subgroups. And when you're maybe getting like ascending versus descending, right? Like if you're going,
Or if you asked for too far back.
you ask for too far back and you're getting like maybe clearer articulation of those cases would help us.
I can try to write a slide. So there's I have some suggestions which I put on the list, and Ian has some suggestions and Martin has some suggestions. So we have 2 more hours in this tomorrow to talk more about these. So it sounds like maybe I can write a slide which is like trying to say exactly like these are the things we actually care about and use that as a lens to look at these proposals. But I think kind of the hybrid bit I like from what Martin said, the idea of like, yes, if you've got a better one, go solve it in your own draft, bring it. People will poke holes in it, and if it passes the sniff test and everyone loves it, like let's go.
So tomorrow morning, I think the agenda is that we will have some pitches, and if those pitches get bites, then we will have some drafts.
So I was just going to say that I think one of the things that's causing confusion is I'm not aware of anybody in this group that's in MOQ that's really done very much with layered codecs yet. And the whole problem we're discussing here only occurs with layered codecs, as far as I can
Then
tell.
you use subgroups for them too.
Yeah. Layered groups and subgroups versus tracks. Yeah. I mean,
we're fighting other people's imaginary dragons.
Yeah. I think that's part of why you don't have as much I don't know. I mean, I know that there's lots of expertise in this room on layered codecs in general, but it's not like we've implemented MOQ yet.
If the room was like, let's spend 2 hours closing out like the other 20 needs discussion issues that have nothing to do with joining fetch and not do anything, that is also fine with me. I'm on team ship.
Can I add 2 more use cases? Kellen, I think you guys are doing it. Number 1 is if you use the object ID for like PTS, you create groups and you cause joining fetch now has to do a blocking upstream fetch to look for holes. And number 2 is multi-publisher. Multi-publisher also creates gaps where you just now joining fetch has to block. Whereas if you did a latest group subscribe, you wouldn't block, you would just serve subgroups independently.
Right.
So there's at least like 3 or 4 use cases that create gaps right now.
Okay. I would like to spend our last 4 minutes with agenda bash. So right now, Alan, the agenda says that we'll spend 1 hour on joining fetch, of which 45 minutes are yours and 15 minutes are mine. Is that still the correct split now that we spent an hour talking about this?
I mean, I have a few more slides that would take not that long, but Ian doesn't. Now I don't think. But Ian, I would give the balance that time to Ian.
Do you have joining fetch slides?
Yeah, they're here. So anyway, just so you know, there's more here.
So do you
have some? But I think I would like to maybe I will spend all my time if I was going to spend time on something, I will try to come up with one proposal and spend all my time on that rather than going into 3 options or something. So I can polish the slides and get it so it's only one.
How much time will you need?
I would say 15 minutes, but does anything in this working group take 15 minutes?
No.
20, I don't know.
Okay. All right, wonderful. I will hack that up a little bit. Basically, the 3 of us are going to present.
I don't know. I mean,
I'm giving you 15 now, and sounds like that's about.
My proposal's on the list. If you guys read it in advance, I don't have any time at all.
Mine is on the mine is the slides. But okay, wonderful. All right. It is almost 5 o'clock. This concludes the formal portion of today's session. Doors will open tomorrow at 9 a.m. We'll start talking at 9:30 a.m. If you need coffee and stuff, show up well before 9:30 a.m. because I'm not going to start a convoy at 9:25. I'm going to stop the recording. Magnus, you can go to bed now. And we are going to hang out here. So I will stay here to chaperone for an hour while the Switch people do their thing on the whiteboard. I'm going to leave the Google Meet open. If people want to observe and listen, that's fine. It's going to be on a whiteboard, so the experience will not be great for those who are remote. But I think that's the plan going forward. Does anyone have any pain associated with this? Magnus, you going to go to bed, or do you have anything else to add?
Nothing to add. I will definitely head for bed. So.
And the whiteboard session is not official part of the meeting, so don't do minutes.
Yes, we can close the minutes. I'm going to stop the recording to help flow this along. All right. Okay. So those of you who those of you who are done, thank you for coming. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Those of you who are here, stay here. I may boot you out at 6 and force you to go to a bar or something. But unless one of the other Googlers wants to hang around.
I'm sure the bar would kick us out.
No one would take people like us.
Talking about this shit.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Meeting over.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Martin. Thanks, Jagers.
Yes, thank you, note takers.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Somebody let me back in.
How dare you?
I can,
All right.
okay, I'll try to rescue you. Okay.